Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Two people were standing opposite each other in the arena. The fighter, leaning over, said that in the place where he had to be, no one could resist him and his path lay here to confirm that he had the best skills in the world. His opponent appeared when he said that he was lucky enough to meet such a capable person here and apparently it was the right decision to take part in this test. Immediately the man jumped from his seat after saying that this was the end of his fun. His blade was already at his opponent's neck. His eyes widened. The player bowed his head and asked what this disgusting concept was. Blood spurted from his mouth as thoughts came to his head asking how he could have such a reaction speed. After landing, the swordsman began to talk about how there was only a small difference between them. His body began to disappear. The presenter, bringing the microphone to his face, announced that an instant blow was struck and this time his title without injuries was also not broken. The fighter looked to the side when the speaker said that it was a duel between spectators, organized by one popular person, a participant in the final fight, and the winner here was a black skull. A guy appeared in a kind of capsule and many screens around after saying that due to the emergence of the virtual reality world in the real world, a huge revolution had taken place. These windows with images appeared and it was said that thanks to the worlds with different themes going from the past to the future and back again, it represented finance, art, education, work, and even the world of business, and because of this, a lot of reality began to change because of this game. The intro of one of the games also appeared after the story that also among the many worlds of the intersection appeared the game world of the MMORPG Heroes of Time. The location of this game also appeared after saying that it is a story about heroes called players who appeared in a world of dangers and people can personally experience the great measure of fantasy. The player also appeared fighting after she told that everyone has the opportunity to go on a raid on a boss, storm a fortress, participate in a competition, and generally try a game of this genre with the help of a variety of content. A certain map has also appeared with the words that the world has reached a level where people from all over the world began to admire it. The man was walking to the steps when it was said that this was the central world of the intersection in time heroes, which all gamers admire and dream of becoming professional gamers. The school building appeared and the words were heard that someone had watched the broadcast of that match yesterday. The schoolboy, standing at the desk, asked if he really had only the finale, while the second asked for an autograph from the organizer and then asked what he needed to do to play so well. Hyunjun, propping his head on his hand, replied that it was enough just to dodge all enemy attacks and hit with his own. His face also appeared next to the game character after thinking that his game name is Black Skull and now he managed to get to the final of the competition between the viewers of the popular streamer. Smirking, the man realized that he not only had skills in the game, but also an excellent mind in reality, and even omnipotence in sports, as well as a rich family and great appearance, and it could even be considered cheating that there was someone like that in reality. The comrade in arms, looking down, noted that he himself had said that his level of synchronization with a special program was 200% and most likely even the visible worlds were different, while the second asked if such a level of synchronization was professional. A person's brain and lines of different colors appeared after the young man's thoughts that the level of synchronization is an indicator of the connection with the avatar that is used in virtual reality intersections and the 100% level of synchronization transmits the sensations of reality embodied by the same 100% and besides, they say that if this value is high, then one can experience extrasensory perception. The classmate, raising his hand, also added that he was very fast in the arena and asked if the guy then saw everything as in slow motion, while the fighter replied that it was not so, but he had a chance to see everything a little more clearly than in reality. Still looking ahead, his comrade in arms remembered the words that whoever is predetermined will get everything and immediately added, saying about the injustice of the world, because there are those who will not achieve anything, no matter how hard they try. Smiling, the schoolboy asked if this was true. Placing his hand on the head of another student, the young man wondered if he couldn't catch the balance, because he should know what would happen if he fell. The second ward, putting his hands in his pockets, asked if his friend was crazy if he was doing this right in class. He also replied that his mother was the head of the parents' committee and if he said that it was just a game, then the teachers would also pass by without saying anything special. Raising his leg, one of them asked the victim what they were going to do now, and the victim replied that they were playing. The kick hit him on the back. Immediately afterward, the two of them fell to the floor. The schoolboy, rubbing his neck, said that he almost broke his bones because of him and asked if he fell on purpose. Sweat ran down the boy's face when the bully said that now this guy was definitely a corpse. His gaze immediately shifted to the side. Hyunjun, looking down, said that the life of a loser is really sad. His glasses were lying on the floor next to him. A house appeared. The guy, looking down somewhere, understood that this world flawlessly follows the rules of natural selection, because the strong have the right to humiliate the weak, and the weak are the weak, because they don't even have the means to resist. Standing in front of the capsule, the student knew that even if the world was evolving and there were many opportunities for entertainment, even so, nothing compares to looking down on someone. A smile appeared on his face. Introducing a certain player, the young man also remembered that the opponent in the finale would be a person who easily changed the profession suitable for the opponent, and it was obvious that against the assassin he would choose a juggernaut capable of exchanging strong attacks, who could both easily inflict damage and withstand the opponent's blow. Closing his eyes, the fighter knew that it would be a user controlling many professions against a person with a single profession, and it was obvious that they would have a difference in physical strength and level of understanding, and then said the words of the launch. Everything in front of him began to change color to bright blue after thinking that it was time for him to enjoy the expression of the loser's face once again. People raised their hands and rejoiced. The presenter, raising his other hand, shouted that they had all been waiting for this for a very long time, because now it was again time for a competition among the streamer's viewers, with the help of which the two most capable were selected and the final would begin now. An image with two people and abilities appeared after saying that the rules of the competition will be exactly the same as the rules of battles in Heroes of Time, which means that the level, equipment, and the overall value of the characteristics will be corrected and brought to the same indicators, and only the chosen professions and the collection of abilities dependent on them can change. Because the most interesting thing in such a battle is simple physical strength and strategy. One of the players began to come out after saying that it was time for them to look at the participants. The fighter crossed his arms over his chest when the referee said that he was an assassin specialist who could be proud of his past fights without being injured, as he subdued his opponent with blows that used the assassin's fast speed and dodge ability. His bright blue eyes appeared when the host said that this player was really only a high school student, and looking at his abilities at that age, you could be sure that he would become a frightening pro player in the future. Pointing his hand to the other side of the arena, the man announced the exit of the next finalist. The legs of this player appeared after the words that he has the opportunity to freely use various professions, and thanks to this, such a person easily puts the opponent at a disadvantage. The presenter, opening his eyes wider, asked about what profession he had chosen when he went out against the assassin. The fighter had a staff in his hands as the man said that this warrior would use the Magus class. There was a smile on his face, while the host noted that he came with the weakest class against a member who always uses an assassin. Approaching, the referee asked if this was part of his strategy. He also answered in the negative. Looking at his opponent, the guy explained that it just seemed to him that an assassin of this level could be defeated even by a magician. The presenter, turning to the stands, said that it was a sudden provocation from this person and also asked if he really meant that he could easily destroy his opponent, and immediately announced the start and began the countdown. The young man, taking off his hood, asked if he was known as a genius high school player, and added that he also studied at such a school. The fighter gritted his teeth forcefully when the hero asked him about the skull mask and the 8th grader syndrome. Immediately after the end of the countdown, several bright rays appeared next to the protagonist. The assassin began to dodge this attack when the host talked about how this warrior was shooting magic while his opponent was escaping, and also added that the fight began with a structure characteristic of a mage assassin duel. The guy, his eyes wide, couldn't believe that this hollowhead thought that he would win if he continued to shoot those lasers at him, because he didn't know where he was. Hyunjun began to move forward quickly, while the referee was talking about this player dodging attacks and moving at lightning speed. The young man, putting his hand out in front of him, noted that he realized that it was not a joke and tried to understand how he dodged all attacks even at such a distance. The opponent was approaching him when the hero decided to shorten the distance a little. The enemy, grinning, realized that he was letting the assassin get closer, and immediately activated the rear attack skill. The fighter was left behind immediately after that, when he thought about what would make him regret running into him without knowing his place. The guy suddenly smiled. Bringing his hand to his face, the hero noted that he did not think that he would fall into such a simple trap. Looking at his opponent, the fighter said that he should not play with emotions. The opponent gritted his teeth when the host said that the mage had planned to shorten the distance, and the assassin in turn had fallen into this trap. Immediately after that, the opponent fell to his knees. The young man, standing next to him, asked if he thought that after playing with all categories of heroes, he would not have information about the assassin's abilities, and added that now his records of not taking damage had been destroyed. The opponent looked up when the guy said that he should now worry about something else, because it would be extremely embarrassing when everyone found out that the assassin lost to the mage. Getting up, the enemy shouted that he was too important for a weakling who was lucky enough to land one blow, because did he really think that he would be able to win only thanks to this? Immediately afterwards, his image disappeared. The hero was still standing in the same place when the host said that the assassin hid himself in the arena, which is a critical ability of a fighter of this class. The assassin, standing in front of the mage, used the skill of surprise attack from the dark, which gave him the ability to go into a hidden state. The young man, raising one hand, asked whether it was not cheating to make sure that he was not visible at all. A bright blue sphere appeared in his hand after saying that one ability had been prepared specifically for this moment, which was an energy blast. Sweat dripped down the arbiter's face after saying that this man was using magic again and apparently wanted to attack the assassin with such a slow skill. The guy was still standing still, activating the spell when the man said that the two of them were using techniques that could inflict mortal wounds, and the key point of this situation would be whose attack would be inflicted first, and therefore the magician was at an extreme disadvantage, and it was not clear whether he would be able to react to the assassin's attack as soon as he lost his invisibility. Veins bulged out on Hyunjin's forehead after thinking that he needed to increase his synchronization to the maximum, which would slow down the perceived time a bit. Various numbers began to flash in front of his face. A magician appeared when it was revealed that the synchronization of the crossroads is an unexplored system that appeared with the emergence of virtual reality, information about which has not been revealed until now, but all players with a high synchronization score say that the moment it is raised to the limit, time seems to stop. The soldier opened his mouth. An assassin appeared near him. His eyes burned bright blue. The hero dodged this attack. The opponent's eyes widened after saying that the intersection was indeed an interesting thing. The young man, still holding that sphere in his hand, said that sometimes it seemed that time had stopped, and sometimes that he was capable of anything. His eye lit up even brighter after saying that the life of a loser is really very sad. The assassin opened his eyes even wider afterwards. A huge blue beam hit the opponent. A blue dot appeared on a black background. Hyunjun opened his eyes. Gritting his teeth, the student asked himself if he had lost. His helmet fell to the ground. The man, stretching, thought that this world operates flawlessly according to the rules of natural selection, because the strong have a special right to humiliate the weak and the weak are such, because they do not even have ways to resist. It seemed like a name badge on his clothes. The student, wiping his glasses, also realized that this is still the real world and there are no rules that a loser in reality must be a loser in the virtual world as well. Immediately after, the schoolboy remembered how he was bullied at school. Smiling, Noah said that he was already wondering what kind of face Hyunjun would have tomorrow. The man was sitting in an armchair and looking at the tablet. Someone, holding coffee to his face, asked what the professor was thinking about. The latter, taking a mug, thanked him for the coffee. Then the ward asked if he had decided on whom to take to the academy on the recommendation. The assistant, holding the tablet, also added that he respected him for looking for people growing up in a not very good environment, and those who could not see the light, explaining that everyone should have an equal chance, and also asked if he could recommend someone. Holding out the gadget, the employee also said that yesterday he watched a live broadcast on the internet, and found a very interesting person who said that he was currently in high school and asked if this student was right for them, and immediately added that he had noticed one interesting scene and peeked a little at the measurements of his level of synchronization. An image of this player's face appeared on the screen after saying that he managed to see an unimaginable number. The professor, looking at the tablet, asked if some illegal program was connected to the intersection, and the interlocutor replied that no one knew this and perhaps such a meaning was true. Turning around, the professor asked if he had a schedule for the afternoon, and he also asked if the head was going to get involved. The man, looking at the assistant, replied that they should check the veracity of this meaning, because it could actually exist. The schoolboy was punched in the chest. One of the bullies beat him. Gritting his teeth, Hyunjun shouted a question about how he dared to go where he shouldn't, while one of his comrades wondered why he had started beating this man himself, although he had never done it before, while the other reminded him of yesterday's broadcast of the battle. The guy put his head in his hands when one of the students said that their leader's goal was to become famous among amateurs and enter the academy. But now he had been stripped of his rank without injury or loss, and besides, his opponent had said on the air that he was also in high school, thereby taking away his title of a genius middle school student. The fighter, clenching his teeth with force, thought about the words of his opponent at that tournament. Immediately afterwards, the young man imagined how he himself sat and said this, and also his opponent. The hero, trembling, said that he did not know what had happened and apologized. The student's eyes widened. Turning around, the player assumed that it was all an accident, because such a garbage could not win against him, and asked his comrades to leave. The guy was still lying on the ground. A smile appeared on his face and laughter was heard. Closing one eye, the man noted that he was really infuriated by yesterday's loss, and now they were definitely even. The corridor of the school appeared when the student realized that from the very moment of admission, he had been bullied by that guy's company, and apparently, even after the advent of virtual reality and a lot of new entertainment, the lovers of bullying other people did not disappear, but the hero did not have much reason to target Hyunjun, since it only seemed to him that he had the opportunity to fight him at least in the game, and therefore in the beginning there was such hope, after all. He did not like to live only losing. The students were sitting at their desks when the young man realized that he did not even think that this could change his everyday life, since he knew that he would not be able to catch up with the specification of reality, so this was done only to get rid of stress. The teacher, standing at the blackboard, was saying something about today's date, and immediately called the hero. The guy got up from his seat. His appearance was extremely lousy. The woman's eyes widened because of what she saw. Smiling, she asked him to talk about the difference between AR and VR. Bully sat behind him as he tried to understand why she was pretending not to know anything. After all, was that all a teacher could say when looking at his current state? Still looking ahead, the guy realized that this was all due to the fact that this company came from good families. All the students suddenly turned into monsters after thinking that reality was really too nasty a place. The woman, holding the tablet in her hands, asked if he could hear it. Suddenly, the monster's head was cut off. The rest of the monsters jumped up in the same way. The player immediately cut them. Their corpses were left behind. Looking down, the guy realized that he was finally feeling better and also thought that there was no need to worry about what was happening in reality. Because in any case, the stage he needed to be on was located in this world. The corpses of monsters appeared after the man's thoughts that he needed to kill monsters, gain experience, and become stronger based on this. Waving his daggers, the fighter knew that here he had the opportunity to feel free and be himself without unnecessary thoughts, and also said that after all, melee weapons are good for getting a good taste of the fight. Specialization branches appeared after the hero remembered that there are 3 main classes in this game, namely tank, support, and fighter, and after choosing a class, you can take the profession included in it and play. But even by leveling up each profession, the player does not have the opportunity to develop the class, so you need to approach this choice reasonably. Opening the inventory window in front of him, the hero also thought about his fighter class. Putting his hand to the window of the system, the young man noted that he had indeed saved a lot, and if only it could be exchanged for real money, then he would not have a problem with money for expenses this month. Coins and paper money appeared after thinking that one of the reasons why the crossing came to be called another world is that money from the various worlds within it is gold, but it can also be shared. But the most incredible thing is that this gold can be exchanged for cash. Still standing still, the person remembered that this could only be done after becoming an adult, and yet, if he managed to accumulate a lot now, he would be able to use them only after a certain age. His gaze immediately turned back. The young man dodged the attack of the unknown. The enemy stood before him. Someone stepped forward and asked if this player had dodged. The fighter, throwing the blade over his shoulder, asked why the ward did not work properly. The guy, looking at him, shouted a question about who they were, and why they were attacking so suddenly. The interlocutor, raising his hand, explained that they had business with his gold and explained that they were the ones who killed other players and asked him to die quietly at their hands and immediately ordered his comrade to perform the last blow properly. The latter, standing behind, answered in the affirmative and called the commander the head of the profession. The hero, after imagining various players, thought that these people are just zombies, or people who have been hired by other players, and he happened to hear that the company that collects them determines the volume of each day and gives them gold or items and receives wages. And there are rumors that these are bad people who have debts in reality, or who are now in prison. One of them, grinning, asked the fighter to finally die. The same remembered that their red eyes indicated that they were killing ordinary people and also realized that recently there were rumors that killing each other had recently become popular among users. Raising his dagger, the young man said that they had attacked the wrong man and asked if they really thought they would win it, while the opponent noted that he was too confident in his abilities. The head, putting his hand on the shoulder of one of them, explained that everyone except this person is a normal player, and if he kills someone else instead of him, he will become a murderer, and then a big penalty will be imposed on him for this, and asked if it was not better for him to just die quietly. The guy gritted his teeth forcefully, as he understood why they had only marked one as the murderer. Starting to run away, the hero knew that if during the confrontation his situation turned out to be bad enough, then real problems could arise. Another opponent appeared above him after the leader shouted that it was useless for him to run in that direction. The young man deflected his blow with a dagger. This person immediately flew back. Suddenly, a dagger pierced the protagonist's shoulder. It was the head who asked if he should stop putting up this useless resistance, because it would only increase their working hours. After that, the enemy pulled out his weapon. The guy, leaning against a tree, tried to understand why this was happening only to him. The head, throwing the blade over his shoulder, told his wards to finish it as soon as the hero thought about why everyone was so excited because they could not mock him. Remembering Hyunjun in front of his desk, the man realized that they didn't even understand that this was a mockery even because of a casual glance. The disciple turned his head and asked why he was staring at him. The protagonist, covering the wound with his hand, understood that if he killed them, he would become a murderer and then lose a lot, and suggested that it would be better to lose 10% of the penalty for death. His eyes were hidden under his hair. Suddenly, the young man parried all their blows. An incision appeared on the neck of one of them. Frowning, the guy realized that he did not want to step back, at least in virtual reality. Attacking another opponent, the man knew that he was still just a useless group of zombies, and he just had to kill them all and stay alive until the end of the killer mode. After another blow, the young man realized that he would make them all feel sorry for everyone. Making his way to their leader, the protagonist thought that here he does not have the weaknesses that in real life. The player immediately swung his blade. The opponent's eyes opened wider. The leader repulsed the man's attack. The daggers in the boy's hands were trembling. The opponent, standing still, asked if he really thought that his skills were the same as those zombies. Grinning, the man added that he had now also become a murderer. The bird appeared in the sky. Suddenly, the claws landed on his hand. The player was looking down. A system appeared from the raven's eye. The man, without showing his face, said that he had found the player. The character appeared in the projection. People fought. Knitting his eyebrows, Noah asked what was wrong with that guy, adding that he was strong. Smiling, the villain declared that he was not bad, adding that although they only had a spear without any protective object, he was able to dodge all their attacks, quickly deliver fatal blows and kill everyone in one go. The players lay dead. Starting to attack, the enemy said that because of this, he had even more work to do. Swinging for a blow, the opponent said that he was sure that his bag was full of objects. The red eye of the main character appeared, thought that he clearly sees the opponent's attacks. There was a blow. A cut appeared on the protagonist's neck, asking what had happened, because he had definitely dodged. Grinning, the guy asked where all his enthusiasm had gone. Blocking the attack, the young man stated that the enemy's attacks are faster than his reaction, adding that although he sees them, his body does not have time, because the criterion of strength is not a simple physics that makes the character move. The opponent struck, making it clear that unlike ability-only competitions, there are many variables such as level, abilities, and items on a field of play where there are no level adjustments. In other words, it is possible to outperform the opponent even with basic specifics. Suddenly, the sword broke in half. Swinging, the villain said that, judging by the fact that he had a low level, but good physics, he was a schoolboy, adding that it was better for the boy to go do his homework. Fury appeared on the man's face. A bright flash appeared. The player has blocked the enemy's sword. Making an angry face, the opponent asked who else he was. Knitting his eyebrows, the man apologized for interfering, adding that he also had something to do with that guy. Glancing away, the player asked if he had used illegal software during the competition he had recently competed in. Looking ahead, Noah stated that he had never used such a thing. A vein appeared on the villain's face, asking how he dared to get into their fight. Suddenly there was a blow. The enemy's sword trembled violently. Holding the blade to the man's neck, the warrior said that this meant that he had increased the synchronization level to 400% without anything. With a surprised expression, Noah asked about the synchronization, asking if he had actually done it, and asked about what he was trying to deceive him, adding that at the time of his last attack, the synchronization level measurement had exceeded 400%. The evil face of the main character appeared. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that such a number had never been recorded before, asking what he wanted to say that he did not use a program to artificially increase this level. In the end, the protagonist answered in the negative, adding that measuring the synchronization level is a paid function, so he never did it. The man's face was stunned, thinking that the interlocutor did not know his level. The guy looked ahead. A chest appeared, saying that he had received a statement, and that was why he was here. The entity, waving his hand, stated that there was a suspect in the use of illegal software. Knitting his eyebrows, the young man thought that this was the controlling monster, asking what was going on here. Closing his eyes, the monster ordered the suspect to perform the suspicious act again. In turn, the man stated that he knew nothing about illegal programs, suggesting that he punish the criminal. Making an angry face, Slime stated that if he uses illegal programs, his profile in the game will be banned forever, so he asks him to obey. Knitting his eyebrows, the master asked about what the blocking meant, asking about it, even after he said that he had not used illegal software. The man's hand appeared, saying that if he didn't do it, everything was simple. Looking ahead, the player asked him to prove that he was right. The warrior drew his sword. Stretching out his hand to his head, the villain said that he was thinking why the low-level player held himself so well, adding that he turned out to be a cheater, asking that now the masked man would not interfere with them. In turn, the hero answered positively. A warrior appeared. Grinning, the opponent said that then he would simply deal with the violator. Rushing to the attack, the enemy said that all his items would be for him. The attack was blocked by the sword. Noah defended himself against the multiple attacks, thinking about how he had never measured the synchronization level, adding that he just lived thinking that he had it a little higher than the others, continuing that he heard that the villain had a synchronization level of 200%, but he said that his level was twice as high. The offender's face appeared. The protagonist's body appeared, making it clear that until now there has not been a player with a synchronization level higher than 400%, and he is the first to leave a record of such a level, so this could mean that he is number one in the world. Gritting his teeth, the enemy asked why he was smiling. Grinning, the protagonist thought that this meant that he was special. Holding the blade in his hand, the guy thought about the fact that he needed to concentrate, because he was late when he tried to react to the opponent's attacks after looking at them. There was confidence on the opponent's face. The skeleton of a man appeared, making it clear that if he could increase his sensitivity to the limit and read the movement of the joints necessary for the opponent to make a blow, it would be nice. The man's yellow brain appeared, indicating that he was trying to pierce his left shoulder. The opponent's blade flew past the target. Looking out the window of the system, Slime was shocked by the number. Holding the sword in his hand, the man thought about the fact that now there would be a vertical slit on the right side. The player dodged the blow. There was a cut in the face of the enemy. Gritting his teeth, the opponent thought about who this guy was, adding that he was dodging his attacks, knowing them in advance, asking that he saw the future. The warrior continued to attack. Putting on a serious face, the assistant said that he did not see the use of third-party programs, adding that the maximum synchronization level was 527%. Cuts were visible on the body of the villain. Knitting his eyebrows, the man said that 400 were already out of the realm of reality, but the man says that the character surpassed 500%, asking if it was really a non-standard appearance. The opponent began to disappear. The red eyes of the young man appeared. Going forward, the man said that he had now proven that he had not used any illegal software, asking if that was true. Looking ahead, the player answered positively, adding that he was wrong to suspect the interlocutor, adding that, since he came, he had a proposal for this. In turn, the master replied that he did not. Putting on a confident face, the warrior stated that he had learned that he had been special in the game world all along. Looking ahead, Noah stated that he didn't think he could lose to anyone right now, asking that he had said that such actions were not against the rules, adding that judging by how good the weapon was at killing, it seemed expensive, and went on to say that he wanted to take it, asking if he minded. A masked face appeared. Closing his eyes, the man said that he still needed to deal with the condition of the killer, offering to talk later. The human body was divided into two parts. Suddenly, the player suffered a severe blow, thinking about why he did not see anything, asking if he did not have a high level of synchronization. Looking to the side, the man said the name of the character, adding that if he wants to return the items, have him come to the player with the nickname hidden in the bushes, continuing that he will wait for him to contact them. The face of a young man in a blackout appeared. The inscription about the end of the game appeared. A lot of gadgets appeared, and it became clear that along with the creation of the virtual world, in reality, discoveries were made in science and technology, especially in robotics, so over time, robots with incredibly accurate artificial intelligence and high performance were introduced. Because of this, robots gradually replaced humans in many areas until they completely displaced them from the service sector. The assistant was holding the child in his arms. A robot protector appeared, making it clear that the robot, seeing a crying boy in front of it, could not help but be embarrassed, since this child had never shown emotions before, even when coming home covered in abrasions and scratches. Noah hid his face behind his hand. Lowering his head, the main character asked what he should do. The robot, without changing his face, thought about what was bothering the boy, and it was clear that he was tormented by some kind of feeling from within. Since the situation happened for the first time, the reaction was delayed, but this reaction was anger, and in order to calm this feeling, anger had to be splashed out on someone. An angry face appeared on the robot's screen. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that he had lost all the game items. Rubbing his hands, the assistant announced that he would beat him to death first, and this someone was standing right in front of him. A room appeared. Standing in front of the owner, the robot said that it was not enough to spend money in an internet cafe, so he was also going to exchange all the gold that he had accumulated for adulthood, but lost it, asking if this was true. In turn, the interlocutor answered positively. The gadget, pointing to the indicator, stated that some people are even trying to save on the electricity bill, so they don't even dream of a fully charged battery, adding that at that time he was wasting money, continuing that he said not to go to the cafe anymore. In turn, the guy stated that it was for his future investments. Knitting his eyebrows, the assistant asked about what to talk about with the gambler, adding that if he wants to get all his gold and items back, he needs to find a man with the nickname hiding in the bushes, telling him to just go and find him. Putting his hand on his head, the young man said that if he changed them, would he return them, especially considering that this was his last money. In turn, the interlocutor shouted that if necessary, he should beg for it at his feet. In the end, the man replied that he had never asked anyone for a favor before, asking what he should do. Exhaling heavily, the gadget announced that he had not yet asked anyone for anything, but was already such an adult, adding that he would teach him the skill of asking for a favor based on preloaded data, continuing that the difficulty was high, so he needed to be prepared. With a serious expression on his face, Noah thought about how that skill had a high demand. A snail appeared. The face of the man who had been listening to him return his items and money appeared. The player was looking ahead. The main character made a great bow. Standing on his hands, the protagonist stated that he had heard that this was the best way to ask someone for something. In turn, the interlocutor said that he should get up, because he still wanted to return everything, under certain conditions, of course. The guy sat down on his feet. A black hand appeared. Holding out the contract of the game, the player stated that he would return everything if he answered his questions. Looking out the window of the system in surprise, the young man thought that if he lied, he would lose all his belongings. The contract of the game appeared, making it clear that there are the above-mentioned contracts within the world in order to get the support of the system with their help. The execution of these contracts is absolute, so both parties are on equal terms. Holding his hand to his chin, the man thought that judging by the content of the contract, everything was not so bad for him, adding that he also had a lot to ask of him, asking if he could ask questions on the same terms. Looking ahead, the player replied positively, adding that he must be interested in a lot of things. Additional points appeared. The warrior's clothes returned to his body. Hugging himself, Noah said things about things. In turn, the man suggested moving on to questions. Without showing his face, the interlocutor asked if he was really a student of the school. Raising one eyebrow, the main character thought that he could just give vague answers, because this is not considered a lie. He answered in the negative. Suddenly, things on the protagonist exploded. Making a stupid face, the guy asked why this happened. Covering his eyes with his hand, the man said that the virtual reality game could read his mind, adding that if he lied, he would only make a fool of himself. Lowering his hand, the young man said that he was in high school, asking if he could pick up some of his belongings. In turn, the player said that now it was his turn to ask. Clothes and gold coins appeared. Lowering his head, the man asked why he was doing this to him. In the end, the warrior stated that he needed to find out about it, adding that he wanted to take the interlocutor to the game team, continuing that he should take it as an interview. Looking to the side, the young man asked about the playing team, asking which team he was talking about. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy said that his turn was over, asking what kind of career he wanted to make. Putting on his clothes, the champion thought about what these stupid questions were, answering that the one that would make a lot of money, asking which team he was talking about. In turn, the player said that it was the team of the league playing in the Fantastic Academy. Suddenly, Noah's eyes widened, thinking about what he was saying about that very Fantastic Academy. Crossing his arms, the man spoke about the next question, asking if he liked to play. Looking ahead, the main character answered positively, adding that getting into such a team is the dream of every pro gamer, suggesting that this person is somehow connected with them, because since nothing fell out of him, he tells the truth, continuing that he cannot even dream that he will get into the academy, asking if he really can get into a fantasy academy. A football stadium appeared. Without showing his face, the man asked if it was a question. In turn, the protagonist thought that he accidentally said it out loud. In the end, the man said that he could still think that he was suitable. Tilting his head, the player declared that further, fighting with an opponent stronger than him, even when the loss is already predetermined, whether he will have the courage to go against the opponent. Smiling, the guy replied that it went without saying. Suddenly, the image of the villain appeared. Without showing his eyes, the young man asked why he immediately thought about the offender, adding that he knew the answer to this question. But where did the feeling that he was lying come from? A dark haze appeared. The man was holding his head. Suddenly, the interlocutor bit his lip. Lowering his head, the player replied in the negative, adding that he did not want to participate in a battle in which he would not win. Clenching his hand into a fist, Noah said that it was useless, and even an attempt would be pathetic, adding that he wanted to do everything to avoid such a situation. Gritting his teeth, the main character said that if this is not the last battle, he will be able to overcome himself and become better. In turn, the man said that every year there is a competition among the students of the Fantastic Academy. Surprise appeared on the face of the interlocutor. Looking ahead, the player said that all the teams, under the supervision of teachers, look only towards victory in order to become representatives of the academy, adding that among them many desperately gnaw out a place for themselves in the sun, but fail and give up on their dreams, continuing that, unfortunately, not many survive in this fight. Players stood on monsters. The man's hand reached for the sword, saying that someone's dreams are destroyed, and someone else's comes true, because this is a place where only one person can become the best. Holding out his sword, the master asked if he had the courage to survive in such a world. The blade was right in front of Noah's throat, and it became clear that, to be honest, he hated losing, because he attacked a villain in a game that I know as well as possible, because he was sure that he would defeat him, but in real life, their capabilities are like heaven and earth. For one reason only, his gang did not resist, but if you do not enter the battlefield from the very beginning, then the fate of a loser can be avoided. Then what to do if you encounter an enemy that cannot be defeated? A powerful beam of energy appeared. People looked in different directions. The main character raised his head. The monster reached out with his hand to the enemy. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared. The guy looked up. Making a menacing face, the young man thought that the answer was obvious, adding that he had known it from the beginning, but the realization came late. Holding on to the blade of his sword, the man said that it was now his turn to ask. Making a confident face, the player asked if he didn't need someone who could become an ace. The man looked ahead. Putting the blade away, the other party replied that he needed one, but that he still lacked the necessary skills, adding that he was not sure of its usefulness, even though it was highly synchronized, and continued that he still had a lot to learn. The warrior was holding his hand. Approaching the interlocutor, the warrior said that he could only give advice, adding that in the process of admission he needed to pass the test with his own hands. Placing his hand on Noah's shoulder, the man said that there would be one last question now, saying that the goal was to take an entrance test in 3 months, asking if he was ready to undergo a rigorous training. Smiling, the main character thought about how he could really get into a fantasy academy, answering positively. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that this is how he imagined it, stating that he swears that he is here at the request of the teacher. Looking at the girl, the guy asked who she was. Grinning, the lady said that he had come after all. Without showing her face, the lady asked if he was another person recommended by the professor, and in turn the young man asked what her words meant, asking if someone else had been recommended. As she warmed up, Miss said that he didn't seem to have heard anything, adding that it didn't really matter. Surprise appeared on the man's face. The girl suddenly attacked. There was a kick. The lady's foot landed on the ground. Knitting his eyebrows, the player asked why she was attacking so suddenly. A hand appeared on the face of the interlocutor. The lady punched her opponent in the stomach, telling her to hear that he had a high level of synchronization. The warrior's mouth drooled. Smiling, Miss offered to fight. There was information about a Fantastic Academy, which was a national educational institution for everything related to the internet, where only the elite go. Taking a fighting stance, Noah asked what it meant to say that they would fight. In turn, the girl asked how he thought. Squeezing her hand, the lady said that it seemed that he did not feel much pain, suggesting that he dulled the pain, asking what percentage of sensitivity he had. Making a furious face, the protagonist asked what she thought he would tell this to the person who attacked him. Needing her hand, the lady repeated the question about what percentage of sensitivity he had. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought about what it was, assuming that it was also connected to the academy, answering that his sensitivity percentage was 1. In turn, the interlocutor asked how such a person could have such a good synchronization, adding that everyone is going out of their way to raise this indicator and reduce sensitivity to pain to at least 20%. The guy's eye appeared, saying that it was possible to increase the level of synchronization, reducing sensitivity to pain. Taking the stand, the lady declared that she did not like him, since she could only lower the pain threshold to 20%, assuming that if she hit him 20 times, he would feel the right level of pain. Looking at the approaching fist, the young man asked what it meant to say that she did not like him. The man dodged the blow. Smirking, the master asked what she thought. He would fall for the same trick several times. The player opened his eyes wide, thinking that he needed to try to remember the feeling like last time. Mrs. Face appeared. There was a blow. The man, holding the dossier, spoke about Noah, who was 16 years old, adding that he had now enrolled in a high school located in a certain city. Looking down, the guy said that only because he did not have his own virtual simulator, they paid for a 3-month subscription to the nearest internet room. In turn, the interlocutor answered positively. In the end, the employee asked how it went. Looking ahead, the boss said that Noah's level of synchronization was extraordinary, but that he still had a lot to learn in other areas. Looking at the document, the man said that it would be difficult for him to leave only due to the high level of synchronization, adding that today it takes much more to achieve something, while the professor said that this is why he asked Carrie to fight him. Looking to the side, the employee asked what would happen if he developed an injury from the beating. In turn, the head said that they would soon find out the result. Keeping his hand in his pocket, the man said that nothing could be known for sure, adding that there were so many monsters in the world that they were beyond expectations. The character of the assistant appeared. Holding her opponent's hand, the girl greeted the professor. Looking ahead, the guy wondered if his expectations were too high. Looking up, the main character said that he should do something against that radish. In turn, the lady asked what this word meant. The player slapped himself in the face, saying that they should allow them to introduce each other again. A forest appeared. A hero has appeared, who was chosen as a candidate for enrollment, so he will soon begin training. Carrie looked spiteful, and it became clear that for his information, she was enrolled in the group 6 months after being selected as a candidate. Looking ahead, the man said that soon they would work in a team, so it was time to look for common ground. In turn, the protagonist asked that she was also a candidate. In the end, the girl said that he was just offered as a candidate. Looking at the conflict, the employee understood how it would end. Going aside, the lady said that she had fought as agreed, asking if she could now train, while the ally asked if he could ask something, asking how her duel had gone. Turning her head, the lady asked about the duel with him. The lady's face showed dislike, saying that she felt uncomfortable. Glancing to the side, the man thought about the trouble. Without showing his face, the guy asked who she was, asking that all the other candidates were the same as her, while the superior said that he had chosen only them, and no one else, asking if he could ask about his impressions after the duel with the candidate. Confusion appeared on the young man's face, saying that he felt that synchronization alone was not enough to become a pro gamer, adding that Carrie moved instinctively, as if she was constantly training, continuing that the girl was much stronger than her previous opponent, so he seemed to hit a wall. The character knitted his eyebrows. The man braced himself for a punch. The lady was hit in the shoulder. There was a kick. Lowering his head, the master said that after using his synchronization, he seemed to be squeezed like a lemon. In turn, the man said that he correctly went through all the points, adding that it was the fact that he used all the synchronization, making it clear that if he reached the limit, he would temporarily burn out, continuing that in such a state it would be impossible to activate the synchronization to sharpen the senses. Saying that this is why he was able to cut him last time. The player was on fire. Noah sat on the floor. The main character looked ahead in confusion. A lot of silhouettes appeared in space, and it was clear that in order to be a good player in a virtual game, synchronization alone is not enough, because you need to learn martial arts for game skills and meditation for mental ones, so professionals learn new things without putting it off. Looking down, the man stated that he had asked Carrie to fight so that he would understand this. In turn, the protagonist asked that the fact that she had been in the group for 6 months meant that she had been training for 6 months. In the end, the employee answered positively. Smiling, the protagonist said that this meant that he would simply catch up with her 3 months before the test, while the interlocutor stated that this was impossible. Making a displeased face, the guy asked why it was, while the superior said that he did not even expect that he would reach her level before the test, adding that his trump card was synchronization, and her main feature was martial skills, because she was born with a talent for martial arts. The silhouette jumped over the mountains. The girl was standing on her hand. The lady looked down, and it was clear that as a recommended admission student, she spent the whole day in the game, so it was better to say that he would catch up with her by the time she was admitted. Looking ahead, the man said that of course he was also a candidate, so he could make arrangements with the school to let him focus solely on training. Making a joyful face, the young man thought that this meant that he did not need to go to school if he did not want to, adding that he would no longer have to suffer from the villain and his gang. The guys appeared. A smile appeared. The smile disappeared. Without showing his face, the man said that he still had things to do, asking if he could concentrate on training after he finished it. In turn, the employee said that he could do as he wanted, adding that he could say goodbye to his friends and all that. The hero knitted his eyebrows. A tall building appeared. The girl, holding the tablet, began a roll call. Noah's empty space appeared, and it was clear that he was missing today. The man looked away. Sunset appeared. The guy said goodbye to his friends, raising his hand. The young man looked down. Headphones appeared. Smiling, the student said that he had held out for a long time, but gave up, adding that he was just a loser without talents and parents. A disheveled Noah appeared. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the guy said that if he hadn't bothered him so much, he wouldn't have received blows from him. Smiling, the young man said that the fact that he could not see that garbage in front of his eyes was very refreshing to him, asking if he could not have dumped earlier. The man spread his hands to the side. Suddenly a blue eye appeared. Taking the headphones out of his ears, the student asked who he was, adding that the main character was waiting for him. Making a surprised face, the protagonist asked what he was doing here, asking if he was interested in finding out who the character who had recently killed him was. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy said that this could not be. Hands appeared. Making a confident expression on his face, the player declared that the character belongs to him. Having taken a fighting stance, the man offered to fight in real life. An image of two people appeared, and it was clear that the synchronization level and the avatar were in correlation. The man wore glasses, and it was clear that his glasses didn't actually have diopters, so there was only one benefit to using them, because they were the material for creating a character, and he put on glasses, hiding his real self, and played a cold, timid guy. A section of the wardrobe appeared. The guy was sitting at the table, making it clear that this could be considered the end of the birth of the character for the school, so he put all the sorrows on Noah, but once he puts on the mask of the character, he can express himself in virtual reality. The young man stood against a background of people. Showing a joyful face, the disciple said that thanks to this method, he could not break down in a cruel world, adding that this was his personal way of life, suggesting that it was quite clever, because you need to accept your unhappiness in reality. But nothing would change no matter how much he waved his arms and legs, saying that in any case you will not lose until you enter the battlefield. Declaring that only fools get involved in a fight that they will lose. The man was smiling. The guy's face came closer. Noah's legs appeared, saying that, in truth, the character belongs to him. Knitting his eyebrows, the main character said that this time they would fight in real life. The embittered face of the opponent appeared. Without showing his face, the enemy asked that the character really belonged to him. Approaching forward, the villain realized that it was still the one. Looking down at the boy, the young man asked what would happen now. After slapping his arm, the opponent asked what he was saying. He was saying he wanted to be beaten to death. Opening his eyes wide, the player thought that there was nothing to be afraid of, adding that he himself had been waiting for the moment when he would be far from his gang, continuing that he had used the battle simulator many times, saying that you just need to think about the fact that everything is the same as in the game, saying that first you need to provoke the villain and make his mental state shake. Without showing his face, Noah turned to the offender. Smiling, the main character said that he really played badly. A red thread broke over the enemy, asking that he really wanted to die. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy thought about what he was advancing, adding that if you follow the words of the blogger talking about the fights, the most likely first attack of an overexcited person is a blow with the right hand. A man appeared in flames. There was a kick in the stomach. The blogger made a stupid face, asking for forgiveness. Tears appeared on the protagonist's face. Swinging for a blow, the villain asked that he really thought that if he was alone, he would be able to win. A lot of blows rang out. The man gritted his teeth. The guy began to attack sloppily, wishing his opponent death. The enemy felt the children's spanking. Making a foolish face, the young man thought about how he had fought in the simulation in a completely different way, adding that for some reason he couldn't think. A blow to the head with a hand appeared. The player fell to the ground. Looking at the leg, Noah listened to him fighting just like he looked, ugly. Holding his opponent by the neck, the student asked that he really took him for a weak one. There was a blow to the face. Sitting on the main character, the villain asked that today, instead of going to school, he threw drugs, or something, adding that if he whined, as always, he would get off with less, continuing about what he was doing that he had never tried to do. Making a scary face, the enemy asked what he thought that if he was alone, he would not be able to be defeated. In turn, the protagonist answered positively. A black background appeared. Looking ahead, the guy said that if he was alone, then he was not afraid at all, spitting blood. Liquid appeared on the villain's face. An eye appeared. There was a punch in the face. A lamppost stood in the city. Standing over the vanquished, the man began to regain his breath. Wiping the sweat from his face, the opponent ordered him not to be seen again, because he could really finish him off. Going into the distance, the young man said that he was nothing. Stopping, the man heard a question about where he was going. Noah was getting back on his feet. Making a serious face, The main character stated that he had never been able to hit him yet. The guy ran at the villain, swinging for a blow. The student said that he should simply die. A falling leg appeared. The young man avoided the blow. A person fell to the ground. Tears came from the protagonist's eyes, thinking that maybe because he was beaten too hard, his legs were not felt, adding that, after all, he could not defeat the villain in a fight. A silhouette of the creature appeared, asking if he had the fighting spirit to confront his opponent, even if he was already sure of losing. In turn, the protagonist asked if he would not be able to answer yesterday's question of the professor, adding that this was true, because this was the first time he fought so hard against the villain, continuing to that he had already done a good job, saying that he was really amazing. Because he did not die after all those beatings, but will it really? All end with the fact that he just went up against his opponent, asking what would change if he met with an opponent whom he could not resist, asking that this was the right answer. Offenders appeared. The man's head was tilted down. A blurry image of the professor appeared. Hands appeared, and it was clear that he did not care anymore, because now he only wanted to lie down and rest. His hand grabbed the blade. Holding on to his sword, the character asked if he really didn't need a person who would become an ace, asking why he then said about an ace. A leg appeared. The hand was preparing for an attack. There was hope on the man's face, saying that now he could not even fall when he wanted. The blow was aimed directly at the villain's face. The fist was approaching. There was an attack on the face. The opponent flew far away because of the blow. Stretching his fist forward, the young man did not show his face. A brown eye appeared. Closing his eyes, the man thought that he needed to defend himself. The offender was lying on the ground in a blackout. Noah's face showed a sense of guilt. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that he should stop pretending that he was fainting, adding that if he continued, he would begin to believe that he had won by calling his opponent names several times. Glancing ahead, the protagonist wondered if this was true. Tears came to the guy's face. Raising his head, the young man began to shout with joy, and it was clear that the man was 15 years old at that time, because that was the day when he shouted to his heart's content for the first time in his entire life. The door began to open. Lowering his head, the man announced that he had come. In turn, the robot noticed this, asking if he had a good time with friends. Taking off his clothes, the player answered positively. In turn, the assistant said that he himself said that he did not need to go to school today, saying that he could rest at home, because this is how young people recuperate. In the end, the owner asked that he had learned this grumbling again while watching TV, adding that he seemed to be dying. Looking ahead, the timid man said that if he came from the street, he needed to wash, asking when he would correct his habits. The body of a drone appeared. Suddenly, the gadget turned, asking if the same thing happened to his face. Smiling, the main character said that he should not exaggerate, adding that he fell down the stairs. Spreading his arms, the robot asked how it was possible to fall down the stairs so that his face turned into this. In turn, the man said that he did not have to worry too much, because he had beaten the ladder properly. The protagonist smiled. There was bewilderment on the assistant's face, asking what this even meant. A hotel in the village appeared. Crossing his arms, the man said that he had finished faster than he thought. Without showing his face, the man said that he thought it would take at least a week. In turn, Noah said that the sooner he started training, the better. Sitting at the table, the professor asked that he had said goodbye to his friends properly. In turn, the interlocutor said that he had done everything perfectly. In the end, the superior thought about how he said goodbye to them. Smirking, the player said that first, he would tell him about the test for admission to the academy on recommendation, which is the goal, adding that in the Fantastic Academy there are 10 professors who control the playing teams, continuing that competitions are held to recruit from 5 to several dozen participants in each, saying that they constantly organize such competitions. But suddenly there was a problem. Because due to the fact that there is no limit on the number of players in the team who can apply, the participants applying to the best teams were thrown out, and as a result, teams with an insufficient number of people appeared. Then the academy prepared countermeasures. Silhouettes of people appeared. There were different numbers of players on the scales. Looking ahead, Noah said that this countermeasure was the one that came on recommendation. Putting on a serious face, the man stated that the professors were looking for talented people outside, and the academy allowed them to recommend 2 people a year, adding that the recommendation test tested their abilities, and was carried out to exclude dishonest admissions, continuing that if he could not get enough points, he would not be able to enter the academy. Knitting his eyebrows, the main character thought that if he failed, all his efforts would burst like a soap bubble. Grinning, the employee said that he had nothing to worry about. Pointing his finger, the professor said that he needed all the basics beyond the level of synchronization, adding that during the 3 months left for training, he would fill in all these gaps by offering to start training. A training suit appeared, and it was clear that there were a total of 4 classes determined by the professor, and the first was a lecture from a man. The man pointed to the blackboard. Making a disgruntled face, the protagonist thought about the fact that once a day he listened to lectures and accumulated the missing knowledge of virtual reality, such as information about the synchronization level, combat theory, player position, and so on. Sweat fell on the guy's hands, and it was clear that the second stage was the tempering of physical strength in reality, because the professor believed that he was playing with his physical body. Looking at the owner, the robot said that he had the body of a nerd. A fight with monsters appeared, making it clear that the third day was investing time in hunting and leveling up in the game, because he said that you need to get used to the schedule of the academy in virtual reality, in which you are 10 hours a day. The young man made an angry face. A blow to the face appeared. Carrie attacked, and it was obvious that the last test was the daily 2-hour fist fights with the girl, because the use of increasing the synchronization level is prohibited. Looking ahead, the lady asked why she should help with the training of the boy, adding that he had a slightly increased percentage of sensitivity, so now it became more interesting to hit. There were multiple attacks on the opponent. Receiving a blow in the face, the young man thought of the girl. Smiling, the lady stated that the more she hits, the more fun it is. In turn, the man thought that he was sure that he could not defeat her in his current state, asking if there were really many people like her in the academy. A sudden blow appeared, and it was clear that in order to fight the likes of her, he needed some other weapon besides the synchronization layer. The lady dodged the blow. There was a strong kick to the chin, making it clear that even if he can't win, he needs to endure it, because what he learned in a fight with the villain is if he doesn't give up, then the opponent will someday open up. A fist hit right in the face. A counterattack appeared. The man received a blow to the stomach. Making a menacing expression on his face, Noah began to scream. Hitting her rival, the girl ordered him to shut up. The main character's room appeared, and it became clear that 3 months had passed. A backpack appeared, making it clear that everything was ready. With folded hands, the robot asked that he had definitely not forgotten anything, adding that he should take a good look and not miss anything. In turn, the owner told him to stop grumbling, because he had just checked everything. Putting on his shoes, the protagonist stated that at this rate he could miss the train, shouting that he would be back soon. Looking ahead, the assistant said that he should not be confused when he was not needed. Standing in the room, the gadget said that if he ran like that, he would fall. The face of a robot appeared. Looking at the people, the assistant said that, if you think about it, it's been 5 years since he got here, adding that his son had a dream, continuing that he seemed to want to become a pro gamer. The parents were in the photo. A guy appeared, and it became clear that this was the same Noah who had been crying since their disappearance. Now he was going to step forward with a serious face. Standing in front of the table, the assistant announced that it seemed that there would be testing in a place called the Academy tomorrow, telling them to support their son so that he could do what he wanted. A station appeared. The young man suddenly jumped into the train car. Dusting off his clothes, the man said that he barely had time. Looking around, Noah thought that the train was really beautiful. Holding on to his heart, the main character realized that he had already begun to worry. Suddenly, something caught the protagonist's attention, and it became clear that the train had begun to depart. The transport began to move. Looking out the window, the guy announced that he was heading to another city for the first time, assuming that it would be much larger than the one in which he currently lives. Looking at his hand, the man said that the professor had even bought such an expensive ticket for him, asking what he would do if he failed the exam. Clenching his fist, the master said that everything would be fine, because he had been training seriously up to that moment, adding that he should be self-confident. Holding his head, the player said that he had never beaten Carrie before. Suddenly Noah's eyes widened. Sunset appeared. The sun was above the water. The main character was smiling. Making a happy face, the protagonist stated that now he really feels that he is going to the academy. The railway tracks appeared. A station appeared. Looking ahead, the guy heard a voice that he had really arrived. Waving his hand, the man called the young man. Holding his hand in his pocket, the man asked what his name was. Noah. Coming forward, the employee said that he was the guide sent by the professor, adding that he should call him Kim's assistant. In turn, the young man greeted the interlocutor, thinking that it was true the one the professor was talking about, because he was very active. The man took off his glasses, welcoming him to the new city. A huge blue ball appeared. The city was at sunset. Holding out his hand, the assistant said that this hotel was provided by the academy for a student on the recommendation of a student who had come from afar. Stretching out his hands, the person asked if he could really accept such an attitude towards himself. In turn, the interlocutor answered positively, adding that he can also use all the services of the hotel unlimitedly, continuing that in real life he looks even more innocent than in the game, saying that it is pleasant to watch. Looking ahead, Noah asked if they had met in the game world. Taking a strange pose, Kim said that it was he who recommended him to the professor, asking who he was then. Gesticulating, the man stated that he was a popular streamer. There were no changes on the protagonist's face. Turning around, the protagonist said that he was indeed a streamer, thanking him for recommending him, thinking that he went there only to fight the villain, so he did not watch the broadcasts at all. In turn, the assistant asked what kind of cold reaction it was. A backpack appeared. Raising a finger, the man said that virtual reality was temporarily banned, because the professor said that today they should rest, staying in the room. Suddenly a brown eye appeared, hearing some but. Smiling, he said that he really had to go on a date now, too, and asked how about pretending that they didn't know anything about each other's actions, on the condition that he told the professor that he was watching him well. Showing a joyful face, the main character said that he would subscribe to the streamer. The hotel playroom appeared. Sitting in a chair, the protagonist said that he would finally be able to see this, because you can't get all the way to the city and not go here. A digital city appeared, making it clear that virtual reality was created exactly like the city itself. A lot of players appeared, and it became clear that the local world can only be connected from the city, because it is said that all the changes and structures of the city are displayed in real time, so you can use an avatar that will be much faster than the real body, which will make you feel like you have become a superhero. And this place is also on the list of the most popular places for tourism. Putting on the helmet, the man began to launch the game. A room appeared. After looking at the hand, the player stated that it really felt like he was using an avatar in the real world. The foreman ran out of the building. Suddenly a lot of people appeared. Pointing to the food, the chef shouted that people should try and order, and they would immediately deliver the dishes in real life. The girl, holding her hand to her face, shouted that she was looking for someone to play minigames with. The street was lively. Looking ahead, Noah thought that this was the mirror world, wondering if the majority of the city's residents spend most of their time here. Starting to run, the main character said that now is not the time for walks, because he needs to find her. A lonely bench appeared. Smiling, the protagonist found what he was looking for. Looking ahead, the guy said that the statue of the player exists only in the mirror world, adding that he suddenly disappeared from his field of activity from everyone, but his name is still on people's lips, continuing that he was the best player who left countless achievements gained during his activities. The player's face appeared. Looking ahead, the young man stated that it was written on the internet that if you pray to the statue, the game will always go smoothly. Making a stupid face, the master asked for help to enter the academy as a student on the recommendation. Suddenly a girl appeared. Looking at each other, the players asked why they were there, and Noah asked if she had also come to pray to the statue, because she was as worried as he was. Making an irritated face, the lady asked that maybe he would stop putting them on the same level. Looking ahead, the lady assumed that he really came to the game room in the hotel, adding that the professor had given him to rest today, while the interlocutor said that this was a secret, so he could not tell anything, adding that she was also an exchange student, like him, therefore, the professor should treat it the same way. Pointing her finger at herself, the lady declared that she was an ace, so everything was fine. In the end, the man thought that he did not like her character at all. Waving his hand, the student said that he had just arrived here, so he still had a lot to see. In turn, the miss asked where he was going, while the guy answered about the academy. Putting her hand on her belt, the girl asked what these useless actions were for, because he would not be able to enter there. In turn, the interlocutor asked what she said. Making a face full of hostility, the lady spoke of useless actions. Turning his head, Noah thought that he really wouldn't be able to enter the fantasy academy, wondering what had been going on in the last 3 months of his life. The lady sat on the player, making it clear that out of 132 fights, he lost every single one, because he never even managed to damage her. But during endless losses, the desire for self-improvement of the main character became much stronger than the feeling of losing. Carrie's expression was evil. Drawing on paper, the protagonist thought daily about how to defeat his opponent, and even during training he tried to find his own special technique. Smiling, the guy looked at the paper, and it became clear that he had always enjoyed the process, because he thought of Carrie as a good competitor that he aspired to, and a rival that he had to defeat at all costs on his own. Because of this word, the girl became a blow to him. Without showing his face, the young man asked why he said so. Looking ahead, the man shouted that he wouldn't always lose either. Standing up, the lady asked that he wanted to fight. The player gritted his teeth. A smile appeared on the warrior's face. People ran at each other. A powerful blow rang out. Noah stood next to his opponent. Looking at her fist, the girl asked what it had just been. Without showing his eyes, the main character said that he would also pass tomorrow's test and would definitely enter the academy, adding that it should take back the words. A blue eye appeared. Grabbing the man by the hand, the lady said that she did not understand what he was talking about, asking why he always shouted about the obvious. Throwing her opponent forward, the lady asked what she should take. Starting to cry, the guy said that she had just said that he would not be able to enter the academy. In turn, his colleague said that of course he would not be able to. In the end, the young man added that she still continues to say this. Making an angry face, the lady asked how he would get there if the Mirror World Fantasy Academy was forbidden for people from the outside, adding that it had no incarnation for such people, so they couldn't even see the building from the outside, asking that he didn't even know it. There were tears on the face of the interlocutor. Making a foolish face, Noah asked how she hadn't said he couldn't go to the academy, and Miss asked him how strong the persecution was that he had heard it that way. Knitting her eyebrows, Carrie asked why she would say such a thing, since they were on the same team now, adding that if he failed tomorrow's exam, he would die at her hands, asking if he understood. Hope appeared on the face of the main character. The protagonist began to cry. A statue of the player appeared. Standing next to the guy, the girl said that she had warmed up a little and seemed to immediately want to eat, offering to eat together if he was in the hotel. In turn, the young man answered positively. Making a silly face, the player wondered what they would eat together, which meant that he would meet the real Carrie. The man took off his helmet. Legs appeared. Without showing his face, the man asked if the character belonged to him. She crossed her arms, and Noah thought that during the fight with her, he was interested in how she looks in reality. The girl hit the guy in the face, and he realized that his opponent had outstanding abilities despite the fact that they were the same age. A fist flew into the face of the main character. Looking at how quickly the lady strikes, the protagonist noticed that she has incredible striking power. The young man presented the internal organs, after which he formed an idea of who his ally was. The lady stuck out her tongue, covered with sweat. The boy could not understand why this was happening. Opening her mouth, the woman asked if they knew each other in the game. Looking down, Shia wondered why her interlocutor was looking at her with such a stupid look. Pointing at herself, the girl introduced herself by her nickname in the game. With her eyes wide open, the young lady offered to give her real names, because in real life they cannot call each other by the names of their characters. Raising his eyebrows, Noah introduced himself by name. Holding out her hand, the friend said that she was counting on her comrade. There were various dishes on the table. Beaming with happiness, the coach said that it was very tasty. Sitting at the table, the protagonist was surprised that his companion was so happy about a simple meal, after which Shia asked what city her student was from, to which she received an answer that he was from City I. Frowning, the protagonist heard the words that the girl is from F City, which is very close to his city. Imagining bandits with weapons, the guy remembered that this city is called the Underworld, because it has the highest crime rate and the lowest standard of living. Throwing the empty bowl on the table, the lady was pleased that she could eat in peace. Pointing with chopsticks, the young lady turned to her interlocutor. Opening his mouth, the friend reminded him that he had excelled in training in the use of synchronization. Covered with sweat, the young man replied that he did not like to lose, because he had good results. Wiping her lips, the companion revealed that she had become a student on recommendation after the professor recruited her after their battle. Baring her teeth, Shia explained that their first fight had taken place in the Time Heroes arena. Looking at the way her opponent tilted his head, the girl said that he didn't look like an academy professor at all, because he could accurately read her every move and ability, which allowed him to win time after time. Opening his mouth, Noah expressed surprise at how strong the professor was. Raising her index finger, the lady said that this is all strange, because he cannot be found even if you enter the ID of his character. Sweating, the main character asked if his ally had seen the professor in reality, to which he received a negative answer. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist listened to the words that he recommended them to the academy, which was attended only by the elite. Looking at the sunset, the guy assumed that they would find out the identity of the stranger tomorrow. The teacher looked ahead. Several people were sitting at the table. Holding his head straight, the man listened to the words that the director was going to reveal the content of tomorrow's exam so late. Lowering his gaze, the scientist reasoned over what their boss was up to. Opening his mouth, the teacher heard that someone had addressed him. Looking ahead, Basin asked about whether his friend had found any worthy students to recommend to the academy this year. Turning his head, the employee suggested that since his colleague was asking such a question, then he had also found someone capable, to which he received the answer that this time a real genius would be studying with him. Placing his hand on the table, the professor noted that his guys were not so simple either, and Siler objected by saying that they were still rootless children from the slums. The man looked away. Opening his mouth, the teacher heard the words that every year he brings poor people who spoil the image of their establishment. Crossing his arms over his chest, the teacher stated that a person's personality can manifest itself in any environment, so these children can become pioneers who will create a new generation, in response to which Bison supported this point of view, because he also found someone from the city of F. Frowning. The villain was unhappy that a person with no experience and with an unknown origin had become a professor and was now destroying the academy. Someone opened the door. Turning their heads, the professors heard that everyone was assembled. Closing one eye, the director apologized for being late. Sweating, Siler asked his boss not to apologize, because he was trying very hard for the common good. Raising his hand, the old man expressed a hope that everyone would like the content of the exam. Placing his hand on his hip, the boss suggested that the battle royale be held in test mode, where all students will start with their starting gear, and then be able to collect items and abilities scattered around the map in order to fight among themselves for victory. Furrowing his brows, the leader added that not only the winner will pass the exam, but also the people who score the most points for the level of survival and the content of their game. Looking at the projection, those present listened to the words that it was necessary to prepare a video with training, which was previously required from the professorial staff. Standing still, the principal said that they would now assign ranks to these 20 candidates, which would depend on the video recordings and the students' portfolios based on the recommendations. Looking at the portraits of the students, the head of the academy announced that 7 people had received the D rank, 5 guys had been awarded the C rank, 4 people had received the B rank, and only 3 had reached the A rank. Looking from under his brow, the old man added that 1 candidate had been given the rank of S. Looking at the silhouette of the unknown disciple, the headmaster gave notice that he would have a special benefit. Looking down at the screen, the professor listened to the words that it would be quite interesting to see how the students would react to the ranks assigned to them. Smiling broadly, the boss suggested starting faster, because it was already quite late. The neon lights of the city could be seen on the street. Noah was lying on the bed. Remembering how his girlfriend dragged him with her, the main character could not understand where such a friendly girl came from. The guys were photographed on the phone. Sweating, the protagonist expressed his hope that his new companion did not notice that he had no experience at all in communicating with friends in reality. Turning his head, the guy could not believe that his comrade was not worried at all. Looking at the city outside the window, the young man reflected on the fact that if he failed tomorrow's exam, then the past 3 months would be useless. Beginning to tremble with fear, the young man hoped that he would be able to pass. Standing in front of the table, the headmaster told that they had divided the disciples into ranks from D to S. The men looked at the chief. Sailor looked away. The teachers looked away. Turning their heads, the workers heard the words that the decision to award the candidate the rank of S was unanimous. Smiling broadly, the head asked if anyone had any objections to this. Adjusting his glasses, the professor noticed that this time there were real monsters of an absurdly high level at the exam. Lowering his head, the teacher hoped that the children would do well. A D-rank icon was visible on the screen, and a portrait of Noah appeared in the window. The corridor of the school was visible. The main character lowered his eyebrows. Sitting in some kind of device, the protagonist was amazed that he had actually come to a fantasy academy. Holding the book in his hands, the guy remembered that upon arrival he was immediately taken here. Looking at the textbook, the young man knew that it had been an hour since he had been asked to read it before the exam. Covered in sweat, the young man was annoyed that he had been so excited yesterday that he could not fall asleep, and also could not see the professor. With his eyes wide open, the boy was afraid that he would not be able to pass the exam. Punching himself in the face, Noah ordered himself to come to his senses. Shia sat on top of her defeated comrade, and he thought about the fact that he had lost all the 132 fights they had with his girlfriend. Starting to cry, the main character decided that he should get the highest result in this exam and take first place at all costs. Clenching his fist, the protagonist reasoned that this time he would be able to use the synchronization level, so he would fight with all his might. Looking up, the young man heard an announcement that the exam was about to begin, so the students had to go to a place called the intersection inside the academy. The young man looked at the virtual reality helmet. Looking at the school building, the young man firmly decided that he would definitely win. The player saw only emptiness. His eyes opened a little. There were many people in the hall. With his mouth open, the player couldn't believe that the royal palace was the venue for the exam. Looking at the couple, the young man understood something. The students looked away. Looking from under his brows, Noah guessed that everyone present had come on recommendation. Smiling, the girl called out to her ally. Frowning, the main character thought that all the time before he had only lost to her, but this time everything would be different. Turning away, the protagonist promised himself that today everything will change dramatically. The lady's pupils narrowed. Grabbing her friend, the young lady shouted that he had no right to ignore her. The guys looked ahead. Sitting on the throne, the headmaster said that all 20 people who had to pass the exam were now here. Looking down on him, the leader introduced himself with his disciples. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the young man was surprised to see the headmaster of this academy. Raising his hand, the old man expressed the hope that all the participants had carefully read the rulebook and understood it. Holding a hologram in his hand, the chief explained that this exam is a fantasy battle royale in which the fighters will become stronger by collecting items and leveling up, and the last surviving student will be among the members of the academy. Squinting his eyes, the head continued his speech by saying that it was necessary not only to survive, but also to prove his skills, but the last participant would receive the highest benefit. Raising his hand, the schoolboy asked permission to ask a question. Standing still, the boy asked what the rank that was written about in the book was. Looking at the students, the man explained that another topic of the exam was rank capture. The person raised his hands, and the director said that the participants began the game by being divided into groups from D rank to a rank, but a person with a lower rank could assign a higher rank to himself by killing his bearer. Sitting on the throne, the old man added that it was impossible to know one's rank from the beginning. Smiling, the leader shared the information that among the participants there is one applicant with the rank of S. Keeping his head straight, the head said that the attitude of the academy towards applicants will depend on their rank, so the person with the highest rank is provided with the best attention. Sweating, Noah thought that it sounded very cool. Raising her hand, the girl asked about the criteria for assigning ranks. Looking at the student, the director explained that the ranks were given by the entire teaching staff after assessing the combat abilities of the candidates, to which she replied that in this case, the criteria could not be accurate. Looking down, the teacher asked if the lady did not understand the results of the assessment. Frowning, the student listened to the words that if she did not like such a grading system, then she could leave right now. Raising his hand, the sage stated that their academy is the best educational body for the greatest professional players. The boy stood among strange faces, and the boss said that a professional player is the one who responds to the quiet accusations of the audience, while being in the epicenter of everything that is happening. Sitting on the throne, the old man added that it was this difference between them that became an indicator of a true star. Looking at the faces of her rivals, the disciple listened to the words that she should look at them carefully. The guys were smiling, and the leader said that this is the difference between those who will become a star and those who will not. Looking down on him, the mentor knew that on the faces of these people was written their desire to win. Holding his head straight, the director invited the girl to prove her dissatisfaction with her game. Stretching out his hand, The old man shouted that they had only one task, which was to show who they really were. The participants were enveloped in a blue glow, and the organizer invited them to prove with their game that they deserved to become students of the Fantastic Academy. Looking from under his brow, Noah listened to the words that this was the best environment for them to nurture their dreams. Numerous beams appeared from the wall, after which the announcement of the start of the game sounded. A man in a hood watched what was happening. Smiling, the professor promised to cheer for his chosen ones. Looking at the map of choosing the starting location, the main character realized that he had chosen a place while reading the book. Having chosen a point on the island, the protagonist decided that the best choice would be to start from there. A ray of light landed in the forest. The guy was lying on the grass. Smiling, the young man said that he had appeared in this place very noisily. Sitting on the ground, the young man knew that he had to do something before he would face the game the professor was telling him about. Looking at the red area on the map, the player thought about finding good items that are hidden on the map, after which dangerous areas will appear in which participants will begin to die. Looking at the many dangerous areas of the island, the boy reasoned that the more territories became dangerous, the more difficult it would be to obtain items in the final part of the game. Noah held steel shorts in his hands, which gave 2 points of defense. Covered with sweat, the main character was upset that there was no more useful item in the box. Examining the chest, the protagonist realized that in a survival game you need to be careful and not meet another participant at the very beginning, because if a battle begins, there will not be enough time to collect items. Sitting next to another newcomer, the guy hoped that he was not unlucky enough to meet the enemy at the very beginning. The young man looked ahead. The stranger looked in front of him. The young man turned his head. The snowman looked away. There was horror on the player's face. The creature began to melt, after which the IDs of 2 opponents appeared. Images of players appeared, and it was said that they were Examiner number 11 with the game ID Arc and Examiner number 7 with the nickname Gynus. A blue screen could be seen, and it could be heard that the 2 disciples had collided in the wild forest. The man, lowering his eyebrows, muttered that he had met another examinee only 5 minutes after the start, and added that Noah was unlucky. Holding his chin, the master said that due to the fact that they didn't have any items yet, there was a high probability of a protracted battle, after which Baizen chuckled and said that it seemed to him that their disciples had clashed. Looking at the professor, the teacher noticed that this was an uncomfortable situation. The headmaster lifted the corners of his lips, and it could be heard that he considered fun to be an important component, and if they decided to avoid the battle and run away, then it would undoubtedly affect his assessment, but if they started fighting, then the start would be disadvantageous for them. The players stood next to each other, and one of the men explained that the most rational choice would be to avoid the fight. The users turned sharply, and then the gentleman clarified whether they had decided to fight. A moment later, the guys scratched their heads. Sweat was dripping down the protagonist's face, and then the professor wondered if they were deliberately pretending not to see each other. Stretching out his index finger, Baizen exclaimed that it was inappropriate, and added that 2 of them had survived only because they were cowards, and at the same time the director of the academy asked what it was and said that it was boredom. There were 2 players on the blue map, and it was said that in normal battle royales, the same rule is always present, namely the system of sudden deaths, which exists to ensure that the game does not drag on, and the more time passes, the more the danger zone expands, and the fights of the players become tougher. Various territories were visible, and it was explained that in this exam, starting from the 10th minute after the start, 1 dangerous territory was added every 5 minutes, and now, when 25 minutes had passed, 7 out of 10 locations remained. The guy turned his gaze to the side, and then 0 battles passed, and the reason is that the content of the game is directly related to the grades for the exam. The young man was sitting on a branch. The elf was lying on the ground, and it was reported that because of this, the disciples remained too serious. An open chest appeared, and it was said that this silence was broken by a girl. Shia, with her hands at her sides, said that she had found a trace of another examinee. The coach, smiling, noticed that the fact that the murder log had not yet appeared indicated that everyone was just hiding. Standing in the dark corridor, the student said that she was in anticipation, because the level of the participants should be high, after which she wondered if only underpants had gathered here, and added that judging by the fact that the trail ended, he went here, and also asked if she should try to go hunting. A purple glow could be seen in the labyrinth. Sweat was dripping down the guy's cheek. Holding a sword in his hand, the player exclaimed that this was the best item he had seen in the rulebook, and he could not think that he would receive a legendary item that exists only in 1 copy in each type. Smiling, the user said that he still had a deadly luck. Lucky Puncher, turning his gaze to the side, said that in just 30 minutes from the beginning of the game, he had put on equipment above the unique from head to toe, and even at the entrance exam his luck did not fail. Raising his weapon above him, the warrior said that it was the same as announcing his victory in this game, when suddenly his opponent noticed that they had finally met. Shia, looking ahead, reported that he had hidden deeply, and then offered to fight. Grinning, the guy said that he was lucky, because he just wanted to test this weapon. Rushing from her seat, the girl asked if there was any point in introducing herself. A moment later, the players clashed with their swords. After repelling the enemy's attack, the young man said that judging by her appearance, she hadn't even finished pumping yet, and he had already completely improved. The student, opening her mouth wide, said that it was fine, and that if she killed him, she would get all this. His eyebrows lowered in bewilderment. The swordsman wondered if she didn't know how important the difference in equipment was in a battle royale. After breaking his opponent's weapon, the warrior reported that he was disappointed. Grinning slyly, the guy explained that this was luck, and the system wrote about the skill of destroying weapons. The lady's expression was confused, and at the same time the young man said that this was the first murder and wished himself a bon appetit. Suddenly, the student dodged the blow. Xia jumped back sharply. Looking ahead, the player wondered what these movements were. The girl stuck her sword into the floor, and her opponent wondered if it was acrobatics. Standing in front of the enemy, the student asked if the permission of her weapon was his strength, after which he replied that she only now realized the difference in combat strength due to the difference in objects. Throwing away the broken blade, the apprentice clarified if it meant it was good and exclaimed that it would be hers now, and then Lucky Puncher wondered if she understood what she was being told and said that it meant she wouldn't defeat him. The examinee touched the surface and said that he was the only one who thought so. Leaning on the floor, Xia asked if super game usually doesn't manifest itself in disadvantageous situations, and then called the opponent a player who has no abilities, but has a lot of good items. Opening his jaw menacingly, the guy clarified that she really thought that she could defeat him even without a weapon. Swinging his sword, the young man shouted that she should die, and added about idiotic rabbit ears. Suddenly, the girl grabbed her opponent by the neck. The lady bared her teeth. Suddenly, the student threw her opponent into the wall. The player's pupils quickly turned white. The student clenched her fist, and at the same time, the user thought that she was fast. Lucky Puncher clenched his jaw in fear. Xia struck near the opponent's head. Through the sweat on his face, the guy wondered how it was possible to deliver such a powerful blow with his bare hands. Waving his hand, the young man exclaimed that it was a scam and wondered if they had all started the game with the same parameters. Dodging the attacks of her opponent, the girl noticed that he was still poorly versed in the use of an avatar in intersection. The lady pulled her elbow back and explained that here his abilities from the real world were multiplied several times, and thanks to the well-manifested physical movement of the platform, if he was able to direct the flow of force. Then the student hit her opponent in the stomach. The player opened his mouth wide in pain, and the student reported that it was possible to deliver a devastating blow even with his bare hands. Sitting on the floor, the user muttered that as luck would have it, there was such a monster among the examinees, after which he wondered how he could be so unlucky. Tears appeared under his eyes. Lucky Puncher clarified if she was S-ranked, to which Xia, stretching her fingers, replied that she didn't know that either. Swinging his leg, the girl said that it seemed to her that she would be able to find out very soon. The guy closed his eyes in fear. The lady lowered the corners of her lips, and the system wrote that the first murder had been committed, and now the ranks of the examinees would be revealed. The student said that she had not killed yet, and the young man, through the sweat on his face, was surprised by the announcement at such a moment, and said that he was still incredibly lucky. The student, hitting her opponent in the face, asked where he was going. Looking at the blue screen, Xia clarified how he could have taken the first move from her, and who it was. After a moment, the girl, her eyes rounded, was stunned. The lady noticed the main character's ID. 10 minutes ago, the location of the burning mountain was visible. Noah sighed heavily. The protagonist held a shield in his hand. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy muttered that he did not think that he would meet such an opponent. The young man, standing in front of the warrior, realized that he was incredibly strong. About 10 minutes after the start of the competition, many volcanoes appeared at the entrance exam for the students recommended to the academy. The player, shuffling his legs, said that he did not think that he would meet another student from the very beginning, and because of this, he could not even level up normally. Clenching his fist, the user said that judging by the fact that you can run from one location to another in about 5 minutes, the territories here are not small, and then asked if he would meet with another examiner here. After a moment, Noah noticed the chest. Then the main character opened the box. The protagonist took a sword and shield, after which he said that it had a weapon with good balance. Looking at the equipment, the guy exclaimed that it was rare and still had the ability on it, and the system reported the characteristics of the shield of the Golden River. Raising his sword, the young man asked if he would begin to improve properly now, and then said that he should let anyone come out, because he would only be willing to oppose them except Xia. Suddenly Noah lowered his gaze. The protagonist noticed a player who was lying with his head in the chest, and wondered if he really came out. The protagonist's expression was thoughtful, and he wondered if he was also taking the exam, but why he was stuck in the chest, and if it was a corpse, and at the same time, he muttered that if he had been killed, then the murder log would have already appeared. The user was sitting on the ground, and various options were written in the notification, namely someone killed him, but the kill log did not appear. Either it was a trap for the enemy, or he was playing, but because of something the connection with the game was interrupted, after which the guy thought that such an error as in the first option could not have happened at the exam at the academy, and the second number is too stupid. Touching the stranger's shoulder with his finger, the protagonist decided that only the third option remained, and if something really happened to his body, then he needed to report it to the academy as soon as possible, after which he tried to gently call out to him. Suddenly a user with blue hair rose up, causing the protagonist to be frightened. The disciple resolutely turned his head to the side. Clenching his jaw in alarm, the young man remained silent. Leaning over the chest again, the stranger said that he would sleep for another 5 minutes. Looking down, Noah asked if he had just said that he would sleep for another 5 minutes, and then he was indignant at whether he had slept just like that. Turning back, the student asked if there was another examinee in front of him. Standing in front of the interlocutor, the player remembered that he was at the exam, and then said that he was just collecting resources, but it was so warm here, so he accidentally fell asleep, and the main character wondered if he slept during the exam, and who he was anyway. Taking the sword out of the scabbard, the student invited his opponent to fight, and he realized that he had been straining all this time in vain. Covering his leg with a shield, the guy asked if this meant that in any case nothing bad had happened, after which he said that in this case he had no reason to give in. With a sly grin, the protagonist shouted that he would finally be able to see the results of all his training. The mentor held the book in his hand, and it turned out that these were useful techniques in intersection, which he had been taught during these 3 months. The young man was lying on the floor with Shia, and it was clear that it was practice with her when he tried to be a punching bag, but thanks to these 2 trainings, he managed to become very strong. Swinging his sword, the user realized that the guy who fell asleep right in the middle of the exam was nothing for him. Suddenly, sweat ran down Noah's cheek. The main character's weapon hit the opponent's katana. An elf was visible on the screen. Baizen, holding his chin, said that their students had met again, and it seemed to him that they were bound by fate. The professor turned around and believed that this child was his student, after which the teacher replied that it was true, and added that this time his ward was unlucky because he had met Han. The protagonist's mentor lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment, and the man said that it was his name, and had told him before that he had found an incredible genius in F-City. The characteristics of the guy appeared, and then the master noticed that this student, as far as he knew, had received the rank of D. Scratching his head, Baizen clarified that he was very lazy, and refused to take a video from the training, stating that he was lazy. Noah stood opposite his opponent, and then the professor said that it could be said that, although unintentionally, he had become a secret weapon. Holding a katana in his hand, the elf said that he was sure that Baizen had said that the academy exam would be fun. Sharply attacking the main character, the player asked if he had deceived him after all. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist muttered that this guy was kind of sleepy, and wondered why he was moving so fast. The user spread his hands in different directions, and at the same time, the young man thought that from the very beginning, he had encountered an incredibly strong enemy. Gripping his shield tightly, Noah remembered that he had a shield ability, namely a stance ability that, upon use, stuns the enemy who attacked him. Han's ears were visible, and the protagonist hoped that he would attack him. The player, leaning towards the protagonist, recognized his rhythm and said that he thought he was hiding something. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist asked his opponent again. Suddenly, the user delivered a slashing blow. The guy slid his foot on the ground. A moment later, the elf pushed the young man in the stomach. Noah lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment. Baizen, looking ahead, said that it was a hidden intersection system, namely synchronization. Raising his palm, the academy professor explained that this was an opportunity to experience something that could not be felt in reality, and transcended all sensations, as well as slowing down the sense of time for one of them, after which the man muttered that Baizen's sudden conversations with himself had begun. Blue threads appeared, and then the teacher said that he was wondering if there was a way to increase the level of synchronization, and where the limit of this level was. Turning his head towards the building, the mentor said that he had heard rumors about a guy who felt something strange when he was in the intersection, and so he had gone to see him in F-City. Parting his lips, the young man said that these were the sounds of his opponent's breathing, the number of heartbeats, and all the sounds that reacted to a change in his heartbeat. Scratching his head, the guy noticed that playing with cheats was more boring than he thought. Raising his eyebrows, the professor said that Han's synchronization affects his hearing, thanks to which he is able to know the number of heartbeats of his opponent and understand his intentions. Looking towards the screen, the teacher said that this guy could read the enemy's facial expression, and Han would never lose in psychological warfare. The elf lowered the corners of his lips, and the mentor said that it was the same as if he were playing poker, watching the tricks of his opponent. The man's expression was serious, and Baizen noticed that his student was unlucky. The main character's teacher clarified whether this was true, which caused the professor's pupils to narrow sharply. Smiling, the gentleman explained that he was not the only one who had a secret weapon. Noah, clenching his jaw, muttered that he did not think he would meet such an opponent. Standing in front of the enemy, the protagonist realized that this guy was incredibly strong. The Khan lowered his head. After imagining an image of a heart, the player noticed that the opponent's heartbeat was increasing, and then wondered if it was anxiety, and if he was frightened. The user thought that this was different, and then the guy, grinning, said that after all, the academy is not so simple. Looking in the direction of his opponent, the young man said that he quickly met with an opponent with whom he would have to fight with full force, and in any case, they say that life cannot be planned. Noah, parting his lips, said that he was going to use synchronization during the fight with Shia, and muttered that he needed to concentrate. Suddenly, the elf took off and said that he would be vigilant. Looking at the various fighting stances of the enemy, Han realized that he was deliberately showing him empty spaces and provoking him to attack, and usually in such a case, they hit there with the highest probability of success. But he would guess where he would strike, turn forward and wait. The main character sharply drew his sword. Rushing in his direction, the player muttered that he was right. Unexpectedly, the protagonist repelled the opponent's attack. The user, through the sweat on his face, was perplexed, because he believed that he had definitely opened. Landing on the surface, the elf thought that this time it was imperative. Khan slammed his opponent's backboard. The guy held the equipment above his head. The young man quickly repelled enemy attacks. A bright flash appeared near the player. The user sighed heavily. Basin's expression was confused. Smirking, the professor muttered that Noah had only received D rank because they hadn't revealed his synchronization level, but he would have become famous someday anyway. The main character lowered his eyebrows menacingly, and his teacher said that he must show everyone what an incredible level of synchronization he has. The players lowered their weapons down. Pursing his lips, Han didn't understand what it was. Noah held the shield in front of him, and his opponent wondered if he was sure it was open. The main character abruptly put his hand to the side, and his enemy said in his mind that every time he tries to attack these places, he puts up a shield and defends himself. Tilting his head, the student wondered if he was opening up intentionally, although it did not look like it at all. The guy furrowed his brows menacingly, while his opponent was surprised that he was struggling to see it in such a short time. Lowering his jaw, the user said his name, after which he asked if he could find out his name, to which he gave his game nickname. Scratching his head, the protagonist did not know if it was praise when the opponent noticed that he was capable, and that for the first time in a long time, something more fun than a dream had appeared. Suddenly, the student put his hand into the system screen. Waving his fingers, Han said that he didn't want to lose after all, so he would fight with full force. Noah stared in surprise at the black ball that rolled on the ground. At the same second, a powerful explosion occurred. Covering his face with his hand, the main character did not understand whether it was a smoke bomb, and whether he really decided to run away after saying this. The player was behind the opponent's back and said that he would not run away. The guy sharply stabbed his opponent in the back. Swinging the sword from side to side, the user didn't understand how he managed to pinpoint his location inside the smoke. Standing aside, the student explained that he could recognize him due to the fact that the level of synchronization amplifies his hearing, so that he can hear absolutely everything. The young man's face was bruised after the battle, and his enemy noticed that he could hear the sound of his footsteps, frantic breathing, and even his heartbeat accelerating. Covering his mouth with both hands, Noah wondered if this meant that he would know his whereabouts through sounds, and then realized that synchronization could do that. Taking a confident step forward, the main character thought that everything would end as soon as he came out of the smoke screen. Suddenly, a lava flow splashed out of the crater. The guy crashed to the ground, and his enemy noticed that he should not make too sudden movements, and then asked if he had forgotten that there were lava hollows everywhere. Gritting his teeth tightly with anger, the protagonist thought that there were lava hollows under his feet, but if he stayed in the smoke screen, then the opponent would be in a more advantageous position, and did not understand how he needed to get out of this situation. Leaning his knee to the floor, the young man decided that at such moments, on the contrary, he needed to be as calm as possible, because with the passage of time, the veil would disappear, and the ability to use the ability of the sword would be restored. Noah held the shield firmly in his hand, thinking that if he could only use it well, he thought he could win, and then wondered if he would be able to react if he raised his synchronization level to the maximum. The professor stretched out his palm to the side and said that a universal way to use synchronization is to create a trigger. The disciple lowered his jaw in disbelief as his mentor clarified that he must have some sort of habitual action every time he was going to use synchronization. Inside the player's head, you could see the outline of his brain. The main character had previously rounded his eyes, and now he was talking about the fact that if you think about it, then when he uses an increase in synchronization, but he starts with an exhalation. With a sly grin, the teacher stated that this meant that they had decided what kind of training they would need to do, and then added that if the trigger was exhalation, then they could make holding their breath a trigger to stop using the synchronization level. The mentee instantly puffed up his cheeks when his supervisor remarked that their goal was to use 70 to 80% synchronization, and then added that, as I had already said, if you raised it to the maximum, you would have to burn out. Folding his hands, the professor explained that this is why it is important to stop the increase in the synchronization level in the middle so that he does not manage to reach the limit, and moreover, because of this, it is necessary to use it at the necessary moments with single techniques, and not to increase the duration. But also asked the student to remember that due to his ability to increase the synchronization level, you can burn out, and then he will never be able to win. Standing in front of a veil of black smoke, Noah exclaimed that raising the level of synchronization to the limit was a kind of gambling, and then continued that if he failed, he could lose, and if he succeeded, he would have to continue the risky game that needed to be completed. Slyly grinning, the main character remarked that if a person is a master, he must succeed. The Khan closed his lips humbly. The protagonist pressed his leg to the surface, and his enemy heard that he had moved to the front of the smoke screen, after which he wondered if he was trying to prevent him from being able to attack him from behind. The silhouette of a human heart shone brightly, and then the elf noticed that his heartbeat had also become strangely concentrated. Smiling, the user did not understand whether he really decided to try to make a winning move in such a disadvantageous situation, and then said that it was interesting. Pushing off the ground with his feet, the young man wondered whether he should agree with his desire to determine the winner. Exhaling heavily, the protagonist thought that he needed to concentrate. Turning his head to the side, the examinee decided that he needed to block the attack with his shield, use the ability, and stun the enemy, and then repeated this course of action. Suddenly, Han jumped out of the black smoke behind his opponent. On the screen of the system you could see photos of students. Resting his cheek on his fist, the headmaster of the academy didn't understand why these guys had D rank, even though they looked at least A rank, and then added that he thought the professors were hiding something from him. The elf status window opened, and at the same time, the old man said that in an instant, his synchronization level had risen to 300, and besides, he seemed to have a rare synchronization that increased his hearing abilities. The supervisor's pupils noticeably decreased in size when he began to talk about another person. At the same second, the manager of the educational institution lowered his jaw in alarm. Turning his head back, the man asked the professor in his mind if he had a secret hidden. The blue-robed master smirked contentedly, and his boss thought that he was a snake. Swinging his sword, Han realized that his enemy had failed to react, so victory was his. Particles of magic flew near Noah's face, who thought that he needed to block the attack with his shield ability. After a moment, the main character abruptly shifted his gaze to the side. The examinee parted his lips in bewilderment. The player resolutely put his shield in front of the opponent's blade. After the collision of equipment, a bright flash of light appeared. Han clenched his jaw in pain, and the system reported the activation of the ability to stand at the shield of the Golden River, and added that the state of stun was applied. Noah, looking down, wondered what it had just been, and muttered that he couldn't recognize the enemy, but the body itself. Rushing towards the opponent, the main character decided that he would think about it later. Frowning seriously, the protagonist realized that now he needed to focus on this guy. Traces of blows were visible. The guy gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Unexpectedly, the young man pierced the body of his opponent. Blue particles appeared. The elf began to crumble, and then he said that he did not think he would be able to react, and also added that this time he lost. Noah's expression was menacing, and his opponent said that they would see each other again. Han was holding virtual reality glasses in his hand. Scratching his head, the guy said the ID of the main character. Grinning, the young man remarked that as Professor Wazin had said, that studying at the academy should also be quite fun. Raising his hand, the teenager said that he had dropped out at the speed of light, after which he asked if he would be accepted, and added that something would work out, but first he needed to take a good nap. The protagonist stuck his sword into the stone's surface. Leaning on his weapon, the player exclaimed that he had won. Through the sweat on his face, the user wondered what it had just been and said that the feeling of using the increase in the sync level was not at all the same as usual. Suddenly, a notification appeared with the first murder, and Noah asked if it meant that he had committed the first murder. Waving his head, the protagonist said that they had said that as soon as the first kill happened, the rank table would appear, and then remarked that this guy was also strong, and also asked if he was S rank since he had defeated him. 2 D rank players could be seen. Squinting sadly, the protagonist muttered that Han was also a D rank, and then asked if it was a fight between 2 D ranked players from the last places. A table of users appeared. Noticing the strongest student, the young man wondered how strong the S rank guy was. Smirking, the old man reported that a ranking table had been shown, and as it seemed to him, everyone began to react differently. Gynus put his finger to his mouth, and the head noticed that he was a reserved person who was looking at the ranks and was trying to create a further strategy. Noah raised his eyebrows in frustration, and was said to be timid and disappointed in his rank. The girl sat with her back against the wall, and the man said that this was a cautious player who hid and was trying to protect his own rank. The armor on the back of the examinee with the ears of a hare shone brightly, and at the same time the manager said that there were people with a fierce temper who were looking for a participant from the first place. She bit her lower lip and was indignant that not only did Noah take his first murder, but there was someone else higher than her, and then added that she didn't like it. Raising the sword up, the player exclaimed that she would destroy the S rank. Placing his fingers in front of the holograms of the screens, the headmaster of the academy noticed that as expected, everyone was interested in the S rank. Suddenly, the old man looked back. Turning his head towards the user status window, the manager asked what the S rank would do now. On the cracked ground lay the fragments of a human skeleton. Waving his hand, the guy greeted the stranger. Royd stretched his finger forward and stated that he was tired of looking for it, and then clarified why S rank was so well hidden. Smiling broadly, the examinee asked if they had come to take away his rank. The best player noticed 2 more young men behind his back when the interlocutor told him that this was true, because he was when there was someone higher than him. His eyes widened in alarm. The outstanding user said that there were 3 of them, and then admitted that he did not think that there would be people at the exam who would play in a team. Gripping the hilt of the blade tightly with his fingers, Royd explained that the rulebook did not mention the prohibition of team play, and then asked if his interlocutor would be frightened and run to his mother. The pupils of the best player noticeably narrowed as he was asked to quietly give up his S rank. At the same second, the guy humbly lowered his eyelids. Pressing his palm to his forehead, the examinee asked if they thought they could win because of good objects or more numbers, and then added that they lived in a very limited world. With a smirk, the outstanding user exclaimed that they were very lucky to have had the opportunity to experience firsthand how big this world is. The professors were sitting on chairs in the hall. Photos of players appeared on the system screen. Sylar lowered the corners of his lips in disbelief, when suddenly he was called out and asked if his students were currently playing in the team. Dissatisfied, the teacher clarified whether there were any problems, to which the interlocutor replied that it was very cowardly, because the same students created a team and go through a single game like this. Looking back, the tutor didn't know what he was talking about, or if one of them was Professor Vaughn's ward, because he wouldn't say that his students had gathered in a group, while his colleague asked why he got involved in a team. A massive throne stood in front of his subordinates, and at the same time, the director of the academy said that it did not matter. Lowering his eyebrows, the old man noticed that they did not determine the rules of the ban on team play, after which he thought that, to be honest, he did not think that anyone would do such a thing during an official competition. Turning his head to the side, Sailor wondered if the others had heard that a game that didn't break the rules should be considered a strategy, while the supervisor realized that it was interesting, so he would forgive them. The professor furrowed his brows slyly as he thought Royd had prepared well for the exam. In the past, the guy put his hands in his pockets, and his mentor remembered that he grew up among the mafia, so he has excellent leadership and information-gathering skills, which makes him a genius criminal, and he also has incredible personality characteristics, so once he gets S rank, then he can be considered finished. Royd furrowed his brows angrily, and said that he did not like the look of the other man. Putting a finger to his chin, Boratz wondered if he was being told to attack first. Pursing his lips in alarm, the player remembered how he was shown a photo. In the past, the guy in the business suit smiled slyly, and the user wondered what if he hadn't found out about his father's weakness and blackmailed him. Holding the spear tightly with his fingers, the student did not understand how he managed to find out about it in reality, although he still said that if he made it first, he would get rid of that picture. Turning back, the user shouted that S rank would simply die. Grabbing the opponent's weapon, the best examinee noticed that this was impossible. Max held the sword in his hand, standing behind his partner. The student furrowed his brows in bewilderment. Sharply pulling the enemy's spear to the side, the outstanding user stated that he could not even imagine losing to the likes of them. Suddenly, an S-rank player put his foot on his heels so that his opponent would trip. Putting his hand on his side, the guy said that his opponent was more like a platypus in terms of level. Royd's pupils noticeably decreased in size from fright. At the same moment, the disciple clenched his teeth tightly in anger. The enraged young man jumped on his opponent from the side. A moment later, the best student nudged Max in the shoulder. Placing a spear near his shoulder, the examinee held back the enemy's blow. Suddenly, the user put the weapon behind his neck. With a circular swing, the outstanding disciple struck at both enemies. Putting his hand forward, the guy said that one of them was a baboon. Royd grinned slyly and remarked that he was good at talking nonsense when Royd said that another one looked like something near a red wolf. With his mouth open in alarm, Sylar didn't know what it was, and his colleague asked if he had seen the rank measurements. Musashi clenched his jaw and explained not to be impolite to a stronger opponent. Furrowing his brows angrily, the professor noticed that this S-rank guy looked like a bug. A magic diagram was drawn in the air, and the teacher explained that according to the rules of this world, in order to get something, you need to give up something, after which he added that even in the game, if you invest in one thing, then something will definitely be missing. The outstanding student smirked happily, and his escort remarked that the ability to assess the situation, the level of synchronization, the sense of space, reflexes, physical abilities, and spirit, in general, it can be said that this guy has the best performance in all of the characteristics that are necessary in a virtual reality game. Enemies surrounded the S-rank player, while Musashi talked about how he had a supportive ego and an unwavering belief in his own victory. The student stabbed his opponent in the neck with his spear, and his mentor remarked that he had never thought about defeat. Boratz pressed his chin sharply against his neck. At the same time, Max clenched his teeth tightly in pain. Rubbing his face with the back of his hand, Royd said in his mind that he didn't think S-rank was that good. Putting his hand in his pocket, the eminent disciple reflected on how he understood where this bad feeling that had appeared right after meeting them came from, and wondered if he should try to use the big sword this time. The guy's eyes began to radiate a bright glow, and then he realized that all this time he had been thinking about them only as entertainment. Royd opened his mouth wide in anger, and shouted that his enemy was a bastard. Sylar lowered his eyebrows in disbelief. An image of the best student who stuck a weapon in the ground appeared on the screen. Pressing his palms to his knees, the professor muttered that this could not be, when suddenly his colleague exclaimed that he was not sure that there would be anyone among the students who were already studying who would be able to resist him. Resting his cheek on his fist, the headmaster of the academy remarked that his abilities were so excellent that he managed to defeat A-ranked players like small children, and then added that he was still as good as his confident nickname showed. Stretching out his hand towards the user's image, the old man stated that among the remaining students, only these three could challenge him. In the space you could see photos of the players. Looking straight ahead, the executive said that he was interested in not knowing the result until it popped up in the information window, after which he exclaimed that they would wait for the birth of a super player who would lead this game to an unexpected ending. A view of the location with rough and dry lands opened. Gynus ran forward with loud shouts. In the distance, there was a hologram of the wall, and at the same time, the player thought that if only he could run to it, he would be able to leave the dangerous areas. Suddenly, the guy pushed off the ground with his foot. At the last second of the countdown, the student jumped towards the exit from the location. His fingers approached the teleportation wall. At the same moment, streams of flames burst out of the ground. The snowman's mask began to melt from the high temperature, and the user did not understand what was happening. A splash of red fire rose high into the air as 50 minutes had passed since the beginning of the exam. Some locations turned red, and due to the fact that there were more dangerous areas, and there were fewer places for activity, many battles were arranged between those who entered on the recommendation, after which the survivors appeared. The photos showed the best of all the students, who, thanks to an unsurpassed number of kills, had reached first place in the overall score. Images of the two girls appeared against the backdrop of a high arena, and it turned out that at some point there were only 5 participants left, of which Xia and Mai were in the Land of Promise location. A view of the gloomy castle opened up, and it became clear that an outstanding student, Gio and Noah, were in the killer's den. The walls of the brick building were cracked. Scraps of white cloth hung on the wooden roof. The main character abruptly put out his hand in front of him. Looking at his palm, the player said that this is great, because it seems to him that now the synchronization level has worked. Furrowing his brows angrily, the protagonist remarked that he was still D rank and Xia was A rank. Reaching for the screen of the system, the user decided that first he needed to focus on the game, because there was another dangerous territory, and he had about 4 minutes left. Suddenly, the young man cautiously looked out of the window. Downstairs, Noah noticed a man, and then wondered if he was alive. The student wore a beaked mask on his face, and the protagonist exclaimed that it was a ranked Geo. Shifting his gaze to the side, the player asked if this idiot had the same strength as Xia, and then began to talk about who his opponent was. On the cracked bridge stood the best student. There was a satisfied grin on the young man's face, and the protagonist realized that it was an S-ranked user. At the same second, his pupils noticeably decreased in size. Closing his eyes, the examinee noticed that they had one hidden spectator. Gritting his teeth tightly, the guy did not understand why he had such a wide view, although he was fighting, while he asked if they should postpone the fight, since time was short. Holding his blade aside, Gio wondered what his opponent was distracted about. The player pushed off the ground with his foot, and the system reported that he was wearing the shoes of Hermes, which have a legendary rank and a special skill of instant acceleration, when the abilities of rushing forward and jumping are instantly enhanced. His eyes bulging angrily, the boy shouted for his enemy to die. Suddenly, the user pushed the opponent off the spot. His pupils had shrunk sharply in size. Holding back the blow with a small blade, the best student asked if he had hoped for it. Watching what was happening through the window, Noah was surprised. Gio swung his sword from side to side, and the protagonist said that this S-ranked was very relaxed during the battle against the A-ranked, after which he wondered if all the recommended students of the academy were monsters. A drop of sweat was dripping down the player's cheek, and then he wondered if he would be able to defeat S-rank with his D rank. An outstanding user sharply drew attention to a small window. Grabbing the wooden beam with both hands, the protagonist did not understand why he was sitting there and being afraid alone, talking about ranks. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man exclaimed that he was determined to defeat Xia in this exam and take first place, so he had to now. The enemy's weapons crossed in the air. Looking at the flashes of light, the player thought that this was impossible. The best student brandished his blade with a smile on his face, and his opponent mused that he was sure that his sword was longer, but for some reason the attacks could not reach him. Frowning menacingly, the guy began to think about the abilities that he had managed to gain by playing so far, and what he had had to work. All this did not affect him. The huge hands of the enemy hung over the silhouette of the user, who did not understand what kind of monster it was. Rounding his eyes, the outstanding student said that he had opened up. A red bruise appeared on Gio's neck, and a notification appeared stating that his standard of living was almost 0. Swinging his weapon from top to bottom, the young man muttered that this was a boring ending. Scratching his neck, the top student remarked that if the academy had defined it as a rank, then he thought that it wouldn't take as long as he thought it would take to conquer the academy. The light of the teleportation beams reflected off the guy's shoes as the other wondered if this was the entire level of the best gaming school. Holding the equipment in both hands, Noah exclaimed that now he had to fight it. Turning his head back, the outstanding student clarified whether the person in front of him was the same person he had seen a little earlier, and whether he had run away. Putting the sword in front of him, the main character asked how he could do this, and why he would run away if right in front of him is the shortest path to becoming the best. The guy reached for the system screen with his fingers. The player gritted his teeth tightly when his opponent said that the academy had determined him as a D rank. With a sly grin, the top student stated that the remaining time was 2 minutes and 30 seconds, after which he assumed that it was a 1-minute walk to the safe area, and asked if that meant they had about a minute and a half. Glints of light reflected from the blade, and at the same time, the examinee said that 30 seconds would be enough, but abruptly decided that he would finish in 20 seconds. Lowering his jaw in bewilderment, the protagonist was surprised by his words and clarified if the reason for this was that he had a D rank. Suddenly, the young man put his shield aside. The outstanding disciple abruptly threw the blade from one hand to the other. A lot of traces of his blows appeared in the air. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, Noah noticed that he was freely using the dagger with both hands, and each of his attacks was strong. Smirking, the player thoughtfully clarified whether this was still a recommended student, even though he had a D rank. Raising his sword above his head, the protagonist shouted that he should close his mouth. At the same second, the opponent's weapons crossed each other. The best user began to spin the knife in his hand. The guy instantly lowered his head to dodge the blow. A moment later, the tip of his equipment approached the protagonist's face. An outstanding student attacked the enemy in the chest. Suddenly, the young man looked up. Holding the shield in front of him, Noah realized that his stance was broken. When the main character decided that now was the time to attack, the enemy kicked him on the head. The student began to fall on his back. On the player's face there was a mark from the opponent's shoes, and then he wondered how he managed to carry out another attack at such a moment. The best student began to smile contentedly and noticed that there were still 10 seconds left. The enemy kicked the main character in the lower jaw. Tears poured from the guy's eyes, and blood spurted from his nose. He didn't understand how King was able to carry out another attack at such a moment. The opponent grinned contentedly. There were still 10 seconds left. Noah lost his balance, his mouth wide open. He pressed the sword to his face, gritting his teeth. This combo was too fast. The enemy was already approaching him. Red and blue stripes shone between them. The player was covered in sweat and thought that this fool really thought he could defeat him in 20 seconds. Professor Lee held up one finger and said that adjusting the synchronization level is like a player with their eyes closed pouring water into a glass. If it is too small, the effect will not fully manifest, and if you overdo it, you can burn out. The water had reached the edges of the vessel, and the mentor added that the ability to maintain it at a level that almost exceeded what was necessary was a synchronization control that only the best of pro gamers possessed. The young man opened his eyes wide and thought that the most important thing was to stay calm, and if he could control the level of synchronization, then his abilities would become infinite. Suddenly, King struck him a powerful blow. The protagonist's eyes turned white. The system announced the activation of the Golden River Shield ability. Then he abruptly fell forward. A blue screen appeared in front of the frightened face of the enemy. I could see green chewing gum, which instantly relieves the effects of sleeping. The villain's eyes were wide in surprise. Two players struck at the same time, causing a bright flash of light. Noah stared at the enemy intensely and thought that while in the stun, he was able to immediately use a counter item. He didn't understand how King did all this in a game that he was playing for the first time. The scoundrel gritted his teeth and said that there were 0 seconds left. The protagonist was covered in sweat. The player put his hand on his forehead and said that he could not have made a mistake, or else the judges of the academy made a mistake in awarding Noah the rank of D. He said with a serious look that it did not matter for what reason, but the fact that he did not follow through on it spoiled his mood. Suddenly, he was right in front of the protagonist's face. The young man managed to put his shield under the fierce attacks. He gritted his teeth, noticing the atmosphere around this fool. King furrowed his brows. He suppressed the guy non-stop with his attacks. White flashes remained from the blows. Then, blue streaks shone in the air. Everyone opened their mouths in shock as they watched the battle. Musashi looked at Professor Lee and asked what he thought about the existence of geniuses. The demon looked directly and said that he did not believe in such a thing. If they existed, then human efforts would be useless. But something happened that made him change his mind. With his eyes wide open, he said that it all happened when he went to a friend who decided to talk. A luxurious room was visible. His family was very famous and helped to create an elite who took an active position in many industries. The man's eyes were red. The friend whom Musashi had met for the first time in a long time began to talk as if he was waiting for him very much. The ring was visible, and the young man said that his son, who had been boxing for 3 months, had recently taken part in his first competition. The professor introduced King and thought that during the first fight, his friend's son was never hit, and he made it to the final. Anyone would have thought it was a bluff. Sweat flowed down the body of the jock, but due to a sharp turn in history, everything began to go in a completely unexpected direction. Drops fell to the floor, and this was the turn. The soldier stepped on his own sweat. Suddenly he lost his balance and fell to the side. The opponent immediately struck him a blow in the face, which was the very first for a genius. The young man grinned contentedly. A bruise appeared on the leader's cheek, and after that, real horror began, what can be called a brutal murder. The boxer attacked his opponent. Endless blows followed. A feeling of humiliation, hopelessness, denial of the path traveled. The guy's eyes shone brightly. At some point the hero of the story, obviously, became a negative character. The people in the stands watched them closely. The winner with a satisfied face wound the bandage around his hand. He was smiling. Immediately after the end of that fight, his opponent announced his retirement from this sport. The men sat opposite each other. after which Musashi's friend began to tell him incredible stories, and at some point the professor was completely immersed in how his friend praised his son. The old man was covered in sweat. He couldn't help but be surprised to hear his last words. There were awards on the shelf, all of them collected by a 16-year-old genius. The goblets shone, they were proof of boasting, which was hard to believe. The father of the genius with shining eyes said that in order for his son to rise even higher, it was necessary to show him the experience of defeat. Musashi furrowed his brows as his comrade asked if there was anyone in the academy who could beat him. The professor looked straight and said that even now it seems to him that there is no such person here. King fought while the man said that this child was so narcissistic that even in a virtual game, he created an avatar that exactly replicated his real appearance. Noah was sweating, and the mentor sincerely wished that the genius's state of mind would not be broken. The glass began to tremble. Drops of water slowly flowed down the outer walls. Suddenly, the main character opened his mouth in surprise. The enemy struck him a strong blow to the chest. His eyes were bulging. A wound appeared on the player's body, and the enemy said that they would no longer be able to use sync. Suddenly, the villain grabbed the guy by the neck. The sword fell down, and King said that the protagonist was no good at nothing without synchronization. The genius pinned him against the wall and said that because of a weakling like him, he had to throw words to the wind. The scoundrel put his hand to his face and decided that in the future he needed to pay more attention to the too low assessment of other people. Noah's mouth opened wide and thought that he had been training so hard with Carrie during these 8 months. However, even now, he had no strength other than the level of synchronization. King kept the guy hanging while he thought that this feeling was different from what he had felt when he lost to Carrie. There were white glare in his red eyes. The main character imagined the face of a bully, who said that the life of a loser is very sad. It was the same look that does not recognize him. The player's eyes turned white. His health began to decline, but he only thought about the fact that he was not being put in anything again. He did not want to lose. Water flowed out of the vessel. A small puddle formed under this. The liquid began to flow down the tablecloth. Then a puddle formed under the table. The next moment, all the furniture was floating in the water. Suddenly, the guy stretched out his hand to the face of his opponent. Behind his fingers, you could see his evil expression. There were sparks in his eyes. Land of promise. The girl opened her mouth wide in fright, calling someone a monster. Carrie knocked her down with a punch to the face, asking how she dared to call her that. She said with a smile that after all, it was much more pleasant to strike with her bare hands than with a sword. This was her third murder. Strong looked at the system screen and said that now there were only Noah and King left. The protagonist was doing better than she expected. The girl sat down on the ground and decided that since this place was intended as the last safe territory, she would wait for the next opponent here. King furrowed his brows. He was still holding Noah by the neck. Suddenly, the protagonist tried to attack him, but the enemy managed to jump back. He frowned, stunned, not understanding what was happening. The player grabbed the sword, and the genius thought that he had learned everything written in the rulebook, but there was no such thing. He rushed forward. It infuriated him. The guy dodged the enemy's attack. Then he repeated it several more times. The sword swept past his brightly shining eyes. The director furrowed his brows in shock. He looked at the data on Noah, not believing that it was really possible. The level of synchronization grew rapidly. The two players fought fiercely. King furrowed his brows and thought that very soon they would face a sudden death, because the territory would be destroyed. He gritted his teeth and thought they didn't have much time left. Suddenly, the protagonist waved his weapon. Narcissus gritted his teeth as he looked at his wound in his neck. The young man was as focused as possible, experiencing very unusual sensations. He held his sword tightly, thinking that his soul and body seemed to be separated. His senses seemed to soar. The scoundrel was moving forward, and Noah had anticipated his motives, even his feelings. The enemy's sword was in front of his face. Suddenly he moved to the side. The guy then leaned down, avoiding the attack. The main character hit the narcissist in the stomach and thought that he wanted to feel it a little stronger. Blood poured out of the boy's nostrils. The professors opened their mouths in shock when they saw the alarming message from the system. Lee sweated and gritted his teeth. Musashi turned to him and asked him what that meant. Two guys were standing opposite each other. King opened his mouth in a daze, thinking that Noah considered him a weakling, since he attacked him with the hilt of his sword. The main character deftly avoided his attacks. Suddenly, the player grabbed the narcissist's arm. The genius furrowed his brows, trying to think of a move to destroy his opponent. He pressed his hand to his wet face. He then looked ahead in surprise. There were purple sparks of light around him. The protagonist fell to the ground. The cracked crown flew down. The professor stood in the aisle with his legs wide apart. He looked at the young man in front of him. It was Noah, whose head was helplessly lowered down. The player's eyes were closed. Then he opened them slightly. He was lying on the bed, not knowing where he was. Suddenly, the guy clutched his head in pain. The coach adjusted his glasses and advised him not to move too much. He was taken to the hospital after being in a state of shock during a crossover game. The protagonist raised one eyebrow in bewilderment, thinking that the doctor was talking to him. He clenched his hands into fists, asking if he had given up in the middle of the game. After all, he still had to fight Carrie. The man was sitting nearby, saying that the young man had been in the hospital for about 2 hours. He furrowed his black brows as Noah asked if the rookie exam had already ended. The professor removed his hand behind his jacket and spoke about the battle with an opponent who surpasses the main character in specialization. The guy opened his mouth in surprise when the mentor said that even if it was obvious that it would be a loss, he was ready to fiercely enter any fight. The man said with a smirk that it was the first time they had met in reality. The player was covered in sweat and realized that this was the same professor who had hidden in the bushes. They looked at each other, and the player said that the teacher looked more ordinary than he had imagined. He introduced Carrie, who was the winner of the recommended students exam. The girl gritted her teeth. All the other students wanted this victory, but for some reason, the winner was very dissatisfied with her result. King stared at her furiously. After the battle with Noah, he was unable to escape from the dangerous territory and was eliminated due to a quick death, and Carrie did not like that she won with almost no effort. The protagonist was covered in sweat and asked if he had finished as AD rank. After all, his enemy could not make such a mistake. The mentor raised his hand and replied that the player had led everything to a similar outcome. The ground trembled, and he added that the narcissist could not leave the dangerous territory for the reason that after the protagonist flew out, he did not run to safety, but remained standing in place. The teacher stood up and said that the beginning of this was laid by the way Noah influenced the genius. In this exam he showed his most unexpected side. The guy's cheeks turned pink when the professor stroked his hair and said that he shone the brightest there. Standing next to the hospital patient, the man congratulated him on successfully passing the exam. Noah's eyes widened when he heard that the entire faculty agreed with this decision. He clenched his hands into fists, shouting joyfully. The mentor scratched his neck in embarrassment when the nurse asked them to be quiet. The player laughed with a smile. Through the man's glasses, his eyes were not visible. He crossed his arms and said that from now on, the guy was forbidden to use the synchronization level. The player looked at him in amazement. A crowd of people gathered outside the school in honor of the graduation a month later. People took pictures and communicated. 3 girls were smiling and asking someone about his admission to the academy. Hyunjun smiled sweetly as he said that this was just an admission. The guy watched the crowd from afar. The girl took out her phone, reading the news about the handsome man. Suddenly he turned when he heard someone calling him. Noah stood behind him. He said with a smirk that he was also studying at this academy. The bully furrowed his brows in displeasure. The main character showed the screen of his phone. His cheeks flushed with pleasure. Hyunjin's face showed veins of anger. He clenched his hands into fists, and his fans began to worry that he was sick. The runner was ready. A new beginning means the end of a painful time and the beginning of a new life. Usually such a phrase is used in a positive way. The player packed his things, thinking that a new beginning also means separation from what was up to that point. He looked to the side and thought that the robot hadn't said anything for a while. The guy imagined the metropolis and thought that, according to the rules of the Science Fiction Academy, all its students are required to live in dormitories on its territory. Besides, it is forbidden to bring their robots. He was the only one who watched TV. His owner would not be able to avoid separation from him. The player imagined them playing together and thought that his companion was very happy to hear about the admission, but was also upset when the day of separation came. He looked away and realized that he wouldn't see Rob for 3 years. They sat with their backs to each other, and Noah promised that he would do everything well so that he would not worry. Water dripped into the sink, and the main character said that lately he has been paying his rent on time without delaying payment, and he was praised for his part-time job. The young man added with a smile that even after he left for the academy, he would continue to pay his rent, so the robot could not save on electricity and walk around with a full charge. The guy presented photos. 10 years ago he and T1 became friends very quickly. His father was holding the robot's severed arm in his hand. The protagonist thought that a lot had happened. The pet was sitting on the man's shoulder. The boy lay next to his mother when she was sick, and the father disappeared. The robot was always by his side. His faithful friend raised his hand with a smile. He had taken care of his master for at least 10 years. The player hugged T1 and said that in 3 years he would return, mature and become even stronger. Tears appeared in his eyes. The robot's hand lay on the floor. He was silent. Suddenly Noah looked at the robot dumbfounded. His eyes bulged with horror. The comrade fell to the floor. Tears flowed down the cheeks of the main character, when suddenly T1 laughed loudly from the phone at this drama. Even the snot flowed out of the player's nose. A digital smile could be seen on the screen. The young man leaned closer, and his comrade explained that he could transfer his data to any equipment where there was space. The protagonist picked up the phone, and T1 said that he couldn't send his master to the academy alone because he cries over any trifle, but calls himself an adult. The robot smiled, saying that for this reason, the player should not worry about anything, and he should pack his things as soon as possible. The guy's cheeks turned red, and T1 reminded him that if he broke the phone, then they would be separated forever. The sky was red. The gamer faculty dormitory building in the Fantasy Academy. The students lined up in rows. Noah clenched his hand into a fist, asking his electronic companion to be quiet. The man opened his mouth wide and ordered everyone to shut up. He put his hands on his waist and said that it was time to move in, so they would do it right now. James furrowed his brows and said that if the students strictly followed the rules, time, and their behavior, then he would have no reason to interfere. The boy was covered in sweat, surprised that the head of the dormitory was dressed so lightly in the dead of winter. The jock opened his mouth wide and said that, unlike the others, their house works on a rank system, and the higher it is, then the best equipment and bonuses they can get. He introduced the gems and explained that the higher the rank, the higher the floor the players would be able to occupy the room. James said with a smirk that everything was decided depending on their abilities. The crowd pulled out their phones when the men said that the messages would now be used to distribute students who had entered in the usual way. Hyunjun furrowed his brows angrily. The crowd began to disperse. The head of the academy crossed his arms and said that because they had shown their abilities in the academy entrance exam, they would be given a bonus. The crowd listened to him attentively as he listed the awards. Noah was covered in sweat and came to the conclusion that they determined the ranks of the dormitory. Carrie raised her hand when her in-game name was called. She stepped forward, and James reported that she had been promoted to S rank for winning the recommended student exam. Standing next to King, she greeted him. She said with a smile that the guy was her father, so there was no way he could lose to someone else. Suddenly she furrowed her brows angrily. The young man turned around, and Carrie asked why he was ignoring her. The main character arched thin eyebrows in displeasure. He put his hands in his pocket and said that the school was a place where, if lost on the road to domination, it would become a predatory territory where danger would flourish. 2 players were standing next to him, and he decided that this time he would not show his weak side. The man furrowed his brows. King looked at the crowd. Narcissus, whose eyes were shining brightly, asked which one of them had the name mark in the game. Then he frowned and thought that too quick a response looked weak. The enemy came close to him. He looked down furiously. The others watched as the genius said that next time he would definitely win. Carrie sweated tensely. Noah's face was already wet when he realized that he had defeated King. King was the top rising star among the students recommended by the academy. He had an S rank. This was enough for his arrival to attract everyone's attention. Standing in front of the protagonist, he said that he would win against him next time. The young man was sweating, not believing in his victory. The people watching this were amazed, not understanding why Noah hadn't taken the S rank since he had won. Some, frowning, suggested that even after winning, King admits that despite the result of the fight, he lost to this guy. Khan, looking at his acquaintance, grinned. Parting his lips, King asked the young man why he didn't say anything. Was he ignoring him? The protagonist, realizing that he had angered the interlocutor, smiled, saying that apparently he was a little out of shape this time. Releasing the invisible pressure, the guy said that he, in fact, gave his best. Suddenly, James appeared behind the student and told him to come back. If he continued to make a noise, he would be given dormitory penalty points. King turned. Noah, looking at the departing man, felt that his school life had already gone downhill. At this time, James, smiling, told the students to go to the rooms of suitable rank. Events take us to the dormitory. The young man smiled broadly, saying that he now understood what the rooms were. Looking around the room, he said that it was quite simple. Besides, they had been told that the D ranks would be given to the old rooms. That was obvious. Khan gently poked the guy on the shoulder. When he almost jumped from fright, he said that he would also live in this room. Of course, it was embarrassing to ask immediately after the meeting, but could he use the second floor of the bed? Frowning, Noah asked the newcomer if he knew him, who replied that they had met at the exam. The protagonist shouted sharply, saying that he was the guy who played well even in his sleep. The young man, parting his lips, thanked him for the praise. Putting the bag on the table, he said that he was very angry after losing to him. Next time he would win, and it seemed that his feature was the level of synchronization. Noah frowned a little, remembering how the professor had forbidden him to use the synchronization level boost. Khan held out his hand to the guy and said that he would like to be friends with him. He smiled, saying that he would count on him as long as they lived together. The protagonist smiled broadly, and Noah was glad that for the first time in his life he was able to make a friend at school. Soon night fell, and the sky darkened. Assistant Kim, walking down the street, asked how they were doing in the dormitory of the gaming department. Noah, scratching his head, said that he had a hard bed and a cramped room, in a word, a simple dormitory. Kim grinned and said that he was getting up quickly, so he had to be patient a little. Carrie, glancing at her friend, said that her room was too big and luxurious for her alone, so she could not get used to it. The bed was too soft, it was better to sleep on the floor than on it. Glancing at the assistant, the guy asked where they were going. Kim replied by saying that they would look around the school grounds. At the same time they would say hello to the team they would enter. Smiling, the assistant said that the team was controlled by Professor Lee, who was also the coach there, abbreviated as UDK, full name Unkillable Demon Kings. The young man smiled broadly, rejoicing at the cool name. Events take us to the center of the academy's capsules. Kim, entering the hall, announced his arrival. Noah's mouth dropped open in surprise. The professor, approaching the group, said that they had all worked hard to get here. Putting his hands behind his back, the man said that the 3 behind them were senior teammates on the team they would join. Ganghyun, smiling broadly, introduced himself and said that he was responsible for the leadership position in the team. Solha, clasping her hands, asked how such cuties, and even 2, could come to them. Deoxin stared dejectedly at the floor, saying nothing. Clenching his fists, the guy said that he hoped that they would take care of them. Kim, grinning, asked the newcomers why they were so nervous. The professor's glasses flashed when he said that in order to make quick friends, you need to play together, so they will try to enter the game before it is too late. They will start a small game of 2-on-2 competition to welcome the newcomers. Noah and Carrie flinched, becoming serious. Ganghyun and Solha smiled at them, and soon everyone was playing on a huge court. Looking around, the protagonists realized that it was a football field. Kim, throwing up his hand, said that the youth team would confront the old guys. If they quarreled on the first day, they could greatly spoil the mood, so they would hold a football match. The team of oldies will include Ganghyun and Deoxin. The assistant, glancing at Sol, said that, for the sake of balance, she had decided to become an observer. The girl immediately waved her hand, saying that she would support both teams. The professor grinned and said that even though it looked like a game of football, it would be a good chance for them to determine each other's avatar's skill and sensitivity in the game. Extending his finger, Kim said that although the basic rules are the same as in football, the settings are designed in such a way that if you attack the ball not with your legs, but with another part of the opponent's body, he will be in the camp for 5 seconds. Besides, each of them has 2 slots for items. Slots immediately appeared in front of Noah. Pointing to the blocks, the trainer said that if they got items that randomly appeared in different places on the map, they would be able to use them in their slot. Laying down the ball, the man said that the match would start after the ball bounced, and the team that scored 5 points first would win. Stretching her hands, Carrie said that since she had entered the academy, she was not going to lose to anyone, not to anyone, except for her older comrades, King and him. Shifting her gaze to the guy, she said that since they were doing this, they would definitely win. The young man, sneering, said that he was not going to lose either. Ganghyun, looking at the newcomers in front, said that they seemed to be underestimating them. Deoxin, thinking for a moment, said that Carrie had ranked first in the student exam on recommendation. Raising his hand, he said that he must teach her a lesson, and his companion, horrified, asked if he had forgotten that this was such and such a greeting for novices. Solha, sitting down beside the professor, asked him who he thought would win. Glancing at the 2 newcomers, the professor said that if they were in the state they were in now, the old ones would win. But if nothing happened, the young ones would have a chance to win. The girl, staring at the man in surprise, asked what he meant. The coach raised his hand. He waved his hand, announcing the start of the game. The ball immediately bounced up. Ganghyun chuckled and said that they needed to show how incredible the elders were. He opened his mouth in surprise. Carrie had already jumped to the ball. The protagonist, raising his head, was amazed at the speed of the girl. Smiling broadly, the girl said that she would be the first to take a point for them. Carrie kicked the ball with all her might. The ball rushed towards the goal at great speed. Soon he was at the gate. The girl did not stop smiling, saying that the trajectory of the ball was not bad. Her eyes widened in shock. Someone's hand was in the way of the ball. A muscular figure grabbed the ball. The girl, landing, asked what it had just been. The professor frowned. The ball ended up in the goalkeeper's hands. Coach and Ganghyun turned around. Noah frowned. He realized that the muscular figure was the goalkeeper. Deoxin, reaching for the block, said that it was close. Carrie gritted her teeth as she realized that the guy had managed to use the apparatus with the goalkeeper in an instant. Turning around, the young man said that they were the first here. Ganghyun picked up his comrade and said that he was incredible. Solha, clenching her fists, said that it was the ace of their team. The professor chuckled, realizing that Deoxin was not surprised by Carrie's reaction, sought out the object and used it. The man was sure that the girl reacted faster than anyone else at the moment the ball took off and jumped. In this situation, it was Dojun who remained the calmest. He didn't even raise his head. At the moment when it became obvious that Carrie would hit the ball, the young man determined the location of things and found the fastest way to activate the object with the goalkeeper. In addition, before the ball flew in, Deoxin accelerated with the help of an object that accelerates speed. He used a slide and with great difficulty managed to hit the cube. His ability to instantly assess the situation is beyond reason. Ganghyun, patting his comrade's head, said that he did not hold back even in a competition against the younger ones, who replied by saying that he would be ashamed to lose. Gritting his teeth, Noah asked how this guy was able to make a decision in such a short time. Seeing Ganghyun accept the ball, the girl said that she would take over Deoxin, and he would be in charge of the big guy. Ganghyun chuckled and said that it was now his turn to show what he could do. His legs moved, hitting the protagonist with dribbling the ball. The guy deftly threw the ball over the newcomer. Smiling, he said that he often plays football in everyday life. The girl, turning her head, shouted, saying to quickly run after him. The protagonist, turning around, mentally said that even if he broke the rules, first he needed to get him back by any means. Ganghyun jumped, dodging the tackle. He lifted his leg. A moment later, he kicked the ball at the young man. After that, the guy continued to run forward. Soon the ball was in the goal. With a thumbs up, he said that they would take 1 point first. Carrie gritted her teeth in anger. She ran up to Noah, saying that he should come to his senses. They conceded a goal. What is he so happy about that he lay down here? The girl, hovering over the guy, said that this time they would definitely score. The protagonist, frowning, began to stand up, mentally saying that if he used the synchronization level, he would be able to stop them. At that moment, the professor shook his head. 2 players blocked Noah's path. He knew even before the exam for students on the recommendation that you can't survive in the academy with synchronization alone. Carrie, raising her hand, told her to pass. The young man looked away. Deoxys suddenly took the ball and rushed towards the goal. A moment later, the ball was in the goal. Carrie waved her hand and asked what they should do if he continued to make mistakes at such a moment. The protagonist found himself in the path of his rivals. They passed it using the pass. The girl's face was distorted when they scored the 3rd goal. Carrie, although she touched the ball, could not block Ganghyun's shot. Her face contorted with anger, and she yelled at Noah. The guy was sweating and nervous. The young man's mouth dropped open in horror. Looking at the big man in front of him, he realized how weak he was without a level of synchronization. The protagonist sighed, mentally saying that he had no choice but to use it. The professor suddenly stood up, ending the match. Stepping into the field, he said that they had already learned enough about each other, so they needed to finish the simulation of the competition. Carrie gritted her teeth, drenched in sweat. Ganghyun smiled. Looking at the 2 angry newcomers, he realized that they were angry because they had lost in this semblance of competition. They clearly had a very strong thirst for victory. The guy clapped his hands. Approaching the newcomers, he said that it is good to feel annoyed by the defeat, but if it is over, you need to give some kind of response. The protagonist lowered his gaze as Ganghyun told him that he understood that he was worried, but he wouldn't be able to win if he was so discouraged. It seemed that he needed to participate in matches like this more often. Carrie pursed her lips when the guy told her that even if the game wasn't going well, she wouldn't win. Just blaming everything on her partner, she took out her anger. As Solha approached, Ganghyun said that within the academy, their team is a strong contender to win competitions with other teams. Because of this, they will need to become stronger than they are now. Fortitude is also important for the player. If they falter due to a few defeats, there is no way they will be able to win. The girl involuntarily opened her mouth in amazement. Clenching her fists, she asked if they often won. The professor's team was really that strong, and if they were strong, they would probably be considered at the highest levels in the academy. Solha and Deoxys turned away. Hiding a smile behind his hand, Ganghyun said that they ranked 10th last year. The girl in front of him froze, saying that there were only 10 teams in the academy. Carrie narrowed her eyes and fell into a stupor. Solha, frowning, tried to understand why their comrade was talking so proudly about the 10th place. The professor approached Noah. He saw how he, lowering his head, was angry with himself. At night, Noah could not sleep looking at the ceiling. Theoden, appearing on the screen, asked what he was so worried about. Recalling the past match, the protagonist said that he thinks that if everything continues like this, will everything be okay with him? The professor, standing near the guy's bed, said that he was forbidden to use a high level of synchronization in the future. Initially only a very small value could be changed, and it did not change very much, but its level underwent strong metamorphosis. The professor, parting his lips, said that at first, the synchronization of 300% reached 500, and then the level of 500% reached 1000. Perhaps it surpassed the mark, but they only saw the upper limited value of 1000%. The protagonist got angry when the man said that he was overexerting himself because of this. For this reason he decided that perhaps using the synchronization boost could be dangerous for him. The young man, angry, asked how he could stay in the game without synchronization. The man, looking at the student in front of him, said that Carrie's synchronization level was only 103%, the unelevated level was 100, so it was almost equal to it. But Carrie had never used it as an excuse for her weakness. Putting his hands in his pockets, the professor said that he wasn't telling him not to use this skill throughout his life. Only until they discovered the secret of his synchronization and could control it. There was a professor in the academy who was a specialist in it, so they didn't have to worry too much. Smiling, Lee said that the crisis was an opportunity, and he had to take the opportunity to abandon the synchronization game and think of it as a good chance to find a new feature. Lying in bed, the guy said that physically he was no better than Carrie at all, not as agile as Ganghyun, couldn't read the situation as well as Deoxys. The young man, frowning slightly, said that he would definitely do it anyway. Soon the day came, the school day began. We find ourselves in the Class C lecture hall, and pointing to herself, Sora introduces herself, saying that she will teach them sports disciplines and combat techniques that can be put into practice in the crossroads. Noah frowned, mentally saying that the first day was still exciting. Looking around the classroom, the guy mentally said that he was still in the same class as Carrie and Khan, at least someone he knew. The academy classes take place both in reality and in the crossroads. In reality, they studied the theory and management of their mental and physical states, and in the crossroads, the game itself, techniques and train avatars. The young man frowned, trying to understand what awaited them there. The professor smiled and said that since today was the first day, they would just measure their strength. Looking at the students in front of her, she said that there was a dissertation that said that although they used an avatar in the game, physical health in reality also affected it, and if they were in the virtual world for too long, the physical body did not have enough exercise. The protagonist frowned when Sora said that they needed to change into the sports uniform they had been given the day before. Events take us to the holographic gymnasium of the academy. The young man stood in the middle of the hall. The reaction speed was measured. A drop of sweat ran down his face. Suddenly, a hologram appeared behind him. The guy immediately pierced her with his hand. Noah began to pierce every hologram that appeared. In the physical strength dimension, the young man lifted the barbell. His face turned red with exertion. When the muscle endurance measurement was taken, the guy ran at full speed. As a result, Noah smiled, having received an average result in 3 disciplines. Sitting next to Han, the guy said that during the entrance exam, he was sleeping, and here he was just dozing. So what were his results? After wiping his saliva, Han said that he was almost falling asleep, so he did everything half-heartedly. The protagonist, seeing the high indicators, mentally called the guy a deceiver. He turned his head, noticing the familiar one. The girl's hand went through the hologram. It almost simultaneously pierced 2 more targets. The professor's eyes widened in shock. Carrie, who was standing in the middle of the court, received a perfect score. She smiled, mentally saying that it meant that she was in the first place. Glancing at his friend, Noah asked him if he knew Carrie, who stood up and said that she was very famous in F-City. In that city, there is an authoritative organization that could have been created even in a place like F-City for the survival of abandoned children. Little by little it has become bigger, and now it has reached such a scale that even adults cannot underestimate it, and Carrie is the head in that place. The girl, not noticing the conversation, smiled. The young man narrowed his eyes, realizing that the girl had a difficult past. Soon, the girl came up to him, asking if he was done. The guy shouted, saying that she had done a good job. Sitting next to Noah, she asked him if he had heard about it. The guy, not understanding, asked what she was talking about. Throwing up her hand, the girl said that there are 10 teams in the academy. Each team has 20 to 50 members, so it is said that the team is usually divided into first and second teams. After thinking about it, she said that there were not even candidates in their group. There were only 5 people in it, who could hardly play against each other. Besides, according to last year's estimates, they were in the very last place. Frowning, Carrie said that their team had some problems. Looking at the sky, the protagonist said that it was quite possible. Ganghyun, who was holding the barbell, turned around. Solha, coming up to him, said that he was the best member of the gym. Since he was still training, squatting, the captain said that if he did not move, his body began to hurt a lot. Deokjin raised an eyebrow. Putting his hands in his pockets, he asked his friend what he thought about the newcomers who came this time, who, crouching, replied, saying that they were unlikely to be able to sit down. The guy, hearing it, said that he was not talking about squats. Stretching his shoulder, Ganghyun said that although Carrie was a bit rude, she was the best in terms of physical fitness, but Noah could be said to expect a lot from him due to his flaws. Narrowing his eyes, Deokjin said that he wasn't asking about abilities. Throwing up his hand, he said that he had seen their faces when they had started talking about their progress yesterday. The feeling that they might quit altogether. Wouldn't it be better for them to try to recruit at least the students who had entered the usual way before they found themselves in an even more difficult situation? Wiping away the sweat, the captain said that the professor had chosen these 2, and even if they didn't believe them, they had to believe in the professor. He had to have a reason to choose them. Solha turned her head, staring at her comrade. The girl was walking down the corridor. Crossing her arms over her chest, she said that if everything continued like this, then everything would begin to come apart at the seams before the start of the season. Tapping her fingers, she said that everyone seemed very sensitive about what had happened last year, but they hadn't been doing poorly because of a lack of energy. Solha involuntarily looked out of the window. Downstairs, someone blocked Carrie's path. Matthew, chuckling, said that now he could finally see the one who had won first place in this recommended exam. Narrowing his eyes, he offered to join their team. Solha, who had been watching everything, flinched. Then Carrie said that she had been a student on Professor Lee's recommendation. Throwing up his hands, Matthew said that students can also change teams on recommendation, but, unlike ordinary students, they have a penalty in the form of a 1-year ban from participating in tournaments, while the professor is known for forming a team only from poor losers. Carrie frowned when the guy said that the academy calls their team losers, and if she moves to their team, which finished second last year, she will be able to escape from them. The girl rubbed her chin and thought when the interlocutor offered her a sponsorship allowance. After thinking about it, she asked how much they could give. Solha frowned and tensed. Matthew grinned. Looking at the girl in front of him, he thought that she already belonged to him. At that moment, Deokjin approached Solha. Approaching, he asked what she was looking at. The girl, panicking, said that he was not allowed to look. The guy approached when he saw Matthew and Carrie. Raising his hand, the young man asked how much she wanted, and in his mind he said that slum dwellers lose their minds at the mere mention of money. Taking out her phone, the girl said that she had calculated, and yet at least they would have to give her at least 10 billion. Deokjin's face twisted with anger. A moment later, his eyes widened at the understanding of the amount voiced by the girl. Parting her lips, Carrie said that if they gave her 10 billion, she would think about it. Matthew, who was standing in front of her, was amazed. Moving her lips, the girl said that this amount came out in the calculation. She would lose her pride as a professional. Besides, because of this choice, in the future, when she became a superstar, negative reviews would pour out on her. But most importantly, she had to add a fee for betraying the professor. Carrie remembered that moment. She was in the game when she was invited to the academy. Looking at the man in front of her in surprise, she said that she had just told him who she was, having nothing, an orphan who had been abandoned in the slums. Frowning, the professor said that she had abilities and everyone should have an equal chance. Although she had been held back by her surroundings until now, she should get something that she couldn't before. Holding out his hand, he asked if she wanted to reveal her abilities at the academy. Raising her hand, Carrie said that she needed at least 10 billion. This is just a small part of what the future superstar will earn. Matthew frowned. He rushed to the girl, asking if he really looked like a simpleton. The girl dodged her fist. She put her hand on her opponent's neck. A moment later, Matthew was lying on the ground, knocked down. Gritting his teeth, he asked how she dared to attack the elder. The girl replied by saying that in F City, she had confronted the opinion of the rich that money could buy everything, disgusting countless times. The girl's face twisted slightly in displeasure. Deokshin, who had been watching everything, stopped frowning. At that moment, Noah ran into the alley. His eyes widened from what he saw. The guy ran to the girl, saying that violence is bad, she needs to stop doing it. Suddenly, the young man stumbled. His body fell forward. His hand went to the prisoner's head. A moment later, Noah elbowed Matthew. Blood gushed out of his nostrils. Carrie, letting go of the guy, said that he used an elbow fall. It turns out that he is quite cruel. The protagonist jumped up, saying that he just wanted to stop her. The girl frowned at the guy, saying that this idiot was the first to make a mess here. If they pushed him aside a little, then later he would wake up on his own. As they first picked Matthew up, Deokshin called out to them. Solha waved to them, saying that they needed to talk. Noah stopped holding Matthew, thinking about the fact that their elders had noticed them. Events take us to the gym. Ganghyun was drenched in sweat. Looking at the crew members in front of him, he asked if they really knocked out the guy from the Vipers. Deokshin, pointing at Noah, said that they hid the guy well. Besides, the newcomer hit him well on the head, so there would be no problems with witnesses. The captain, after thinking, said that later they would need to come to apologize. When Ganghyun asked Deokshin if he wanted permission to talk about last year's incident, the protagonist raised his head and said that everyone present had simply ignored what had happened. Wiping away the sweat, the captain said that he had never thought that he, Deokshin, would be the first to talk about it, and he was also thinking about whether to tell the newcomers about everything. As Noah straightened up, Ganon said that they had already told them that their team had finished last year. The three of them looked at the rookies when the captain said that the reason for their loss wasn't due to ability. Parting his lips, he said that the place called the Fantastic Academy was originally a school for the elite, which was attended by the children of high-ranking people, and it was the recommendation recruitment system and Professor Lee that interrupted this flow. They must know that the recommendation students come from the cities D, F, and Z. The young man parted his lips and asked if they were also from there. Ganghyun, recalling the numerous factories, said that although D City is currently in the process of development, cities F and Z are too distant from this generation and are called slums. If you compare them to the city, you can think that they are completely different worlds. Because of this, there were forces that opposed the admission on the recommendation of students from the slums. They even gathered and demanded the complete resignation of the professor. However, the man, disputing all the reproaches, showed excellent results every year with the team. That was also the case last year when Ganghyun was in his second year. Although their team consisted of 5 people and did not have reserve players, they had a third-year student who was preparing to turn pro and 2 rookies who took first and second places in the exam that year. Their team defeated everyone and was discussed as the strongest contender for victory, so their existence could not be ignored by other teams, nor could their emblem. Solha bowed her head when the captain said that they had had an accident. One first-year student who had joined them with Deokshin suddenly announced his desire to leave the team, so they could barely contain a third-year student. Although everyone tried to dissuade and persuade him, he said only one phrase and left. Chuckling, he said that he just had to jump at the chance. Frowning, Deokshin said that they heard that he had moved to another team after receiving a huge amount of money for which he had betrayed the professor and the team. Everyone in the hall froze. Then the guy said that until the very beginning of the season they could not find additional participants, and performed as a foursome. The protagonist's eyes widened when Deokshin said that they had to play in a similar lineup, where there were supposed to be 5. As a result, they got the very last place. Noah frowned as he realized that the academy was very different from what he thought of it, and there was something else he was thinking about now. He couldn't help but remember how the professor, frowning, asked him if he had the spirit with which he could continue to resist even the enemy he was sure he would lose. Now, Noah realized that they needed to fight not only with the other teams in the academy, but also with the limited views of people directed at them. The guy, squinting, said that although he didn't like the guy who betrayed them and abandoned his team, he was also by the great elite of this school. They should not give in to loud shouts that everyone who grew up in unfavorable conditions is losers. The protagonist clenched his fists. Frowning, Deokshin said that if they were all crushed and defeated, they wouldn't be able to squeal. Carrie smiled. Suddenly, the guy standing next to her shouted, saying that he didn't want to lose to anyone. When everyone turned in his direction, he said that he would not lose to the other teams in the academy, and was not going to succumb to the looks that despised him. Frowning, the young man said that although he still lacked strength now, they just needed to wait a little. He would become an ace at all costs to lead the team. Deokshin and Ganghyun's faces contorted. They were skeptical of what they had said. Teoden shed a few tears and said that he could now speak such speeches, he had grown up already. Deoxys and Carrie gritted their teeth in anger, mentally saying that they were here too, since how could he be an ace? The protagonist was stunned when he realized that he had said something wrong. Carrie and Deoxys picked him up as a pair, arguing about who the real ace was. Ganghyun smiled and said that they didn't seem to have any problems now. Noah cried when the guy told the girl that if she lost last time, she should know how to reduce her ardor. Carrie objected, saying that she would not lose to him in a one-on-one battle. Shouts of confrontation were heard in the dormitory. The professor, sitting in his chair, listened to everything. He couldn't help but smile. The protagonist raised his head. Right in the air hung a hologram announcing the discovery of ICS. Taking a closer look at the hologram, the young man heard people talking about the opening ceremony of the academy competitions in a week. Smiling, Noah said that last season it was a 5-on-5 PvP in the world of Heroes of Time. Grinning, I decided to try to train in PvP with all my might from today. In the lecture hall, the professor explained the topic. Parting his lips, he said that today they would learn about the world of the crossing. The avatars sat in their seats while the professor said that the VR world satisfies many parameters of reality. But with the development of the intersection, great changes appeared in human life. After forming the sphere, he said that the biggest change was the disappearance of spatial constraints, that is, the birth of the world became possible. After that, concepts of the world appeared. Separate universes with single goals, such as the game world, began to be created. An office world for employees was also created. Subsequently, the banking world appeared, and so there was a convenience that cannot be compared with reality. Raising his hand, the man said that many economic markets had been moved from reality to the crossroads, and after that, the world had also developed a lot. Abruptly transferring everyone to the clearing, he said that if you become the ruler of the universe, you can feel like a god. The protagonist fell to the ground. Forming a sphere in the palm of his hand, the professor said that from now on they will all try to plan the world, to create its design. When the sphere was in front of the man told him to try to create his own world. All the disciples in the clearing were tormented, copying the worlds. The young man rubbed his chin, saying that he had absolutely no idea what kind of world to make. Khan, having removed the sphere, asked his friend if he was succeeding, who replied, saying that he had no ideas. The guy himself has already created a world full of futons. Smiling, he said that there was a humidifier in the middle, because the humidity indicator is very important during sleep. Shifting his gaze to the girl, the young man wondered what exactly she had done. Wanting to approach her, he accidentally bumped into another student. Turning around, he apologized for what had happened. The guy grabbed his shoulder and angrily called Noah disgusting. The protagonist frowned. He froze, looking at the student as he left. Noah was sweating. He didn't know about it until the elders told him everything, but then he felt something. No one approached the people from poor cities, keeping a distance. If they were looked at all, it was only with cold, contemptuous looks. A gust of wind caught up with the guy when he realized that this was the prejudice spreading throughout the academy. A few days later, the players entered the intersection to participate in the ICS opening ceremony. The protagonist team came to the ceremony. The young man's mouth dropped open in surprise. A huge hall was created by the academy for holding a party. Looking around the hall, the protagonist said that the tables here are distributed among teams. They definitely have much fewer people than in other teams. Carrie and Solha swooped into the dishes, rejoicing at the food and the fact that they couldn't gain weight in the crossing. The girl shuddered sharply when she heard that they were called frivolous. The lady whispered to her friend, saying that these savages grasp at everything as if they had been starving for days. Turning around, she said that it would be good if they disappeared from the academy. At this point, 4 of the 5 participants gave them their middle fingers. The girls gritted their teeth, calling them garbage. The protagonist smiled, saying that his team members are very resilient. He smiled as he said that he also needed to follow their example, as they had set the direction of their team yesterday. Taking the sheet in his hand, Deoxys said that they didn't know about the teams that were in the academy yet. Pointing to the sheet, he said that they did not need to memorize information about all 9 commands except their own. No one could oppose them if there was not a single mistake on their part. Handing the sheet to Noah, he said that they only needed to memorize 3 commands. The White Owls were the ones who took first place last year, then their results were overwhelming. They are the strongest team that has never lost. Although the key players have already graduated, they were joined by rookie monsters, like King. Elemental Vipers took second place. It was the team where Matthew was, who was knocked out by Carrie and Noah. In order to win, they will ignore all the rules and play very dirty, and they also have stable basic abilities. The young man flinched when Deoxys said that the third team was the most important. Last year, the 9th place was taken by the Metal Sharks. This was the team to which the guy who betrayed them left. Due to receiving a penalty for changing teams, he could not take part in the competition, but he will have to perform this time. Carrie, smiling, said that in that case, they would only have to do one thing. Parting his lips, Deoxys said that they needed to suppress at least the sharks at all costs. The young man looked away. He saw the emblem of the Metal Sharks aside. Suddenly, Noah saw an acquaintance in front of him. Hyunjun gritted his teeth at the sight of the guy. The protagonist frowned, realizing that the bully was also in the sharks. Clenching his fist, he burst into flames, telling Ganghyun that he would deal with the sharks at all costs. Deokjin turned his head. He saw a familiar figure among the group. He waved his hand to him and smiled. The boy's face contorted with anger. At that moment, someone took the stage, asking the participants if they were enjoying the party. Throwing up his hand, the man said that he would be the host and commentator of this ICS. Smiling broadly, he introduced himself, calling himself Stardust. Carrie, munching on a pie, listened to the host announce the start of the ceremony, after which he said that starting this season, there were plans to change the rules of the competition. Noah's eyes widened in surprise, assuming that it wouldn't be a battle like last year. The presenter, raising his hand, said that the game itself this season will also be held in the same world. After displaying last year's battle, he said that it would go from the standard 5-on-5 mode to AOS. Smiling broadly, he said that this mode is incredibly popular, so there can't be a student in the academy who hasn't tried this mode. Ganghyun chuckled and said that they had taken all the most popular ones. Deokjin's face froze as the newcomers pointed at themselves and said they had never tried this mode. The three of them turned sharply. Rubbing his neck, the young man said that it wasn't because he didn't have friends to play with him, but because he had a lot more fun playing solo PvPs. Carrie, chuckling, said that she wasn't going to play it until she took first place in PvP. The trio raised their eyebrows to the bridge of their noses. Smiling, the newcomers said that although this was the first time, they would not have any problems. The players sat at the same table. The professor brought his hand to his chin, thinking that Carrie and Noah hadn't tried playing in the special mode. Everyone looked away, and the players said that they never thought there were people out there who didn't play the most popular games and modes. The young man raised his hand and asked what to do, because there was only a month left before the competition. He raised his eyebrows in surprise when the tutor replied that everything would be fine. The teacher raised his hand and explained that the mode was also based on intersection. The way they used the avatar was the same, so they would quickly get used to it. Ganghyun clenched his hand into a fist, saying that they would gladly explain everything to the protagonist and Carrie. Professor Lee was smiling. The tower burned brightly. There was a pink sky above the buildings. The territory of the academy was visible. Two players said with smiles that this is a map of the Time Heroes World MOBA mode. Deokjin crossed his arms and said that he would tell a little about this regimen as instructed by the teacher before their training. They were standing at a high tower, and the players said that the essence of the mode is to storm the fortress. In this game you need to upgrade the character, suppress the enemy, and defeat him. He presented a diagram and explained that in order to destroy a fortress, it was necessary to destroy the towers in front of the base, and as long as the front towers were standing, the buildings behind them were in an invincible state. As the army marched forward, Deokjin said that the intermittent infantry spawning from the inhibitor also ran towards the enemy base. They were hit by a blow, and the young man added that the tower was the first to attack the infantrymen, at which point the players could storm it. Noah raised his hand and said he had a question. He sweated and asked if it was possible not to complicate things and just punch one line with 5 people, but the mentor replied that it was impossible. He introduced 2 teams and said that due to the fact that if you kill an infantryman altogether, the experience gained for him will be shared, then quick leveling becomes impossible. The guy looked straight and said that this is the basic concept of the game. He introduced a knight, and said that registered items and skills obtained in RPG mode can be used in this world. They were standing across from each other, and Deokjin said that they were allowed to be bought at Moa's store. Noah and Carrie froze in amazement when the mentor said that he had finally finished his explanation. He raised his hand to the side and announced that there would be a practice. Carrie had 2 other players on his team. A bright light shone beneath their feet. The girl looked at her comrades, who were just watching the game. The young man approached her and asked which line she would take. The player smiled and replied that she would go to the center because it seemed to her the most important thing. There was a bright sky above her. The girl saw an opponent ahead of her. She began to warm up while her comrades advised her to attack with the infantrymen, because if she went forward alone, she would have to face everyone alone. Carrie said with a smirk that she was confident in her physical strength. Then she rushed forward. The army of the enemies held weapons in their hands. One of them swung his sword. The player dodged the blows. She was approaching the crowd. Then the girl blew off the head of one of the infantrymen. Her allies opened their mouths in shock. Carrie smiled, laughingly shouting that she would kill them all. Its characteristics were visible. She picked up a sword. Her friends looked at her, praising how quickly she leveled up. The girl clicked on the screen when her comrade said that a group battle had begun somewhere. She knitted her brows. The allies were watching her, and she assumed that she had figured out how to win this mode outright. She smiled and said that it would be better if, while there was a group battle going on, she would go and destroy the base. Then she rushed forward, calling herself a genius and not wanting to hear anything. Carrie began to attack the infantryman. Her opponent gritted his teeth in rage. Fireballs swept past the girl, and she said with a smirk that no one would allow herself to be hit by such a blow. Suddenly there was an explosion. The army was lying on the floor. The opponent smirked and laughed contentedly. A ray of magic swept through the air. If there are no infantrymen, then the player will have to take the strongest blows from the tower himself. Carrie fell to her knees, letting out a heavy sigh. She gritted her teeth as she looked at the enemy. The girl took out her sword and asked if they had a group fight there. The opponent replied with a smile that they had redistributed the participants. The player gritted her teeth in despair. Then she ran forward, shouting that she didn't care how many of them there were. Suddenly something flew past her quickly. She received a powerful stab in the back. Carrie gritted her teeth. In this mode there is a skill of not being able to dodge. Her comrades watched from afar, saying that this time the girl would learn that it was impossible to win only through physical strength. Colored clouds floated in the sky. Deokjin's eyes widened intensely. He covered himself with sweat and asked what was going on. The guy was in the form of a ghost, watching Noah. The main character stood in the middle of the enemies lying on the floor. He furrowed his brows, and the tutor thought that he was indeed a genius. The faces of the two team leaders appeared. They stood opposite each other on the same line. The hero, bowing his head a little, said that this is a battle on the line, and the controls are no different from the RPG mode. The system window opened when the fighter remembered that in each game you have to start from the first level, and trees and skills can also be changed in each game, and also thought about his future skill. The opponent, approaching him, asked if he was just standing there and choosing an ability. She held out her sword. Immediately after, her leg froze due to the use of the ice arrow. She gritted her teeth forcefully when the protagonist said that he thought so, and the water on the map freezes from the magic of ice, and apparently it is necessary to properly distribute skills, paying attention to the features of the map. Raising his staff, the guy also suggested that it was probably because he had to play with the people from the academy to attack and defend against them. Swinging, the young man asked if he should try to relax a little. Immediately after, the player hit the opponent with his weapon. The fighter was smiling broadly, while Deokjin thought about his use of skills and assessment of the situation and realized that in many aspects he greatly stood out from ordinary players. But, unlike reality, he had a rather dirty style of play. After introducing him along with Shia, the associate also thought about his talent compared to the girl. The young man bowed his head while his friend thought that, judging by the way they played football, there was a possibility that he would only be able to grab the team by the ankle, and it would be necessary to check why the professor had chosen him. A certain man and a monster appeared behind after the story that if you kill the boss on the map, then all team members will be able to get a special buff to capture the fortress. So thanks to it, you need to overtake the rest of the teams or dramatically change the unfavorable situation. This monster appeared on one of the locations of the map, and it was said that this is the reason why all players gather at the boss spawn location, because this is the time for a 5-on-5 fight. All the fighters gathered right in front of him. They stood opposite each other. The hero, grinning, realized that this would be his first general battle. Bright explosions lit up the battlefield as Deokjin thought about how his teammate's opponent in the lane wasn't that strong, so he didn't have a chance to see any talent in him, and so he should look at the progress of the team fight. One of the fighters was surrounded on both sides. The man, attacking his teammate, shouted for him to get out of the way. The observer's eyes widened after that. Looking at this person, the fighter realized that he already had 2 finishing items at this time, and with such abilities, he definitely had no place in the rookie team and suggested that it could just be a losing troll. The fighter, smiling broadly, shouted that he really had a lot of fun destroying weaklings. Suddenly something got into his head. The hero, standing behind, said that he had hit it after all. The opponent, throwing back his head, asked if there was really one person here with a good punch. Grinning, the opponent explained that he was going to break through only along the front, but now his plan will change. Rushing to attack, the man also shouted that he would kill the mage first. The protagonist, jumping back, assumed that he specialized in hand-to-hand combat. The young man was behind him after using the teleporter while he was talking about how this man was nothing compared to Shia. The observer's eyes widened. Stopping, the enemy noted that he had apparently learned the technique of evasion. Rushing to the attack again, the man shouted that the jump had a 20-second cooldown. The young man covered himself with his hand as he shouted that such a mage would come to an end when he no longer had the opportunity to dodge. Immediately afterward, the guy looked away. One of his comrades pushed his opponent away. The latter, gritting his teeth, asked why the tank was suddenly there. The soldier, looking at him, said that he had come here himself. Something immediately struck the man's face. The young man, smiling, noted that everything turned out as he wanted. Dante, opening his eyes wider, tried to understand what had just happened. Imagining his evasion, the soldier remembered that the evasion technique that is usually used to retreat back was used by this man in the direction where his teammate could help him, and as a result, he received the help of the tank that came for the healer. After imagining him on the turret, Deokjin also realized that the most important thing for a ranged player to attack during a general battle is to choose the right position, as it is necessary to use the terrain together with the tank and be able to attack enemies from a place that is difficult for them to attack. Looking at this person, the fighter could not understand whether it was an accident or not, because it is not clear how the one who is playing for the first time could use such tactics. The book in the hands of a person trembled, and it was said that in childhood the introverted boy did not like to be in crowded places. This student sat up from his seat when it was said that at the moment when his shoulders were tightening, his arms and legs were shaking and cold sweat was appearing, the boy was very afraid of what society thought of him. Photos of him with his father and mother also appeared, and it was said that after the disappearance of the head of the family without a trace, he did not want to make the sick mother worry. His eyes were wide, and it was explained that this was why he decided to face his fear. All the disciples were watching him intently. One of them smirked and said that the lack of interest and smile, the looks he had to meet, were very far from the terrible scenarios that he imagined, and after he managed to learn more about it, there would be no problem with it. The boy held the book in his hands, and when it was said, his trembling hands immediately stopped shaking, as if nothing had happened before, and that day he got into the habit of reading the looks, actions of people around him and evaluating them. The guy's gaze was lowered. The man was watching the battle go on when it was said that he was currently using this habit in all games, and thanks to this genre, his skill became a real talent. The enemy, swinging his fist for a blow, shouted a question about how he dared to be distracted, standing in front of him. The guy dodged his sudden attack. Immediately after, the fighter put his hand out in front of him. The enemy's eyes opened a little wider. Deokjin also watched in surprise when he realized that it wasn't a fluke at all. Everything suddenly froze in place. An arrow appeared leading to him. When he realized that he was choosing his position, determining the location of all people, and apparently this man was really a genius. The young man smiled and activated an energy blast. A bright blue beam struck the enemy. Sweat dripped down his comrade's face. The young man threw his staff over his shoulder. Looking somewhere ahead, the guy assumed that it was so easy for him, because there were only beginners here. The building of the academy appeared. The disciples, looking somewhere, cried out the question of whether this was true. The comrade, standing in front of them, answered in the affirmative and explained that he played a few more times for the sake of checking and this is accurate information. Someone said that he is really incredible, because he has the ability to determine all the views of other people even during a difficult team fight. The young man, rubbing his head, noted that he thought that everyone could do this. His friend's face became sadder after thinking that everything was as expected from the professor, and he already knew about the abilities of this man. The hero, standing next to the others, realized that he had only tried to play one-on-one modes and therefore did not know that he had a talent for team games. Smiling, the hero suggested that he had finally found his talent, in addition to the level of synchronization, and according to the commander, with his peculiarity, it is best to choose the position of a ranged player, since the strength lies in the fact that with the help of high sensitivity and brain work, he manages to determine the intentions of all people and therefore manages to find the safest place, and therefore it can be called a safe detention. The comrade, smiling broadly, said that their newcomer had the 10th level of this look. The latter opened his eyes wider at these words. The hero, frowning, said that this was a safe place, and the interlocutor wondered if this was possible only thanks to his analytical vision, because he had the opportunity to monitor the mood of many people at once. The young man lowered his gaze as he tried to figure out what the name of the technique was. The protagonist, standing among his teammates, thought that he had difficulty finding this talent, and his comrade called it that, and tried to understand how long he would have to be so uncool. Smiling, the soldier asked himself if this skill would interfere with other people. One of the comrades in arms, looking at the leader, asked if he had thought about it, while Deokjin replied in the affirmative and explained that he understood after watching the two of them play. Shia also shifted her gaze to them when someone asked about what they should do with the remaining positions. She, smiling, realized that it was finally time to distribute places, and the positions of the center and bottom line remained in this team, and realized that she would have the main role, because she has a very good physical condition. The hero, frowning, realized that although his ability was an analytical view, he would like to go to the center. The leader looked down as he began to say something. Raising his hand, the man said that it would be better if the protagonist took the center, and Shia the bottom lane. A wide smile appeared on his face. His gaze immediately shifted to the side after activating his gaze skill. Veins protruded on the girl's face. Curtains appeared in one of the rooms. Light began to pour into them through the crack. The guy stood up and said that it was wonderful. The bright morning sky appeared. Two people were running around the training ground. A friend, being behind, asked about what it was like for him to wake up in the morning and run, and he replied that it was wonderful. A teammate, looking away, noted that he did not even think that he would suddenly say such a thing. Continuing to run beside him, the colleague asked why the newcomer suddenly decided to train with him, while the hero replied that he had a chance to hear that he was the most diligent, and he wanted to do everything possible to become stronger. A smile appeared on his friend's face after saying that his statement about becoming an ace was not empty words. As he continued to run beside him, Gang Hyun also noted that he was keeping up with him better than expected, while the young man replied in the affirmative and explained that the professor had advised him to develop his endurance properly. Footage of watching the replays was shown, and it was said that after the opening ceremony, the protagonist's daily schedule became terribly heavy and he did not have a minute of free time, and after training stamina together, he had to practice in this game mode, and then watch replays of matches with the leader and receive feedback from him. Immediately after that, footage appeared of him being beaten by a girl, and it was said that in the remaining time the fighter now and then asked for sparring with her. A smile appeared on his face after saying that although there was no rest in the created schedule, but because of the opportunity to find a new talent, he enjoyed his diligence in developing abilities. The professor, crossing his arms over his chest, said that in this case, since Shia and Noah were well accustomed to such a regime, then they should already start a real battle of the 5-on-5 team. Stretching out his hand, the man also explained that, unlike a regular game, Communication with friends is very important in the competition, and they need to get used to the signs used by teammates during the game. The young man glanced at the girl as the commander told them to disperse to their chosen positions. She, raising her hand, asked why she did not get a role in the center, because all her indicators and everything exceed the indicators of the newcomer. The latter, opening his eyes wider, asked if the subordinate was dissatisfied with the position. The girl, frowning, answered in the affirmative. The guy immediately narrowed his eyes. Standing nearby, the leader asked if she knew the reason why there were 2 people in the bot lane. After presenting the development scale of 2 players in different positions, the head explained that unlike the central line, on which the one who is able to pump up quickly from the very beginning should stand, on the bottom there is a person who, although weak in the first minutes, becomes strong at the end, and this is a player who is able to develop. As he approached, the young man also said that the reason why the team needed to cultivate the bottom player was that in the second half of the battle, he would be in charge of the entire game, and in other words, he would become a real leader. Her eyes immediately opened wider. As he was leaving, the leader continued, saying that if she didn't want to, then there was nothing he could do, although it seemed to him that she, with such a developed physical training, could become the main hero of the entire match. She also asked him to stop. The 2 comrades, frowning, thought about how their leader had done well, as the girl immediately agreed to the position in the bot lane. The hero, looking at her, realized that she was in a surprisingly good mood after talking to the head. The teacher, smiling, asked if they were ready to start. A game map has appeared. The fighters stood opposite each other on the line. The protagonist, putting his hand out in front of him, thought that he was already very used to playing on the lane, and if he continued like this, then, perhaps, winning the competition would not be so impossible. One of his shells hit his opponent. The young man, running closer, realized that she had fallen into mass control. Someone appeared next to him, while the hero was thinking that this would be his first murder. Another opponent attacked him. A wound appeared on his shoulder. Raising his hand, the young man realized that he was so focused on the battle on the line that he had completely forgotten about the enemy hunter, and apparently he was waiting for death. The ally, having repulsed the attack, noted that he had to keep an eye on these 2 newcomers. A smile appeared on the guy's face. The comrade looked back. Frowning, Deokshin said that he had sent him a sign that the enemy was approaching him and reminded him that he had already asked him to practice looking at the map more often, and then the young man realized that the more he got used to this regimen, the more he felt how incredible his trainers were. Immediately after that, I introduced another teammate and thought that this is the stupidest pillar of the team, standing in the top lane. Imagining him surrounded by enemies, a person understood that he always makes an effort when he plays the role of a tank and does not die in most battles, even when he is stormed by opponents, and as a strong player, he is the support of the team. He also introduced a girl who is in the position of an assistant. Footage of her standing behind and healing her ally appeared, when the young man remembered that she as an assistant took care of Shia, who developed the players, and throughout the game complimented the rest of the participants, and thinking about her teammates, she used the abilities that they needed at the right time. Deokshin also showed up after thinking that although he was a sophomore student, he was already the dispatcher of the team. Imagining how this man repels attacks, the hero remembered that he gains experience in the monster zone and takes the position of a hunter, wanders around the places of the map, and acts in such a way that the game on all lanes is as easy as possible. The fighter repelled another enemy attack when the protagonist realized that he was also a team tactician who shared what was happening on the map and made a plan and led the team on a winning strategy. The enemy's eyes opened wide. A bright explosion lit up the battlefield. 2 opponents were lying on the ground after that. The ally, running away, said that he would go to the other lane and added that as soon as they finished this game, he would have to comment on it for the newcomer. The corridor of the academy appeared. The assistant opened the door and called out to everyone. Picking up the paper, the man said that the schedule of the competition had already been published. The young man smiled. The interlocutor, bowing his head, noted that they should wait for their first opponent with impatience. The emblems of both teams appeared. Ganghyun, opening his eyes wider, noted that these are the opponents of the first competition, who took second place last year. Kim, raising his hand, explained that such an opponent would be enough to tell the whole world about them. The hero asked again. The interlocutor then replied that such tournaments are shown through internet broadcasting around the world. Shia slammed her fist into her arm and asked if they were the same players who had been told last time that they had been very cowardly. But the coach replied that it would be all right this year, because the last time the Vipers had used a trick under the strong influence of their then captain. A board with information about the players appeared and the hero asked if this meant that their previous captain had graduated, while the colleague suggested that their captain would be a third-year Matthew. The girl, looking at the captain, asked what had happened, and he replied that the captain of the Vipers would not be this person. A paper with a highlighted name appeared. The protagonist, opening his eyes, replied that he knew him. They all looked at the newcomer when he said that this person also acted with them on the recommendation. Matthew showed herself. The young man, standing in the ranks, tried to understand how he managed to be here. People stood in 2 rows. The leader, holding the document in his hands, noted that there is a person in this team who defeated the S rank. There was a wide grin on his face. 2 newcomers were standing nearby. The assistant, sitting down near the box, said that he was sure that there must be a spare uniform somewhere here, but the students did not understand why there were so many things in this room. The protagonist, looking somewhere ahead, remembered that they had come to get a form, but they only saw a lot of strange things. Immediately after that, the fighter's gaze was riveted on one of the robots, and at the same time the man asked a question about its performance. The assistant, looking away, replied that this robot would work if artificial intelligence was placed in it, because so far it was only an empty tin can, and added that his hobby used to be collecting robots, and almost always it was based on personal satisfaction, and it was even like collecting dolls. The protagonist was still looking at the box as the man continued to talk about how when he came to the academy as an assistant professor, he got rid of all of them, but this one was exclusive, so it still sits on the shelf. The teacher, picking up an element of clothing, exclaimed that he had found it after all, and suddenly someone asked if an artificial intelligence was placed in it, it would move. Kim looked back. Frowning, the guy noted that he had begun to speak rather impolitely, and should not address him in such a way. But the guy replied that he did not say this and asked T1 not to stick his head out during the day. His gaze was directed somewhere downwards. A phone appeared in his hand. The robot winked and introduced himself, and the assistant asked if he wanted to say that he had not spoken a little earlier. Bending a little, the man asked if it was true that he had transferred artificial intelligence to the phone, and the robot replied that Noah, who still lacks a lot, does not reach the modern world. Then the interlocutor noted that apparently there is an incredibly advanced intelligence in this robot. T. Odin, smiling, began to talk about how he was already tired of sitting on the phone and asked if he could use that body for a while, and also called the man handsome. The assistant, frowning, thought that this robot really understands people. The head of this robot appeared. Raising his hand, the assistant noted that this case was much better than the model from 5 years ago that he had used before. Everyone else crowded around him. Looking at these people, the robot asked what they were staring at. After all, was it really the first time they saw a robot move? The young man stood behind, asking if his assistant would cause any inconvenience. The latter also replied that everything would be fine, because the hull was already lying idle and it would be better to use it at least like this, and also recalled that he himself said that he had lived with this assistant since childhood and he would definitely like to see the master's performance. The girl was holding T1 in her arms when the assistant noted that the team now also had a mascot. The guy, looking at the interlocutor, replied that he was really sorry. The same said that at such moments just gratitude is enough and added that the newcomer really feels the reaction of others wonderfully. The guy's face turned red after these words and immediately thoughts about the upcoming competition began to visit his head. The arena appeared. The host, smiling broadly, greeted all the spectators. Holding the microphone to his face, the referee introduced himself. His colleague did the same. There were many similar arenas around and the words were heard that they were today at the annual festival of the Fantastic Academy, and it was decided to hold the first competitions on the floating islands of Fantasia. A lot of people gathered in the stands when one of the presenters said that none of them would regret coming to watch this season. A man appeared at a small wall. The headmaster, bowing his head, said that he is one of the ardent fans of this academy and competitions and also said that watching the abilities of the students of their institution is the only joy for him. This place appeared from afar and the old man's words were heard to say that through their game the forces that the players applied to these competitions were transmitted to him, their blood and sweat penetrating into his soul. Frowning, the head also noted that no matter how cruel it was, only one team would win this competition. The young man raised his head, listening to his words that they should show all their fervor through the game so that they would not regret anything in the future. Everyone else was also standing here when the director finally announced the start of the first match. The team moved forward. The opposing team immediately appeared when they were announced. Immediately after that, the protagonist's team appeared. They stood opposite each other when the host asked the audience to greet them with loud applause. The whole arena appeared. The guy lifted the visor. Looking at both images at once, the fighter realized that they had definitely come to the Academy Stadium, but he was able to see the Intersection Stadium as well. A contraption from which a bright light emanated appeared when the young man suggested that these three-dimensional projectors mounted on the walls were made so that they could be seen from the intersection. Smiling, the young man realized that this was indeed an incredible scale. The eyes of one of the opponents opened wider. The man, holding his head, remembered the previous events and said that he suddenly began to have a headache. Sailor, holding his hands behind his back, noted that his colleague was somehow able to gather enough participants this year, but added, saying that he feels like everything will be the same as last year. Stretching out his hand, the teacher explained that he would hope for the opportunity to hold an interesting competition. Lee squeezed his hand tightly and said that he wasn't sure it would be all that interesting to him. Smiling, the professor explained that his guys were so strong that they would exceed all their expectations. The interlocutor, snatching his hand, asked how he dared to say such a thing. The young man, smiling, thought about the fact that for the first time he saw the professor participating in a verbal battle. Someone, standing in front of him, began to talk about the protagonist. Smiling, the rival also added that he lost his parents early and all this time lived with one robot assistant, and asked if this boy was the unfortunate head of the family. The hero, frowning, asked how he dared to say that. The interlocutor, closing his eyes, said that he was counting on him in this competition. The girl suddenly appeared in front of his face. Approaching, Shia suggested that he shut up in a good way before he was beaten. Suddenly someone's hand appeared. The student, closing his eyes, noted that this was the same newcomer, the most active of the slums of F City, who really was not afraid of anything. The faces of these 4 people appeared after he asked if her life was really worth a pittance, since she did not feel sorry for her at all. Leading, holding one hand on the table, he said that an incredible psychological battle was unfolding between the teams and apparently they would be able to see a hot match, as befits the first fights, and immediately announced the start of the competition. His comrade, putting his hands in his pockets, asked the young man not to lose determination, because their enemies just want to mentally press before the start of the battle. The leader, looking at the hero, called out to him. The protagonist, frowning, thought that this infuriated him. Clenching his hand into a fist, the fighter decided to take revenge on them for this during the game. The man raised his finger up. Rising from his chair, the referee shouted that the long-awaited first match of the academy was beginning. 3 main players of both teams immediately appeared. After that, the other 2 appeared. A game card appeared. Several windows of the systems were open in front of the guy. Each of them had a picture of his comrades on them, when the leader asked them all to try. His face was extremely serious. Immediately afterward, a skull appeared. The enemy waved to him. The young man, still frowning, realized that all the excitement was gone. The enemy, looking ahead, realized that he was not afraid and apparently had much more determination than it seemed at first glance. Smiling, the fighter said that he should test the abilities of someone who managed to defeat an S rank. The hero also stared ahead intently. A map appeared with the location of all the players. Immediately after, an image of the arena appeared and words were heard that the match had finally begun. Looking to the side, the host asked his partner what he thought about the fight, while his colleague replied that the most important battles would be the lane battles. The talismans of these 2 teams appeared after he said that judging by the types of professions, the protagonist team would be in a slightly better position, but he really wanted to see the development of their opponents, because if only they could calmly improve their abilities at the stage of lane battles, then he would be able to tip the scales in his favor. The 2 players were facing each other in the lane as the host asked the spectators to keep a close eye on the key moments of the lane battles. The opponent, summoning another skeleton hound, tried to understand what was happening. Looking at the young man, the fighter understood that even when he fought in the lane with upgraded mages, it did not cause him much inconvenience. But from the very beginning it was clear that this person was very inexperienced in them and whether he was the one who managed to defeat the same S rank. Looking to the side, the soldier thought that it didn't matter and asked his ally to start something. Suddenly this player swung his hammer. This fighter was heading straight towards the girl. She also blocked the attack. Shia turned and called out to her. The ally, holding the shield in front of her, said that she was fine. Mobs appeared after her words that the price for not getting rid of them, but first attacking the players, would be their main mistake. Immediately appeared a notification that the allied hero was attacked and the target of the units was changed. They all headed towards the enemy player. A blue glow appeared around this fighter, and at the same time the host said that this support was hit by a group of mobs due to his rash attack and due to the lack of energy. He decided to return to restore it, but thanks to this, their opponents gained an advantage in the lane. The young man, smiling, thought that their team was really good. The man held out his hand in front of him when one of his comrades said that he saw an enemy from the jungle at the top of the map, and they might attack him. The professor appeared and it was said that in games of this genre there is a system due to which the distant enemy becomes invisible, so you must always be ready and see from which side a forest player from the opposing team will appear and therefore, when a battle takes place on the lane, it needs to delineate the territory that the jungler can attack and not stepping over this line is the main precaution. In order not to get into such situations, the young man, standing on the line, understood that if the information from the leader was to be believed, the jungler would have to come out on the left side, which meant that he would only have to stick to this line, and then he would definitely be able to continue the battle. His eyes suddenly opened wider when a certain laughter was heard. The opponent, smiling, asked if he really thought that a forest player would come from above. The hero shifted his gaze to the side immediately after that. Another enemy attacked him. His eyes widened. His eyes turned white as he wondered why the enemy team's assistant was here. The opponent, putting his hand in front of him, noted that not only a player from the forest can come here. The guy gritted his teeth forcefully when his opponent said that he would gladly accept the first murder. Immediately after a message about this appeared, the host also announced it. Smiling broadly, the referee asked how his colleague was in such a situation. The analyst, presenting the map, explained that the attack of the support from the bottom lane was due to the way he disguised his return to the base, because he did it in order not to go down, but immediately go to the center and deliver a surprise blow. The leader of this team appeared after saying that it was possible to clearly see the prepared strategy here. The young man was hanging in the air in the waiting room for his return. Frowning, the fighter noted that he could not even think that at such a moment this particular player would come, and apparently he planned to do it from the very beginning. Squinting, the protagonist realized that his death was the very first in the game, which means that the whole world saw it. The player appeared on the battlefield. The girl said that she thought that he would immediately come down. Another comrade asked him to concentrate and not bother because of such a death. Frowning, the guy said that it would be so, and decided to repay this situation with a victory. The enemy's gaze was directed somewhere forward. Looking at the young man, the fighter realized that he had taken up a position next to the tower, which meant that he had become more cautious than before and apparently was going to play as carefully as possible so as not to get caught again. Opening his eyes wider, the opponent realized that games with this genre are definitely suitable for this person. A battle on the lane immediately appeared after his thoughts that the essence of such a battle is dominance, and if you advance the mobs in advance, you can leave the lane without any damage before the arrival of their next wave. I also presented two possible outcomes of such events and realized that the enemy may think that the person went either to another lane, or went to someone else's territory together with the jungler, and if this happens, then the players of the opponent's upper and jungle will have to be more careful. An image of the protagonist appeared in front of the soldier, and the words were heard that the player from the center had disappeared. A blue glow appeared around the opponent. The three of them were standing in the same place when one of them thought about their team starting the real game from the moment they bought the items. The host suddenly smiled and said that this team of Vipers had taken experience points and gold from the opponents. The leader, looking at the other two, could not understand when their support managed to get here again. The players stood opposite each other when the host spoke about the fact that at some point it turned out that the entire team of Vipers gathered in the center and attacked him. The base of one of the teams appeared when the referee announced that they continued to outperform the opponents. The coach, smiling, remembered that their strategy was maneuverability, and all team members bought items related to increasing speed in the store. By imagining the tail of a snake, the man knew that if they obeyed Royd's guidance, then participants with excellent mobility were moving systematically without a single doubt. The snake surrounded the mascot of the opponent's team when the teacher realized that because of this, the opponent felt the effect of an infinitely growing snow globe and was strangled. The leader, throwing the blade over his shoulder, said that from now on they should go into the enemy forest and provoke the opponents to fight. Standing next to the corpse of the wolf, the fighter said that the opponents had apparently prepared items related to speed, and if this continued, they would just wander around, and the game would end in the meantime, and therefore, now that they had managed to achieve the level and equipment, they should create a turning point before the difference between them increased even more. Images of 3 crew members appeared. When Deokjin asked Gangyun to go to the forest, where he could be given light support and provoked by the enemy there, while the hero was asked to wait at a position from which he could quickly join the others. The enemy, smiling broadly, understood that the protagonist team thought that if they took control of the loss, they would definitely win. An image of his comrade appeared and words were heard that the hunter of the opponents had entered their forest. The leader, smiling, knew that they were trying to provoke them into a fight and announced the beginning of a plan. A game card appeared after his thoughts that if this player entered the forest, he most likely asked the top or the center for help. Rushing forward, the mage knew that the number of participants sent there by the opponents would be in the opponent's forests. Imagining his battles with that S rank, the man knew that he was not going to waste time on such a useless command, because in any case, his goal was to pay off the debt he received during the exam. The assistant, glancing at her comrade in arms, called out to her. She gritted her teeth forcefully. 2 opponents flew at her. The leader, smiling, understood that this was the end of this game. Deokjin, opening his eyes wider, asked if he thought so. Raising his hand, the man explained that he underestimated them too much. Immediately after that, one of the opponents was struck by an ice spear. The opponent, looking to the side, tried to understand what had happened. Behind him stood the protagonist. Looking at him, the soldier asked why he was there. Immediately after, an image of a map with the location of the players was shown. The head crossed his arms over his chest and asked if the newcomer would be able to read the enemy's intentions with his analytical eyesight. The young man, opening his eyes wider, asked again and asked if this would be considered a superpower, even if it worked. The interlocutor, standing in front of him, replied that this was not what he meant, but explained that he was interested in whether the player felt something when he watched the reaction of others. The latter replied that he could only understand the direction of gaze. Glancing to the side, the fighter noted that he could see the eyes of his comrades behind. Turning around, the protagonist explained that although they were playing, Janie's eyes were still riveted on the snacks and she apparently really wanted to eat them. The leader narrowed his eyes a little. Immediately afterward, the man picked up the plate, and the girl shouted a question about what she was doing. She, holding out her hands, asked for at least one piece, and the head realized that they had already been talking for some time, but he continued to observe the gazes of other people. A lump appeared on his head. Standing in front of him, Deokjin asked him to conduct a few tests to see if he could use it in the game, and added that from now on, a beginner must read the eyes of his opponents, and then they would try to fight as his hunch suggested. The young man, looking ahead, remembered that after that, as a result of many checks with the leader, they were able to determine that his guesses were 80% correct. Remembering his battle in the lane, the fighter also knew that he had the ability to read the enemy's intentions through his gaze. The opponent looked in one direction. Immediately afterward, his gaze shifted in the opposite direction. His hound moved forward. She started attacking the mob. At this time, the enemy himself had already disappeared. The young man, frowning, remembered that this would be the place where he most often looked after the leader entered enemy territory. Immediately after, the fighter pushed off the ground. Running further, the protagonist realized that he would run to the bottom lane. The ice hit one of the opponents. There was a smile on the guy's face. Clenching his hand into a fist, the hero realized that he had been able to read it properly. The host, looking up, announced a sudden support from this player. An image appeared from above after the words that a 3x4 collision was taking place in this place. The leader of the enemies, frowning, shouted to his allies not to pay attention to the tower, because they would have an advantage if they killed the ranger faster and got out of range of the tower, because then they would be able to kill them with all the skills that are currently available. The girl suddenly began to grab her legs after activating the dead man's possession. The second enemy fired an arrow. The assistant swung his hammer to attack after using the Holy Judgment skill. Shia's eyes widened. Suddenly, the ally blocked all these blows. The health value above her head dropped to almost zero when she asked the rookie to cover for her. Rushing forward, she asked to rely on her. The archer's eyes widened after that. The fighter immediately attacked her with her knee. The opponent's body flew back. Her eyes changed color to blue. Shia put a crossbow to her head. Smiling, she explained that she was actually more confident in close combat. At this time, the tower began to attack the rest of the opponents and immediately received kill notifications. The leader began to run away when the host announced that both players of the Viper team had died under the tower's attacks, and so they lost by a score of 2-1. Deokjin, smiling, noted that this was still not the end. 2 players surrounded the opponent. The game cards appeared again, and the words of the host were heard that this man, who entered the enemy's jungle, was trying to commit a murder near the tower, and therefore the player Matthew, who was near the building all this time, suddenly found himself in a 2-on-1 battle. The fighter immediately frowned. The referee, holding the microphone to his face, announced the death of this player, and noted that at one point this team reached incredible heights. Immediately afterward, the faces of all 5 team members were shown, and he was heard saying that they were showing the audience a real game, and even making them think that last year's results were a lie. The robot's eyes were wide open. Sitting on a chair, the assistant noted that his master was really doing well, while the assistant answered in the affirmative and asked if he had never watched his games and added that a little earlier his character had made a turning point, which is really incredible. The robot, looking somewhere ahead, said that he was glad that he was helping the team. The professor silently watched the course of the battle. Looking at Gangion's character, the teacher realized that he was pressing on the enemy's towers from the very beginning and getting rid of them, and if the player had not survived, the game could have ended very quickly. I also looked at the assistant and thought that she saves her teammates in every dangerous situation, because she reduces the damage aimed at them. After that, I paid attention to their leader and realized that it was he who managed to create this whole situation. The man, imagining a spider web, thought that this plan was created incredibly quickly and extremely situationally. Imagining this man pulling the strings, the professor realized that he knew exactly how to win, and no matter how many times he had a chance to watch him, his tactical abilities were always amazing. A smile appeared on his face after thinking that these 3 might just be relieving last year's sadness. Immediately after that, the battlefield appeared and the words were heard that this team was pressing the enemy without any obstacles, because they still managed to take the advantage from below, and thereby quickly break through the line and begin to enter. One of the towers had already been destroyed. The frightened face of the enemy leader appeared after the host's words that the players were already attacking the central barracks. Deokjin glanced at his comrade and called out to him. Standing nearby, the fighter asked if he remembered how they lost to the same people last year, while the teammate asked if the leader meant how he cried after the end of the match, while the fighter replied that he did not mean that. Ganghyun turned his head after being asked if he had a chance to remember the spectators they saw at the end of the game, and then replied in the affirmative. The 3 of them stood in front of the stands when the coordinator said that it was a quiet and cold stadium that did not make happy exclamations and was not happy at all, and that moment seemed like hell, and even he found it difficult to restrain himself. Still standing still, the leader explained that most of all he did not like to lose, and not only to the team that stands in front of them, but also to the academy and the audience, while the interlocutor asked the question that they were also opponents. Deokjin, frowning, said that was why he was going to make sure that they had no choice but to shout joyfully. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man suggested that the team end the game with a 5-on-5 battle. Raising his hand, Dante answered the question of which team he thought would win by saying that the protagonist's team was the team that finished last year, so they didn't stand a chance. Tilting his head, Asta expressed confidence that the underdog team is not able to beat the people who took second place in the last competition. Opening his mouth, the thug said that he considers the enemy team to be the favorites in this match. Looking away, the girl had no doubt that the opponents of the main character would win. Lowering his head, the schoolboy said that the rivals would win. Standing still, the lady said that the opposing team would prevail. Holding a microphone in his hands, the host shouted that they were pressing them without respite. Looking at the guys, the commentator explained that this was the guys' team. The fighters rushed to the attack, and the referee could not understand how they managed to start storming the tower in front of the barracks at one moment. Looking at the stones flying in different directions, the organizer announced that the enemy's tower was collapsing. With bared teeth, Royd listened to the words that his team had only the barracks and Nexus left. Covered with sweat, the young man was sure that everything could be turned upside down if they managed to win the battle. Imagining the attack scheme, the captain decided that he needed to use an ally waiting on the other side, and then begin the initiation. Holding the hammer in his hands, the lizard understood that if they started by killing a ranged enemy, they would definitely be able to win the fight. Looking from under his brow, the monster thought that his target was a mage who was wounded at the beginning of the game. Noah looked around. Opening his mouth, the main character asked his girlfriend to look back. Kicking the monster in the face, she shouted words of praise to her friend. Using a fire spell, the protagonist asked not to call his action surveillance. Spreading his legs wide, the guy used a spell called a wall of fire, after which a notification appeared that the player had made an elimination. Furrowing his brows, the head was unhappy that this brat was so good despite being the weakest player in the lane. Looking at the young man, the enemy noticed that after the start of the duel, the atmosphere around this man had changed. Opening his mouth, Noah ordered himself to concentrate, because he had caught only one opponent. Putting his staff on his shoulder, the main character could not understand what the enemies were up to. The ground was falling from under the feet of the players. Pushing off the stone, the protagonist guessed that he needed to find a safe position in order to attack as much as possible from afar. Moving forward, the guy was confident that he would do everything possible to win. Blue crystals pierced the enemy's body. Wide-eyed, Royd saw that his ally had been eliminated. Representing the enemy team, the villain reasoned that they were careless before the battle, because only 2 new players raised the level of the team to new heights. King looked down on him, and the captain of the opposing team was confident that they would easily defeat such a weak team. Stretching out his hand, the leader considered his opponents to be scoundrels. Noah was behind his friend's back. The Khan held his bow in his hands. Watching the magician cast the spell, Royd realized that they were much stronger than he had imagined, after which the protagonist was credited with 4 kills. The protagonist has put his weapon behind his back. The team members stood next to each other. Opening his mouth, Ganghyun was surprised that his comrade had committed a quadruple kill. Clenching his fist, Deokjin asked his friend what he was doing. Looking at the enemy, the hero's team shouted that they needed to catch him in order for their ally to be credited with killing the entire team. Royd furrowed his brows as he listened to the words that he would be held while their friend dealt with him. Baring his teeth, the scoundrel was furious at the idea that their comrade would simply hit him with his baton. The players rushed to attack. Stardust rested on the table. Opening his mouth, the host announced that the entire team had been killed by 1 player. A flying island hovered in the air. Opening his eyes wide, the robot was surprised that a 5-man murder had occurred. Putting his hand on the creature's head, the young man explained that such an achievement was very difficult to obtain. Noah raised his head, and the host announced that he was recording the murder of the entire team. Making surprised expressions on their faces, the participants listened to the words that the guy's team was destroying the enemy's barracks. Furrowing his brows, King watched as the boys destroyed the twin towers and made their way to Nexus. Clenching his fist, the professor listened to the information about what was happening on the field. Looking at the bright rays of light, the judge announced that the main structure of the enemies had been destroyed. The main character grabbed his helmet. Smiling, the protagonist hoped that thanks to his achievement, everyone would forget that he was killed first. The guy's eyes widened. Getting to his feet, the young man felt that the joyful shouts of the audience were heard all over his body. Ganghyun looked at his friend. Standing still, Noah suggested that in the future you often enjoy this spectacle. The friends hugged. The opponent knocked on his camera. Looking at the arena, Stardust announced the victory of the protagonist's team. Holding a microphone in her hand, the girl asked if it was interesting to watch the opening ceremony. Closing her eyes, the lady announced that now they would interview the best player who made this game interesting. Making a confused face, Noah greeted the audience. Smiling, the lady suggested that he was worried because he was being interviewed for the first time. In turn, the main character thought that people from all over the world were watching him. Looking ahead, the lady said that after the collision, the protagonist's team won this fight, asking that he was confident in winning over the opponents who took second place last year. In turn, the guy replied that the guys did a good job, adding that he thought that they would win. In the end, the interlocutor said to the Tom that he had received his first death, his first victory, and even the first pentacle of this competition, adding that he had already achieved many championships. Asking if he could tell about his impressions. Making a strange face, the young man replied that he liked it. In turn, the miss said that he could relax a little. Holding out the microphone, the girl asked if she could ask him to warn the other teams that would meet with them. The man's face was stunned as he thought about what it meant to warn, adding that most likely, what he was going to say now would be the motto of their team. The guys appeared. The player did not show his eyes. Opening his mouth, the master thought that no one in the academy or in the world should underestimate them. Biting his tongue, Noah managed to say only one word. The main character covered his mouth with his hands. The creatures were smiling. Looking ahead, the guy said that he was shaking throughout the interview, and then just bit his tongue and left there. In turn, the interlocutor said that it was his first time, so, of course, he was worried, adding that they should not joke too much about him. Looking ahead, the timid man thought that he wondered why everything always ended this way for him. Smirking, the professor stated that they all did a good job, continuing that he thought it was a great match that told the world about the team. Making a joyful face, the girl stated that it was a pleasure to watch the spectators chant the name of the team. In turn, the young man said that next time he would make sure that they had no choice but to shout the name. In the end, the man replied that there was still time before the next match, so they should watch their conditions. A white door appeared. Turning around, the man heard a familiar voice. Noah was lying on the sofa. Making an uncertain face, the main character said that he would like to consult with him. Looking ahead, the player said that it meant that he wanted to play better on the line. Holding his head, the interlocutor said that it just seemed to him that he was causing problems to the guys from the team. In turn, the man thought that he began to evaluate himself, adding that this was a good sign. The protagonist's yellow eye appeared, asking if there was such a way. In turn, the professor answered positively. Making a serious face, the man said that this method was to create a training world on his own, asking if he had attended world design classes. Looking ahead, the guy asked about the fact that those classes were taught by the coach of the team, answering positively, adding that if you create a world for training the game on the line, he is sure that it will become much more comfortable. In the end, the interlocutor asked if he would try to create his own world in which he could train the game on the line. Showing a confident face, the young man answered positively. A strange world appeared. There was no emotion on the superior's face. A line appeared. The man showed disappointment on his face. A tower appeared. People were standing in a strange world. The player made a stupid face. Looking ahead, the man asked how the training world was created. In turn, the professor stated that he had set up many towers. In the end, the master said that he thought that if he could pass them all, his lane play would definitely improve, while the teacher replied that his zeal was commendable. However, he created a bad space. Looking at the dark orb, the man stated that he was concerned about the students' design grades, saying that he would now tell him about the essence of simple worlds, adding that first they need a purpose for which they will be used, continuing that their goal is a parade ground for training the game on the line, because they need to purchase a source of peace from the game's internal store. A map appeared. Starting to spin the ball, the man said that why it was necessary to cut off inconvenient moments in that source. Looking out the window of the system, the professor stated that since he wanted to train the lane, everything would be fine, even if there was only one level 1 tower left, adding that if you change the victory condition to destroy the first tower, or kill the enemy, then you would have a world for training the game in the middle. A line appeared in the ball. Throwing a glance forward, Noah asked about what to do with an opponent for training. In turn, the interlocutor said that there were no problems with this either. Pointing up, the teacher said that he had a collected database of players, adding that he could make a bot on them and train. The data of the players appeared. Smiling, the man said that he should choose whom he wanted. In turn, the student said that only that player had an unknown nickname written instead of a nickname. A hero with one red eye appeared. Knitting his eyebrows, the man said that the fact was that the information about the nickname had disappeared, adding that he did not recommend those data, because they were old. In turn, the main character asked that he did not have to confront one player. Smirking, the protagonist asked that he could then choose that hero first, adding that he would defeat that guy today and move on to other saved data. The professor looked ahead. Holding his head, the man said that they would do so. A line appeared. Holding his staff in his hand, the young man said that there really was only one line here. The player looked ahead, asking if he was the unnamed player's bot. In the hand of the projection was a blade. Looking back, the man said that he needed to win faster and move on to the next data, because the basis of the lane battle is not to get attacked by monsters, adding that going forward with creatures is the basis of the basics. Suddenly, the opponent began an attack. The blade plunged into Noah's chest. The yellow eye of the protagonist appeared, thinking that the attack took place at such an unexpected moment, adding that he did not even attract the attacks of the towers, saying that he had miscalculated, because he himself had left the range of their action, continuing that the enemy was really strong. The villain's legs were on the protagonist's hips. Suddenly, the guy flew far away. The character's eyes glowed purple. The professor sat in his chair, saying that he had been in anticipation, but still could not behave like an adult. A memory of the student arose. Looking ahead, the man said that it would not be so easy to defeat his past. Sunset appeared. Night was visible in the sky. Devices for the game appeared. Holding a helmet in his hands, the protagonist said that he had played as many as 79 times in the morning, but could never injure him by asking what kind of style of play it was. Lowering his head, the guy stated that he was too different from what he had learned, adding that he was the strongest of all the battles on the line that he had ever seen, wondering who the unknown was. The card was attached to the door. Looking ahead, the young man said that he had told the professor that he would finish during the day, adding that if Carrie found out, he would make fun of him, saying that he had to defeat him, if only because of his perseverance. Making a surprised expression on his face, the man heard an unfamiliar voice. Holding his clothes on his shoulder, the player asked that he had been training until the morning. In turn, the master thought that he was really frightening. Smiling, the guy said that Deokchan's friend was really different. In turn, the interlocutor asked that he knew Deokchan. In the end, the stranger answered positively, adding that he was already in his second year of study. Putting his hand on the interlocutor, the young man stated that the first pentasil in the competition was a good result, adding that now he has become a fan, continuing that now he and Deokjin have a quarrel, so they do not have a very good relationship now, while Noah said that he assumes that he also quarrels with friends. Smiling, the man said that he wanted to make peace with the fact that there had been a misunderstanding, but he did not listen to him at all, asking that he was very stubborn. Grinning, the main character asked if he really thought so. In turn, the interlocutor asked that he didn't grumble a lot. A slightly frightening image of the player appeared. Turning away, the stranger declared that Deokjin was not changing at all. Waving his hand, the man shouted that he would support him in the next game. In turn, the protagonist thanked him for this. Holding his hand to his face, the guy thought that he did not even say what his name was. A building appeared. Without showing his face, the player laughed. Folding his hands, the young man asked why he was smiling, adding that he had said that he would take his uniform and get out quickly, continuing that if he stayed again, he would not wait any longer. In the end, the stranger asked for forgiveness. The young man made a serious expression on his face. Putting on outerwear, the man said that he had a feeling as if for the first time in a long time he had met a person from his homeland. Holding his hands on his chest, the young man made it clear that he is the captain of the Metal Shark team. Grinning, the player thought about how I suppose everyone missed him a lot. The stadium appeared. Looking away, the player asked if he had been overworking lately, and Noah asked why he had decided so. Glancing to the side, the young man announced that he trained his physical strength with him every day, adding that, as far as he knew, he also practiced with the professor. Moving his legs, the main character replied that there was no problem with this, because he liked to improve his abilities. In turn, his partner said that today they would need to go to see the competitions of other teams, so he should not overexert himself. In turn, the protagonist replied that he understood this. Looking to the side, the guy asked about what you need to do to play well in lane fights. In the end, the teammate thought about what it takes to stand well in the lane. Without showing his face, the young man asked that he did not think that willpower was required. In turn, the man replied that he would use it. Knitting his eyebrows, the player made it clear that the results of the battles were equal to 179 defeats. Hiding his face behind his hands, Noah said that willpower alone was not enough. A floating island appeared. Interest appeared on the face of the main character. The girl, putting her hand on her face, said that this is what you feel when you come to the stadium as a spectator. In turn, the player asked that he was watching for the first time, to which the protagonist answered positively. Looking ahead, the man said that they should watch carefully, because today's match must be watched. Turning around, the guy supported this thought. Holding a microphone in his hand, the host greeted the spectators who had gathered to watch the match, introducing himself, adding that the day of the last match of the first week had come, continuing to remind them that after the end of today's game, they would have a 2-week break. The stadium appeared. People looked at each other, making it clear that there were 2 teams playing today. A picture of a wolf appeared, and it became clear that the team consisted only of sophomores, the team that had taken an honorable 3rd place in the standings last year, a team called the Unchained Wolves. A man in glasses appeared. The players did not show their faces. The people turned their heads to make it clear that their team was called Metal Sharks. The young man was smiling, making it clear that due to some problems with the roster, the team had completely changed it, so it was a completely new team of only first-year students, with the exception of the captain of the second-year team. The team members showed up, and it was clear that the teams are incredibly contrasting, so it would be very interesting to watch their rivalry. Making a strange face, the man asked if he wasn't a friend of Deokjin's. Making a scary face, the player asked who said that he and that freak were friends, adding that he should not associate him with that garbage. Knitting his eyebrows, the young man announced that he was the traitor they had talked about last time, thinking that he had hurriedly called the first-year students to his team, to which he had fled, betraying them, thinking that this was the chance he had talked about. Throwing up his hands, the player asked that they were not very worried. Without showing his face, the captain said that there was no need to be afraid of the fact that in other teams everyone was in the 2nd or 3rd year of study. Looking uncertainly ahead, the guy asked if everything would really be all right. In turn, the interlocutor said that they were very cowardly. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man said that they should just do as they did in training, then there would be no problems, adding that they should not make mistakes out of fear. In turn, the subordinate replied about what he understood. Dissatisfaction appeared on the player's face. A large player view screen appeared, making it clear that the game was about to begin. The character smiled, saying that it means that the offender is also a mid-laner. An image of the player appeared. Words of the hand. The man asked that he knew that player. In turn, Noah stated that he studied at his school, adding that he was a disgusting bastard. In the end, the girl asked that if he tortured him, she could scold the villain, while the interlocutor replied that this was not entirely true, adding that the opponent is nothing, and he could well defeat him even without training with the professor. Looking ahead, the guy said that it meant that the man was unlucky, because the opponent in his lane was a man who was called the 3rd generation of the best mid-laners. The player looked ahead in fury. A character from the team of Freed Wolves appeared. Holding the blade to his face, the opponent said that he had no expectations, because last year they took 9th place, but he dared to bet against him to a first-year student. Knitting his eyebrows, the young man thought that he had the abilities of the 3rd generation of the academy's best mid-laners, adding that the pressure was different from what he had in training. The body of the guy appeared, making it clear that if he did as the captain said, everything would be fine. Starting the attack, the knight declared that the opponent was too tense. The enemy continued to attack, and it became clear that he was going to kill the enemy alone. Aiming his sword, the hero said that first he needed to make the first kill. Dissatisfaction appeared on the freshman's face. The man was surrounded by wolves. Turning around, the captain announced that he would prove to the auction that they were the ones who were wrong. Two faces of a man appeared, asking if he should make a fuss. Suddenly, the student's face appeared. The blade was next to the eye. The sword passed by his face. The guy suddenly counterattacked. Having received a blow, the knight thought that the movements of his opponent had suddenly changed. A foot in armor appeared. Attacking with his sword, the man asked about the level of synchronization. A horizontal blow rang out. The hero continued to beat. A white essence appeared from his opponent's eyes. Making a surprised face, the guy asked about the fact that the player was losing in physical training. Knitting his eyebrows, Noah thought that this was simply impossible, adding that he could not be his offender, asking that he had really leveled up so much during this time. The blade was right at the neck. The enemy appeared behind the man. A yellow face appeared, and it became clear that it was very sudden, because the player was killed by a single first grader. The assassin stared at the blade. The girl hit her opponent. People looked forward, making it clear that this team was superior to the opponents on the lines. The captain's eyes turned green. The man had a helmet on his head, and it was obvious that the men had begun to destroy the towers one by one, advancing towards Nexus. A face with glasses appeared. A strange symbol appeared on his neck. The building begins to crumble, making it clear that Nexus has been destroyed, because something that no one could have imagined has happened. The helmet was in the hands of a man. The young man was smiling, keeping his hand in his pocket. The hand clenched into a fist, and it was clear that the rebellion of the teams at the bottom of the standings continued. Dissatisfaction appeared on the faces of the team members. Feet appeared. Carrie kicked. Smiling, the girl said that it seemed to her that in the last game she was too inactive. In turn, the guy said that she should be more serious. In the end, the lady replied that she was serious, adding that she was good only in close combat. A look of displeasure appeared on the young man's face, thinking that the last week's Metal Shark duel they had been watching, and after it, for some reason, he began to worry. Players appeared. The character punched, making it clear that the player was attacking right in front of the opponent, cutting through their weak point. Knitting his eyebrows, the man thought that he would definitely not lose to the captain. An illustration appeared, which gave information that the team called the Immortal Devil Kings had won. A leg appeared, and it was clear that a team of white owls were fighting against vipers. With his hands in his pockets, the player stated that they met earlier than he thought, adding that it was a time of revenge. A purple eye appeared. Looking ahead, the young man asked about the fact that the opponent was not among them. Making a serious face, the girl asked a question about how he seemed to be looking for a newcomer from their team. The lady held a blade in her hands. Looking ahead, the lady said that even if this was the case, he would not be able to meet him, because he was a substitute in their team. People were looking at the screen. The player went on the attack, and it was clear that the team of freed wolves had won. There was bewilderment on people's faces, making it clear that the team called Colorful Mermaids had won. The player knitted his eyebrows. Suddenly, a huge shark appeared, and it was clear that the metal sharks were destroying the opponent's nexus. The captain smiled, marking the victory of metal sharks. The rating of the second week of the tournament appeared. Windows appeared. The Immortal Devil Kings fought against a team of metal sharks. Looking at a piece of paper, the young man announced that their third opponents would be that team. Knitting his eyebrows, Noah thought about the shark team and his offender. Anger appeared on the guy's face. Glancing to the side, the girl assumed that he was already immersed in thoughts of the traitor. Putting her hand in her pocket, Carrie said that she didn't care if he was a traitor or not, adding that she had never met him, continuing about how, to be honest, it was a little wrong to define something after listening to only one side, saying that although she was trying to understand, it was more difficult for her than she thought. People were looking at one point. Smirking, the lady suggested striving for victory, adding that in any case, if they win, everyone present will be able to get what they want, asking if this is true. The man lowered his head down. Turning around, the guy asked if it was clear from his face that he was thinking only about the traitor. Making serious faces, the players answered positively. The dormitory of the players' faculty appeared. The can flew out of the machine. Throwing the bottle, Noah said that he should catch it. In turn, his partner thanked him. Looking ahead, the main character asked about who his team would face this week. In turn, the interlocutor replied that they would fight with white owls. In the end, the protagonist said that it would probably be difficult to defeat the team that took first place last year. The player appeared, making it clear that he would be a substitute, because he fell into depression. Without showing his face, the guy asked if this was true. In turn, the player said that whether he was strong or not, it would be possible to find out only by colliding in battle. Without showing his face, the man said that he should go away if he bought what he wanted. In turn, the young man asked what the problem was. Looking away, the hero saw the offender, thinking that he did not need to be afraid, because he lost to him, adding that here he would feel like a winner. With a smirk, the warrior asked if he had heard that they would be fighting against them in the next game, adding that he had leveled up his abilities a bit, going on to say that of course, it was no match for him who had made the first pentakill in the competition. His finger pressed the button. Showing a confident face, Noah offered to play well. The opponent looked at the outstretched hand with contempt. Knitting his eyebrows, the main character asked that he really ignored him. The protagonist gritted his teeth. A lamppost appeared. Sitting on the bench, the captain asked what he wanted to know. Looking ahead, the subordinate asked if they could at least not use it during the game against the next opponent. In turn, the player asked if he said that because he was afraid to use an assistant. Lowering his head, the young man answered in the negative. Putting his hand on his head, the guy asked what was the matter if he was not a coward, adding that he had said that there was no person in the academy who would know about the assistant, continuing that he would do everything for them and win, saying that they would defeat everyone and change their lives together. After all, the assistant's chip implanted in the body is not recognized by the game's security system. The player was standing in front of the creature. Looking away, the man listened to the fact that if they behaved low, no one would know. Grinning, the captain suggested not to complicate the situation. A sense of guilt appeared on the team member's face. Knitting his eyebrows, the man said that there was just a guy whom he would like to defeat honestly. Surprise appeared in the eyes of the interlocutor. Without showing his eyes, the leader said that, after all, human psychology is a simple thing, adding that after a person gets what he wants, he changes. Holding the jar in his hand, the guy asked that he did not think that he was able to defeat rivals without the help of an assistant. In turn, the villain replied that he was confident in himself. In the end, the captain said that it was not just a team. Turning around, the young man said that he did not seem to understand something, adding that he had come up to this place not because of his abilities, but because of an assistant. Raising his hand, the man told him not to forget the reason why he had abandoned everyone and recruited the first-year students, thanking him for the drink. The enemy clenched his teeth tightly. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the captain asked him that he was still too young, and that was why he was so obsessed with the past. Suddenly, surprise appeared on the man's face. People looked at each other. The young man knitted his eyebrows. The young man's face was stunned. Raising his hand, the leader greeted his opponent. Without showing his face, the player said that at the next game he would prove that he was mistaken. Turning around, the captain said that the common problem of people is obsession with the past. A photo of the players appeared. Surprise appeared on people's faces, asking if everything was fine with the friend, because he had large bags under his eyes. Pointing to the phone, the guy said that everything was fine, because he just needed to prepare something. Without showing his face, the man stated that as a countermeasure to the battle with the metal sharks, he had prepared a pattern analysis and several combat techniques, adding that he would now send them. Looking at the phone, the player thought that he really prepared all this in one day, said that it was incredible, because absolutely all the habits of the members of the metal shark team are described in detail here. Without showing his face, the man stated that the guy's persistence was boundless. In turn, the student thought that he had gone a little too far, adding that he thought that he had sorted out his feelings. But when he met him in person, he succumbed to emotions again. People stood with their backs to each other. Closing his eyes, the young man thought that he should be aimed only at winning, saying that it was not necessary to complicate everything. With his hands on his head, the team members said that they all had to join forces to win the team game, and Noah thought that he was obviously blaming himself. Smirking, the main character thought about how he didn't want to lose either, adding that as soon as he read this, he would start special training again. A line appeared in the game. The monsters fought among themselves. Suddenly there was a cut. The opponent attacked. A purple hero appeared, and it was clear that the longer he confronted the Nameless, the more clearly he felt what exactly he lacked in the game, because it was the skill of timing. A leg appeared. The protagonist dodged the blow. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy thought that the Nameless man would benefit from the timing that suited him anyway, adding that he was weak in lane battles because he couldn't read the moments that were beneficial to him, continuing that in this case, he would try again and again until he read this moment. Fire appeared in his hand. The young man began to attack. Holding the cup in his hand, the professor asked what had happened, asking that he had been fighting with the Nameless man all this time. Looking away, the young man said that out of 712 games, there were 712 defeats. Without showing his eyes, the man stated that 700 losses in 2 weeks was a serious result. In turn, the disciple asked who the Nameless one was. In the end, the man replied that he did not even know, because this information was very old. As he raised the cup to his mouth, the teacher thought that he was glad that his data was winning, and asked why he was so calm, because even after retirement, his competitiveness did not change. Looking ahead, the professor thought that if he had 700 meetings and lost each one, he must have experienced great stress, and Noah said in turn that he had learned something. Raising a thumbs up, the main character announced that today he received a one-sided benefit for the first time, adding that if he continues, he may even be able to win. There was no emotion on the man's face. Smiling, the man listened to the question of why he was smiling. In turn, the teacher thought that it seemed that he had found the character's real weapon after all. The protagonist's face showed a question. A flying island appeared. Holding a microphone in his hand, the host announced that today the battle of two special teams begins. inviting the players. There was a way out. A team of rivals appeared. The professor stood next to the students, making it clear that 2 teams last year took first and second place in the standings from the end, but this season strong teams won and are the leaders. The arena appeared. The captain wore glasses. The guy knitted his eyebrows. Smiling, the girl said to show a good game, as always. Stretching out his hand, the man said that he hoped for her. Grinning, the leader said that he would consider that he understood him during the last conversation. Anger appeared on the villain's face. Without showing his face, the man answered positively. The presenters appeared, making it clear that the game had begun. The demon was fighting with a shark. The man stood alone. The player did not show his eyes. Carrie, who appeared in the window, asked why he was sighing when even the monsters had not yet appeared, wondering if he knew that he could not play under the control of emotions. Making a stupid face, the guy said that it was not often that she could hear her grumbling, given that she was always angry first. In turn, she suggested that once she got here, she would be calmer if she beat her rivals. Without showing her face, the lady said that such additional heroes can be easily scattered. Smiling, the lady offered to put a lot of pressure on the bottom line in the game. In turn, her partner agreed. As she launched her attack, Miss asked if she should start. Opponents appeared. Surprise appeared on the host's face. A ruined tower appeared. Carrie was lying on the ground, making it clear that less than 7 minutes into the game, they were already destroying the bot lane tower. The girl was lying in a blackout. The lady opened her eyes, saying that her friend had lost in physical training. Smirking, the sorceress said that it was easy. The girl's eye was purple. The captain, without showing his face, said that they should think that they would go through this game without straining. Looking ahead, the man ordered everyone to use an assistant from the start, adding that they should crush their opponents. A strange symbol appeared on his neck. The player struck and it became clear that the opponent was the victim of a solo kill, so the enemies announced their victory in the top lane as well. Shock appeared on the faces of the audience, making it clear that the balance between the teams began to collapse. The girl smiled. Surprise appeared on the guy's face. Holding his finger to his mouth, the captain stated that the goal of this game was to win by a huge margin and capture all the lines, adding that they would defeat them before they could recover. The demons stared at the water. Shock froze on the host's face, saying that not all the lines had fallen yet. A map of the game appeared. The professor looked ahead. A central line appeared, where the battle between the players unfolded. Noah knitted his eyebrows. The offender was at a loss. The man looked ahead without showing his face. Anger appeared on the leader's face. Making an angry face, the host asked how this was possible, adding that there was hope left on one line when, it would seem, the team was at a disadvantage. People were looking ahead. The girl ran away. Anger appeared on the leader's face. The man was looking out the window of the system. The players fought a fierce battle. The offender, knitting his eyebrows, remembered the captain's words, thinking about what he thought he would agree with such a statement, because he could defeat a guy like Noah on his own, said that he had studied the opponent's fighting style, adding that he was not used to playing on the line, therefore, taking advantage of this moment, he would be able to win, continuing to that you need to be careful only with synchronization, which can increase the speed of reaction, saying that because of the loss, his plan to become a pro gamer was completely destroyed. A monster cut rang out. In the hand of the main character was a staff. The protagonist looked ahead. Magic appeared in the guy's hand. The hero's face was visible. The young man's eye exuded an orange light. The man swung for a blow. The fist was close to his face. There was a blow. The offender flew far away. Opening his mouth wide, the young man thought that he could defeat him and repay the insult. The captain's face appeared. Starting to run, the leader said that it was not that he did not assume this, but did not think that he would actually do so, asking what he had in common with his opponent, since he behaved like this. Grinning, the man said that it didn't matter, because everything would be decided anyway when he went and sorted everything out. Darkness appeared. Holding the sword in his hands, the player announced that he had found him. A flash of light appeared. Lowering his head, the hero thought that if everyone else wins, the forester will definitely aim at the central line. Making a serious face, the young man declared that he would never pass to the middle. Licking his hand, the opponent said that he, as always, reads moves perfectly. Standing up, the assistant said that the players were nearby. Putting his hands on his hips, the man asked if the two had finally met, and the robot asked if they had a special relationship. Lowering his head, the man stated that they both entered here as students with a recommendation, adding that they also took first and second places. In turn, the gadget asked about what it meant that they were friends. In the end, the man said that it seemed that those guys knew each other before arriving at the academy, continuing about the fact that last year they were selected by their professor as students on the recommendation. Although in the end the person changed the team. A battle of people appeared. The robot's face showed bewilderment, asking which of the two was in the first place. Multiple blows rang out. Smiling, the assistant stated that it must have been Deoxys. Suddenly, the guy knocked the blade out of his opponent's hands. The sword was spinning in the air. The dagger got stuck in the floor. Grinning, the villain said that after all, he was not inferior to anyone in the game, because since childhood he had always lost. In turn, the young man said that he was not interested in how he shared his memories. After showing a purple hand, The enemy asked about what he was sharing memories, saying that it was a little upsetting, thinking about what the other person was feeling, and suggesting that he could play with him a little. A blade appeared in a purple glow. The player suddenly turned around. The sword flew back, and it was clear that this ability was called the homecoming instinct. A wound appeared on the guy's face. Starting the attack, the enemy said that this was a taboo for eternity. Smiling, the captain said that he sometimes remembers those times, in a city where the garbage in which resembled the highest mountains. Adding that together, they then found a broken game console there, repaired it, and often played it, continuing that then they dreamed of becoming pro gamers. Children appeared. The guys sat on the floor, making it clear that this was the only good memory from that city that looked like hell. A player appeared on the TV screen. Knitting his eyebrows, the young man said that he ruined this time, adding that he left the team without any discussion. Blocking the attacks, the leader said that he was too correct, so it was obvious that if he had not said his intention to leave, he would have opposed it. The hand took the opponent's wrist. The man swung for a blow. The blade plunged into the enemy's shoulder. The hero stood over the loser. Holding the blade in his hands, the player asked him what he was saying he would oppose, but he still had to tell him. With an angry expression on his face, the warrior asked why he had left the team, betraying the professor who had found their talents, adding that they could expect to win in that team. Looking ahead, the captain declared that he was strong after all, questioning that he had not intentionally killed him in order to talk. A health window appeared, which was at a minimum. Shifting the blade to the other hand, the enemy asked him that he did not think that everyone had personal circumstances, adding that he had already given the reason why he left the team. The blue eyes of the opponent appeared, saying that he was seizing the chance. There was a blow. A cut appeared, making it clear that the player's right arm had been chopped off, and it would take 10 seconds to recover. The guy's eye appeared. Without showing his eyes, the young man shouted the name of his opponent. The man's foot was approaching the enemy. Suddenly, a chip appeared around his neck. A hand appeared. The leader blocked the attack by holding out his hand. A stunned look appeared on the hero's face, thinking that it was karate. A man appeared against the background of the enemy. A knife appeared. The villain began to attack. Having received multiple cuts, the player thought that he had leveled up so much during this time, having learned martial arts. The opponent was approaching forward. The face of the enemy appeared, and it was clear that the game was only a tool to achieve a certain goal, and if it was necessary for the realization of their dreams, he must throw everything away. The man, holding out his hand, asked if he wanted to change the world with them. The girl's face appeared. The lady looked happy. The villain stabbed his friend with his blade. The children were sitting near the TV. Looking ahead, the opponent thought about how it turned out that now they can't go back to the old days of happy team play. Smiling, the guy wondered if the others would notice this small chip. Looking in front of her, the girl replied that this would not happen, because the device is configured so that it can interact with the player's brain waves before they are transmitted to the intersection program. Presenting dark silhouettes, the lady added that the chip contains data from several thousand high-ranking players, as well as movement patterns of athletes and martial arts fighters, so the system will make the best decision at the right time. Raising his hand, the young man made a remark that the name of the program that helps in the game was too long. Opening her mouth, the lady agreed to change the name to help her. Looking at the fighter's disappearing body, the commentator talked about the player single-handedly killing a user from the protagonist's team. Turning his head, the warrior asked if he should clean up after his younger comrade. About 2 minutes ago, the participants were fighting among themselves. The man took a step forward. Looking from under his brow, the assassin stated that he did not expect his opponent to make such a blunder in the lane when he entered his area of effect. Finding himself behind the opponent's back, the villain was glad that he had a good moment to attack. Noah looked around. After a moment, the guy made a leap. Frowning, the enemy realized that it was a decoy. The little knight stabbed the player in the back. After a projectile flew into the face of the villain, he thought that his opponent deliberately took the attack and took advantage of the movement. Looking at how the fighter was lying on the ground, the main character explained to him that he had fallen into a trap. Baring his teeth, the assassin listened to the words that it was impossible not to change completely. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist asked which of them could really be considered a loser. Covered in a purple aura, the guy realized that after 700 games against the nameless man, he had developed a habit that made him think about what this person would do in his place. Looking down, the young man knew that now was the time for the minions to come out. Dodging the blows, the young man reflected on the fact that if his opponent was the nameless, then he would have already died, so it was impossible to play like this. The professor watched what was happening. Looking ahead, the man noticed that his ward had significantly improved his playing in the lane over these 2 weeks. Swinging his staff, Noah couldn't understand how he felt about fighting a stronger enemy so often. Smiling, the main character felt how easily he confronted the enemy. Veins swelled on the murderer's forehead. With his mouth wide open, the fighter shouted that his opponent should not relax. Sitting in the game device, the student remembered that after losing, he practiced and analyzed his games every day in order to become stronger. The disciple's hand trembled, and he thought that he did not even want to assume that he had no talent. Holding the dagger in his hand, the player decided that he had to defeat it on his own in order to prove the opposite. Putting his hand to his chest, the protagonist said that if his opponent had so few life points left, then it would not be difficult to defeat him. The guy began to cast a fire spell. A moment later, a powerful explosion rang out. The young man's health bar began to fall. The standard of living of the assassin has reached a critical point. Covered with sweat, the scoundrel was upset that he had lost again. Stretching out his hand, the student advised his friend to use a helper if he wanted to win. Looking at the cup, the fighter knew that this was what he wanted. The enemy team stood with the award. The player imagined how people from his team were replaced by members of his opponent's team. With his eyes wide open, the boy could not understand why he was imagining such a picture at all. Furrowing his brows, the user remembered that he did not recognize him. Looking at the back of his rival, the killer could not admit that this loser was stronger than him. Having created a fireball, Noah was confident that with such a pool of health, his abuser would die in just one hit, so it was time to use an extensive skill. Looking ahead, the assassin realized something. Keeping his head straight, the student was afraid that he would lose like this again. A strange symbol lit up. A stream of fire rushed forward. The main character looked back. Sliding on the ground, the fighter admitted that his friend was right. The assassin deftly dodged the attack. Smiling, the warrior said that his comrade behaved as if he would not take advantage of the help provided to him. Looking at how the protagonist was hit, the scoundrel noticed that his ally was good at using a helper. The guy was sitting in a helmet. Some sounds were coming from the device. The young man began to remove the device. Baring his teeth, the young man listened to the announcement that his enemies had won with overwhelming results. The opponents stood still. Holding out his fingers, the captain notified his teammate that he would turn a blind eye to the fact that he had almost disobeyed his orders. Frowning, the student listened to the words that his comrade would continue to count on him. The leader of the enemy group turned his head. The guy lowered his head. The young man made a sad expression on his face. Ganghyun looked away. Noah looked down. Solha covered her face with her hands. Shia opened her mouth. The enemies were leaving. The professor looked at the screen. Raising her hand, the girl invited the man to show a good game. Frowning, the teacher understood something. There were many players in the room. The guys lowered their heads. Kim, through the sweat on his face, muttered that even Ganghyun, who is always cheerful, and added that everyone was shocked by the first defeat. The guy, looking down, said that they were completely incapable of resisting them, and asked that who would have thought that he would lose so easily because of physics alone. The girl clenched her fist angrily. Noah, parting his lips, said that this game was a little strange, because from the very beginning he had proven to himself that he had caught the flow. The main character remembered how he was surrounded by a powerful aura, and said that at some point, that idiot became too strong. The professor, looking ahead, explained that they shouldn't be so depressed, and believes that they did everything they had to do in this game. With his hands in his pockets, the teacher said that in the past, the coach of his team often said that a person who tries to learn a little bit of everything does well. The young man's expression was serious, and the assistant suggested that he lay this defeat as a foundation and level up even more, because there are still a lot of competitions ahead of them, and therefore they need to concentrate. The mentor, turning his head, thought that he should check the metal sharks and Lily. A view of the daytime sky opened up. Running fast, the protagonist noticed that even after a day he felt exhausted. Sighing heavily, the guy said that the action looked like it was very hard for him, and they lost to the team that Loki was on, and so losing was an even bigger blow for them. Frowning seriously, the young man said that he didn't want to lose at least Hyunjun. With his lips pouting, the player called the main character a loser, and he objected that they actually had a draw, and if they met again in the playoffs, he would definitely win. Moving his legs, Noah said that in the past he had been beaten very easily. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist wondered if this could be due to the lack of synchronization, and when he would be able to use it again. A view of the tall structure opened. Standing at the door, the guy exclaimed that after doing sports he felt fresh. Suddenly, the young man noticed Han on the bed. The student played the guitar. The student ran his fingers along the strings. Smiling, Noah noticed that he was good, and added that it meant that he could play the guitar as well. Drool was flowing from the teenager's mouth, and the main character thought that it was incredible that he was sleeping at this time. Looking at the protagonist, Han said that he had come, and he muttered that this guy really was number one in matters related to sleep. Standing by the bed, the young man asked if he could play the guitar, to which he received the answer that Professor Wazin had said to find a hobby, which would favorably affect the level of synchronization, and then said that his synchronization was related to hearing. Players were walking down the street, and the student said that it turned out that he would perform with a band at the school festival, and then the guy asked again about the school festival, after which it was explained to him that on the day of the end of the 5th week of SKT, a festival would be held, during which the entire academy would be transformed into a hologram. And it was said that this would be the day of the unification of the academy from reality and its mirror world. Smiling slightly, Noah remarked that he was incredible, because by participating in the competition, he was simultaneously preparing for the festival, and then the student said that the teenager who was responsible for the vocals would not be able to participate, and therefore they needed to find a new vocalist. Parting his lips, Khan said that he had a conversation with him. The student asked if he knew a lot about the girl, which made the main character turn around in bewilderment. After introducing the girls, the student said that there were 2 of them in their team, and the protagonist said that this was so, and at the same time his interlocutor asked if he talked to the girls a lot, to which he received a positive answer. The player clarified what to do in order to make friends with her, after which the guy abruptly threw things aside. The user's expression was calm, and the young man wondered if he liked someone. Khan said that he did not like him, and this was a man with a good voice, which made Noah blush. In the past, the student was lying on a bench, and now he reported that he was worried that the performance he was preparing for would be cancelled, and so he entered the mirror world of the academy and slept there, and then the protagonist asked how he slept if he was worried. The student's mouth was open. The silhouette of a girl appeared, and the player said that he was woken up by a woman singing with a mysterious timbre. Touching the tree, the user said that he immediately followed the sound, and when he reached a distant place where there was no trace of the presence of other people, the teenager noticed a lady ahead. The lady's eyes were closed. Smiling slightly, Hans said that he was surprised. After all, it was a flowing voice full of beauty, and at that moment he thought that such a person would be perfect for the role of vocalist. Blushing, the protagonist muttered, which means that he fell in love at first sight. The girl turned around in surprise, and the student explained that therefore, in order to hire her, he spoke first. Standing beside the lady, the disciple said that he wanted her. Sweat was dripping down the lady's cheek. The player was looking straight ahead. Suddenly, the singer ran away. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy exclaimed that anyone would run away after such words, and then the user said that he thought that she would not want to talk to a stranger for a long time, and therefore he said briefly, and his interlocutor added that it was too short. The teenager's expression was confused, and he said that he did not think that the inexperience in communication that the professor was talking about would harm in such a situation, and he would like her to sing at this performance. Khan asked if he could help him a little, if not against, and at the same time, Noah stretched out his index finger and asked him again. Suddenly, the player's legs appeared. The main character, looking ahead, clarified whether he was asking him to talk to her instead of him, to which he received a positive answer, after which he said that he himself spoke to him perfectly, and the student noticed that his friend looked like a small animal, and then he asked if he would figure everything out himself. Parting his lips, the protagonist said that he did not think it would be so easy to meet her, and the student explained that everything was fine because he had excellent hearing. Suddenly, a magical shell appeared. I could see a hamster nibbling on a nut. A couple of lovers stood by a tree, and it was heard that everything would be all right. The guys, shuffling their legs, discussed who would win on this SKT. Suddenly, the girl's face appeared. The lady raised her hand. Abruptly rushing from the spot, the player said that he had found it from the other side, which made the guy very surprised. In the distance, a glint of light could be seen. The user slid his feet on the ground. Sighing heavily, the young man asked how he could run away, and his companion said that it was there. Noah's gaze was surprised. The lady, putting her hand on her chest, sang loudly. The girl walked between the trees. Smiling, the protagonist muttered that he thought he understood why Han was talking about it so seriously. The lady stretched her arms to the sides, and at the same time the protagonist said that looking at her singing full of happiness, you can feel how the soul is healed. The guy thought that the music was incredible, and then the student, grinning contentedly, said that it was a song sung by her voice. Suddenly, the young man frowned seriously. The lady turned sharply. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the student noticed that her song was beautiful. The player happily raised the corners of his lips. The girl opened her mouth. Suddenly, the lady blushed. Noah looked at his comrade. The lady, putting her fingers to her mouth, asked why they followed her and tortured her. Lowering his eyebrows, the main character muttered that this was a misunderstanding, and he was sure that now she misunderstood them, and it was also likely that now he, who came as a link, should take the first step. Spreading his palms in different directions, the protagonist asked to listen to him and said that there was some misunderstanding. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. The lady clarified that he wasn't an ARC player from the BKD team, to which he, stretching out his index finger, asked if she knew him. The lady replied that she follows SKT, and therefore knows him well, and added that he is known for having committed the first murder in the competition, the first to die and biting his tongue hard, after which the guy, squinting, thought that she could not mention the last 2 points. The singer, happily opening her jaw, exclaimed that now she sees that the second person is a member of the CR team, and is also a fan of Shia, and then the young man said that it seems to him that the misunderstanding has been dispelled, and therefore let Han speak, because it feels like they are not similar in characters. Sweat was dripping down the student's cheek. The student apologized for scaring him last time and said that he was inexperienced in dealing with people he saw for the first time, and at the same time, the girl, scratching her head, said that everything was fine. Suddenly, the player reported that the last time he accidentally heard her sing, which made the lady blush. Standing in front of the lady, the user noticed that he was strongly impressed, and believes that she has a wonderful timbre of voice that can cheer people up. Putting his palm on his chest, the teenager asked if she could perform as the vocalist of their group at the festival, if she did not mind. Looking at his comrade, Noah muttered that he was literally confessing his love to her. Parting her lips, the singer asked if he offered her to perform in front of other people from the academy, to which she received a positive answer. There was a glint of light in the girl's pupils. Happily clenching her fists, the lady exclaimed that it seemed interesting, and therefore wanted to try. Touching the elf's shoulder, the main character said that everything turned out well, and then the lady said that she had one condition. Grinning, the singer said that in no case should they look for her in reality. Looking down, the girl said that she would like them to follow this condition. Khan lowered the corners of his lips and remarked that he didn't care if she could perform with them. Raising her hand, the vocalist suggested that we meet here tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Rays of light fell on a strand of pink hair. Turning around, the girl said her name and asked to address her informally next time. A view of a huge structure opened up. The protagonist, walking down the corridor, said that the girl was much more colorful and talkative than they thought. The student said that it was strange, and then the guy, turning his gaze to the side, noticed that it was true, because she asked not to look for her in reality, and added that this was a strange request. Looking ahead, the student wondered why she felt the feeling he had experienced a little earlier with the help of synchronization. The young man lowered his eyebrows sharply. Clenching his fist, Noah clarified that maybe Haruru was an NPC or a ghost that did not exist in reality, and at the same time, his comrade revealed that he was reading too many Manhwa. A view of the city opened. A black microphone appeared. The girl, with her mouth wide open, sang loudly. Then the lady closed her eyes. The lady's expression was pleased. The singer lifted the corners of her lips. Raising her hand, the vocalist exclaimed that she could not believe that she could rehearse for the sake of performing in nature, and added that after all, the intersection is the best, and everyone treats her well, and she can also sing in a great mood. The guy, standing in front of the girl, asked if her name was Haruru, and said that she really had a beautiful voice, and thought that on the day of the performance, everyone in the academy fainted, and then the student asked Han where he found such vocals. Blushing, the young man said that they were very lucky that she agreed to help, and clarified whether she had tried to perform with the group in the past, to which he received the answer that probably everyone would be surprised if he said that it was her first time. Opening his mouth wide, the teenager said that he would like to make friends with her even more, after which he asked if they could exchange numbers, and the lady noted that this was a little difficult. The student, touching his chin, said that they were going for a short walk, and invited the singer to go with them. Sweat was dripping down the vocalist's cheek. Suddenly, the player said that he had already said that he had promised Haruru not to meet her in reality, and then the guy, scratching his head, apologized, and the user added that he wanted to sleep as always, and therefore would also miss the walk. Looking at the girl, Han asked if they would go. The elf turned his head sharply when he heard how he was addressed. Standing behind the student, the lady asked if he would walk with her. It seemed like the guys were moving their legs. Smiling happily, the singer said that they had rehearsed their number very diligently, and then the student said that it was true, but it was already time for sleep, and the vocalist thanked him for suggesting a place where she could enjoy singing. Looking ahead, Haruru said that she would like to ask something, and at the same time, she wondered if what he had said yesterday was sincere. The player's expression was serious, and the girl noticed that her singing lifted her spirits. The user said that it was like this with him, which made the lady blush. A moment later, the singer turned her head. Walking forward, the vocalist said that she felt his straightforwardness, after which Han apologized if it bothered her, and she exclaimed that it did not bother her. Fingers crossed, Haruru said that the commentators had written that he was looking at the soul of the other person from the inside, and then asked if he was able to know what she was thinking. The student said that he wanted to sleep, and offered to return, and then the girl, closing her eyes, noticed that she had not really thought about this, and the student explained that these were his thoughts. Through the sweat on his face, the player asked if he could also ask something. The lady opened her mouth in bewilderment, and at the same time, the user wondered why she had set such a condition. A lamppost could be seen, and it was evident that he did not intend to look for her against her will, but he was interested in her all the same. Suddenly the singer tilted her head down. The vocalist, smiling, said that she was a ghost who had died in the intersection, and therefore she did not have a physical body. The teenager's expression was thoughtful. Imagining the bright lines, Han muttered that he heard the sound of that strange heartbeat again. Standing in front of the girl, the player noticed that only when they talk about reality, fear and fun, positivity and negativity, become a rhythm with mixed opposite feelings. Looking ahead, the lady asked to listen to her. Sweat was dripping down the user's cheek. The student asked if she had also reread the Manhwa, since she was talking about ghosts, after which the singer, closing her eyes contentedly, asked a counter question if it was true, and the student could not understand what could be real for this person. The main character's gaze was confused, and he did not know what to do. The guys opened their mouths in surprise. Deokjin pointed at Chia. The players looked at each other with displeasure. Gang Hyun put his palm on his forehead, and wondered if everything would be okay with their team. A view of the flying island opened up. An image of the confrontation between the two teams was shown. The host, holding a microphone in his hand, said that the competition had begun, and asked the analyst what his forecast for this fight was. Virtual reality capsules were visible, and it was heard that he believed that this time the latter would give their best, and all the third-year students, the key figures of the CS side, graduated, and only students without gaming experience remained there, and therefore they have only defeats on this SKT. Users were sitting in the game buildings, and it was said that, on the contrary, Although BKD lost MA in the last game, the performance they demonstrated in the first and second games was excellent, and if there are no significant changes, then BKD will be able to win. Stardust, with his mouth wide open, asked if it was true that in this game the blue team was BKD, and the red team was KS, to which he received a positive answer. A blue screen appeared, and then the host asked if it was not different from his prediction, and exclaimed that from the very beginning they were far superior to their rivals in total gold. A flying island appeared, and it was heard that the team had 6,000 gold coins, and KS was also in the lead, playing against BKD. Deokjin clenched his jaw in displeasure. The player said that the protagonist should move the line there and help the others, and at the same time, he, through the sweat on his face, apologized. Noah bit his lips in disbelief. A dark aura swirled around the protagonist, and then he was informed that he was going to the forest, and therefore he should not let himself be killed, move the line and prepare to help, and also had to say that the enemy had disappeared from the center line. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy muttered that Deokjin was ordering more than usual, and added that he wouldn't be able to keep up with him. Suddenly, Shia attacked her opponent with her foot. The student, looking at the girl, noticed that it seemed to her that they had gone too far ahead, and therefore it was better to move back, as it should be for archers, to which she explained that everything would be all right. Frowning seriously, the lady thought that she needed to make sure that she was just in bad shape then. Suddenly, enemies rushed in her direction. The student opened her mouth wide and called for her partner. The professor and the assistant were sitting on chairs, and the host exclaimed that the BKD was much more unstable than usual, and they saw some kind of dissonance in the team. Sweat was running down the man's cheek, and then the question was heard whether the BKD had really changed after the game with MA. The warrior, smiling menacingly, said that these BKDs do not know how to play at all, and there is no teamwork at all. Abruptly opening his jaw, the player shouted that now their team will win the first victory. Unexpectedly, Ganghyun knocked down his opponent. The guy was holding his opponent's face. Standing near the defeated enemy, the young man clarified what they were all doing, and at the same moment the host reported that the player from the BKD had committed a solo murder. A view of the daytime sky opened up, and the question was heard whether it would change the course of the entire game. Currently, the teenager has touched his forehead. Stretching out his index finger, Deokjin asked what the disgusting game was, and said that if he didn't know the meaning of the word control, then he should act according to the orders, and Shia objected that their commands were too rude to listen to them. Frowning in displeasure, the student asked if she understood that her selfish game was ruining all competitions, after which the girl asked a counter question if he did not understand that his orders were ruining her game. Suddenly, Ganghyun clapped his palms. Approaching the guy asked them to stop and said that they had won, and also clarified why they should sort things up now. Deokjin lowered his gaze, and then it was explained to him that due to his orders, the protagonist was unable to play at all, and he was asked if the teamwork he was talking about depended on only one person. The lady's expression was confused, and she was asked if she was trying to beat everyone in physics or playing with a team, and if she wanted to beat her opponent in physics and mind. Crossing his arms, the young man asked if the two most troubled people quarreled, and then Soha clarified what he began to command like a captain, to which Noah replied that it turns out that he can also talk like that. The guys lowered their heads, and the teenager noticed that, as the professor said, they need to try to evaluate their game objectively. A view of a tall building opened. The protagonist was lying on the bed. Sweat was dripping down the guy's cheek, and he wondered if everything continued like this, if their team would survive. Hearing the laughter, the student looked up. Han and Noah looked at each other sharply. Computer chairs were visible, and you could hear what had happened. The player, sitting on the bed, said that he thought that since they had a high percentage to win, then the atmosphere in the team should also be good, but there was a split between the participants, and he thinks that it hit all aspects, and at the same time, the main character said that this game could also be easily won, but they barely took the victory. Squinting sadly, the protagonist said that even if the relationship between his teammates had deteriorated, there was nothing he could do, after which his comrade asked if he didn't think it would get better anyway. Raising his palm, the teenager noticed that they were playing with 5 of them, and suggested imagining them as fingers. Looking sideways, Han explained that in order to take something or do something, you first need all 5 fingers to work together, and then clarified that isn't it obvious that if one finger decides to do things its own way, then everything will go wrong, and the guy exclaimed that the picture is getting weirder. The player, crossing his arms, said that nothing terrible had happened to the fingers, and therefore he thought that after some time they could be controlled as before. The young man's expression was confused. The user wondered if it was possible to say such a thing to him, namely to a player of the enemy team, to which Noah, opening his mouth wide, replied that he remembered that he was an enemy. Sitting on the bed, the main character said that they would recover before playing with them, and therefore everything was fine, and the teenager said that he would also try when he fought against them, because it would be his revenge. Raising his head, the protagonist asked what he was sighing, and if something had happened to Haruru, and also noted that apparently this was the case. Looking down, the student replied that it was actually nothing. Imagining how the girl holds a microphone in her hand, the student said that she communicates well with the guy, and the rehearsals of the group are going well. Raising his eyebrows, Hans said that everything was progressing well, but he felt that he was the problem, and added that he had promised that he would not look for Haruru in reality. In the past, the lady had lifted the corners of her lips and said that she wished they would do what she asked. Putting her palm on her chest, the singer asked not to look for her in the real world. The player said that the more time passed, the more interesting he became in what she really looked like, and then the young man lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment. The user opened his mouth thoughtfully, and Noah wondered if this guy was really in love with her. A glint of sunlight could be seen between the trees. The blue slugs, their eyes rounded, squeaked loudly. Shia was swinging her legs. The girl pushed away unusual monsters. The lady frowned seriously. Armed players appeared, and the student said that after arriving at the academy, she thought that she would not lose to anyone in physical strength, but she gave the victory to some secondary characters, and she could not understand it. The remains of enemies lay on the ground. The student clenched her jaw sharply and asked why she should stay in the BKD if she would lose in physics. Shia kept her hands in her pockets. The girl, through the sweat on her face, said that she had also had a fight with the auction. Suddenly, the lady noticed a plastic card. The player took an ID card in his hand and asked the student to stop. The user, approaching the student, said that she dropped it. The teenager opened his jaw in surprise. Shia looked at her interlocutor in bewilderment, and wondered if she would even thank her, and looked at her phone. A moment later, the young lady put the phone to the player's face. On the screen was written a question if she was Shia from BKD. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the user replied that this was true, and could not understand why it was the message. The girl blushed sharply. Putting her hand on her chest, the lady announced that she was her fan. The student raised her eyebrows sharply when she read that she was being asked for an autograph. Suddenly, a tin can fell out of the vending machine. The student handed Shia's drink. Sitting on the bench, the player was surprised, after which the young lady explained that this was a return gift for finding a student card. The girl noticed that she always wanted to talk to her as her fan, and then the user, through the sweat on her face, said that it was very unusual that she called herself a fan. Biting her lips, the student muttered that she was cheerful and wondered if there was any particular reason why she was talking through the phone. Raising her eyebrows, Shia asked if she had been the same since her freshman year, and what her name was. The lady poked her fingers at the screen. After a moment, the student smiled. Her expression was joyful. Lifting the corners of her lips, the girl told her name. The player, looking in her direction, read the nickname of the interlocutor. Then the user turned his head. Crossing her palms, the student asked if she could see that game as well, to which Haruru replied positively and added that although it was a pity that they lost, they would have a lot more games in the future, so they should not worry. The student's gaze was confused, and she wondered if she didn't look pathetic. Clenching her fingers, Shia said that she was terrible, and added that she was a marksman, but her long-range hit percentage was very low, and relied only on her physical strength and went ahead, but died and led the team to defeat. Clenching his jaw, the player said that he had a fight with the auction, and did nothing but be a bad influence on the team. Suddenly, the singer handed the phone to the student. Smiling, the vocalist explained that she became her fan precisely because she liked this trait in her. In the game, the user grabbed the opponent by the hair, and Haruru wrote that it doesn't matter how many enemies are in front of her, but she does not retreat and only moves forward. And although the result of such actions is not always good, she thinks that at such moments she shines the brightest. Closing her eyes contentedly, the girl said that she therefore had no choice but to support her. Shia blushed sharply. Touching her chin, the lady noticed that she was interested in something, and asked if Heroes of Time could do without a gunner. The singer said that she thought that melee combat was more suitable for her, and then the player, lowering his gaze, wondered if it was really necessary to go to the bottom position with a ranged character. There was a glint of sunlight between the trees, and at the same time, the vocalist apologized and added that she knew almost nothing about the game and said something stupid, and the user thanked her because it helped. Sitting on a bench, the student clarified why she was talking through the phone, and whether she had a sore throat. Sweat was dripping down Haruru's cheek. Raising her hand, the girl said that she would only tell her, and wondered if she could keep it a secret. A huge structure was visible. Noah scratched his cheek. Sitting opposite Deokjun, the main character wondered why he called him, and did he mess up somewhere again. The player's expression was serious. The student lowered the corners of his lips. The user suddenly apologized, causing the protagonist to raise his eyebrows in surprise. Tilting his head down, the student apologized for confusing him at this game with his strange orders, and for spoiling the atmosphere in the team, all of which were the result of his anxiety. Closing his eyes, Deokjun said that he had shown everyone his indecisiveness because of one defeat, and as a team leader, he was sorry. Raising his palm, the guy said that everything was fine, and added that it was because of his shortcomings. The young man looked towards the leader. The player's eyes were surprised when he heard that Noah also wanted to tell him something, namely if he remembered that he told him that he and Nightmare went to the same school. The teenager grinned contentedly, and the main character said that he was actually the object of his bullying in high school. In the past, the protagonist closed his lips, and now he explained that this guy came from a rich family, and he was an orphan who grew up without parents, and they could not even become opponents. Smiling slightly, the young man remarked that the only thing he was sure of was his ability to play. A player from the Metal Sharks team clenched his jaw in fear, and Noah said that he had defeated him in an esports competition, and therefore thought that he could surpass him at least in something, and at that moment he felt a psychological victory. Sweat was dripping down Deokjin's cheek, and at the same time, the main character said that this time he lost the only battle he could win, and although they were angry, he also found it terribly annoying. The protagonist exclaimed that, however, the result was not yet clear, causing the student to round his eyes in surprise. Clenching his fist contentedly, the guy said that now his score was equal, and given that he took first place when entering the academy, his score with Loki was also equal. Looking down, the student listened that they only had a draw with them, and they would win all the remaining fights, break into the playoffs, meet MA again and definitely defeat them. In the past, the professor raised the corners of his lips and said that if he cared, then let him meet the main character, and perhaps all his worries would disappear, and the player understood what he meant when he told him to meet him. The user wondered that just the feeling of not wanting to lose is what is called going to the goal no matter what, and at the same time, Noah, holding the phone in his hand, noticed that it was already training time. Suddenly, the protagonist turned to the leader of the team, causing him to abruptly raise his gaze. Raising his eyebrows, the guy asked if he would go training with him. High walls appeared. Deokjin, holding his hands in his pockets, said that it meant that he had gone through such a training session alone, and added that he thought why his lane play had improved recently. Looking at the screen, the young man said that he could choose the enemy's weapon, and specified which one he wanted. The player's pupils narrowed sharply. The user replied that he wanted a single dagger, after which Noah, with his mouth wide open, exclaimed that then they would start, and the leader wondered if he was really worried about it again. Suddenly, an opponent appeared in front of the student. The enemy was surrounded by a magical aura. Tossing his weapon, the student muttered about simplicity regarding the goal and added that he had come to the academy to become a professional gamer. In the past, Loki has extended his index finger, and Deokjin has revealed that his reluctance to lose to him is not a competition, but a feeling of betrayal from leaving the team without even consulting him. The teenager blushed sharply. There was a picture of a player on the TV screen, and then the student said that the simple reason he wanted to be a pro gamer was because he wanted to be like Faker. Suddenly, the student's rival rushed in his direction. The user raised his eyebrows when he heard that he needed to focus. After a moment, Deokjin raised his sword. The leader's pupils quickly narrowed. The enemy's eyes burned brightly. Suddenly, the enemy knocked the weapon out of the student's hands. The score after the battle of the players appeared on the screen. Standing behind his comrade, Noah asked if his opponent was strong. Through the sweat on his face, the student clarified whether he had said that the professor had information about him, to which he received the answer that he had provided it to him. An unusual energy swirled around his opponent's body, and at the same time, Deokjin thought that his movements had been a little earlier, and he couldn't say for sure, because he had only seen it once. The leader asked to let him play a few more times, and at the same time, the main character, opening his mouth wide, exclaimed that now it was his turn. The guy's legs appeared. The young man knocked on the door. The man, sitting at the table, said that he could enter. Looking ahead, the teacher asked what had happened at such a time. The player's expression was sad. The user kept his hands in his pockets. The student asked if the game data held by the protagonist belonged to Faker, causing the mentor's face to sweat sharply. Lowering his eyebrows, the student clarified where he got the data of the best player who hid all his tracks, and how he was connected to Faker. Parting his lips, the gentleman asked why she thought so. Deokjin, looking in the direction of the interlocutor, replied that since early childhood he has analyzed his game and tried to repeat his every move, and he is sure that more than any other person he watched videos of Faker's games. Two forms of the world's best user appeared, and the leader noted that the longer he practiced with the nameless data, the more convinced he was that he was Faker. Stretching out his palms, the student said that he intended to buy them at auction for any fabulous money, but the seller never showed up, and this is the most precious data that cannot even be bought. Opening his mouth wide, the disciple said that the fact that they were in his possession also meant something. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, the professor brought his index finger to his mouth. Frowning seriously, the teacher said that if he was interested, he would tell him. Putting his hand on his chest, the young man said that he would definitely keep it a secret. Suddenly, a team of players appeared. The mentor lifted the corners of his lips. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the man said that in the 5th round, the unicorns of victory would oppose them, and if everything went as usual, they would be able to surpass them. The gentleman noted that he thought that during the last game they understood the importance of communication and teamwork, and hoped that this time they would show a different side of themselves, and at the same time, the robot smiled and exclaimed that let the power come with them. Lowering his eyebrows, Noah muttered about communication and teamwork. After looking at the serious Deokjin and Shia, the protagonist wondered if they would be okay. The girl frowned in displeasure. Suddenly, the lady raised her hand. Opening his jaw, the player asked if he could play as a militant this time. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist thought that she was like arrows, and they always stood below. Crossing his arms, the user said that she had so far formally continued to play for him, but that she felt that this role was not very suitable, and was still unsure of her long-range attacks, but continued to fight, relying on her physical strength. Leaning down, Shia said that she was well aware that playing as a militiaman from below made it harder to hold the line than the shooter, and the short distances in the second half of the game made it even harder, but she thought that close combat would help her show all her abilities. Through the sweat on her face, the girl said that she was not doing it for her victory, but for the sake of their team's victory. The lady said that she no longer wanted to drag her friends to the bottom, after which the professor, biting his lips, realized that she herself had found the answer to everything. The player looked down in confusion. The teacher remarked that he thought it was a good idea, which made the user raise his eyebrows in surprise. After patting the student's head, the mentor said that they would test her tactics in this competition, and added that with such physical strength as hers, she would be able to do it. The girl thanked the professor, and then Noah, through the sweat on his face, wondered if the proud Shia had bowed her head. Looking at the serious action, the protagonist couldn't understand why he didn't say anything against it. The lady opened her jaw happily. The leader blushed sharply. The guys, lowering their eyebrows in bewilderment, thought that this was strange. A view of the flying island opened up. Suddenly, a sharp spear appeared. The student quickly dodged the attack. A moment later, the player punched his opponent in the stomach. The opponent's pupils turned white from the pain. The host exclaimed that this was the 5th murder of Shia from the BKD, and at the same time, she clenched her fists and screamed loudly. Stardust, sitting at the table, said that the girl got back on her feet, overcoming the difficulties of the previous game, and today she was really good, and the tactic of putting down the militia worked. Haruru was holding a plaque with a picture of the lady in her hand, and at the same time, the commentator said that Shia was supposed to be the MVP of today's game. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows in displeasure. A bright flame could be seen near his palm, and he shouted that today she really was unstoppable, and could not accept the fact that she alone looked the best today. In front of the guy fought short warriors. The archer drew the bowstring, and the young man wondered where the opponent from the center had gone. With his mouth wide open, Noah exclaimed that his opponent was missing and was asked which way he went, after which the protagonist thought that he would be scolded by Deokshin again. Sweat was dripping down the protagonist's cheek, and it was clear that he didn't have to panic. The leader, attacking the enemy, reported that he had just found him. The player turned his gaze sharply to the side. The user asked to leave it to him, and asked the guy to push the center and take their victory, which made him cry with joy. The student put his foot on his opponent's back, and Noah muttered that he was very cool. The apprentice was holding daggers in his hands. Turning around, Deokshin asked if he had seen it, and added that he still couldn't tell if it was a dream or reality. The professor and his assistants were sitting on chairs. The leader blushed suddenly. The teacher narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Through the sweat on his face, the assistant wondered why he thought Deokshin was looking here, and he was surprised that the professor was actually Faker. A lot of shells flew towards the tower, and at the same time the presenter reported that the BKD was pressing them, and their will was not shaken after the fight with MA, and they were telling everyone about the revival of their outstanding performance. A view of the night sky opened up. Noah closed his eyes. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the main character said that Shia became the MVP in this game, and of course he is glad that he and Deokshin have become the same, but that in that game that has not improved at all. Frowning seriously, the protagonist said that he still wanted to become the main character, and added that if he did not have to watch other people's reactions or had good physical strength with which he could play the game. Clenching his jaw, the guy said that if only he could use the synchronization level again. Suddenly, Bison, sitting on a bench, noticed that these were good words. With his mouth wide open, the young man asked who he was, and the man said that he didn't think he didn't know him, and at the same time asked if he was good friends with their Han. Noah asked if he meant that he was Coach Han, after which he grabbed his chin and replied positively. The main character asked what he was doing here, and then the professor, smiling, said that he had come to meet him. The protagonist asked why, and then the man narrowed his eyes. Touching the guy sharply, the gentleman said that he could no longer endure it. Closing his eyes contentedly, Basin said that the professor had stopped him, so he had endured it as much as he could, but he couldn't take it anymore, and also noticed that a little earlier he had wanted to do it too. Sweat ran down the young man's cheek when he heard about the level of synchronization. Putting his palms on the player's shoulders, the coach asked if he wanted to know how to use him safely. Smiling, the person in charge of the synchronization level research invited Noah to join his tests. The protagonist's eyes widened in alarm when he was told that they would help him use him again. Leaves fell from trees under the night sky, and then the user asked if they were telling him that he would be able to use it again. The professor was silent, his lips pursed. The man asked if his colleague had met Noah after all, to which Bison stretched out his palm and exclaimed that it had been long enough, 6 months. Sitting on the couch, the coach of the colorful mermaids was indignant at whether he had told him to wait for the protagonist to stabilize, to which he replied that he did. The lenses of the glasses reflected the glare of light, and at the same time, the teacher thought that he wanted to watch a little more as he would grow in battles without using the synchronization level. The mentor suggested that this guy had not been so bad lately, after which he clarified why he wanted to use synchronization, to which he put his hands on his feet and shouted that because, but his interlocutor realized that it was obvious, that he would make the reason for the desire to become an ace and help the team. The player furrowed his brows angrily. Bending his torso forward, the protagonist said that he wanted to become better than Shia, because he still did not like that he was taken away from the role of the main character. Looking straight ahead, the professor wondered if that was his reason. Holding the young man's head, Baizen exclaimed that it was almost impossible for him to do so. Smiling, the coach of the Colorful Mermaids team said that he would do his best to help him, and asked if he would be trusted with him, to which the colleague replied that since he wanted it himself, there was nothing he could do. The teacher of the academy carefully observed the interlocutors and said that he trusted him as a user and counted on him. Noah smiled broadly and realized that he could use the synchronization level again when his mentor made a condition that until they finished, he forbade him from using it in competitions. The main character sat in a capsule for virtual games. Suddenly, he transformed into the appearance of his own character. Standing in the middle of the laboratory, the guy did not understand what it was. Turning his head back, the person in charge of the synchronization level research explained that it was a world that he had created for the purpose of researching the synchronization level, and then added that he had added many attributes to it that were necessary for the research. Pointing his finger at the large screen of the system, the mentor noticed that there was also an opportunity to watch a video from his entrance exam, to which the player wondered why there were only the most uncool entries. A synchronization level scale appeared next to the man, and then he decided to get to the point and explain that the reason for the instability of his synchronization level is that compared to the synchronization of ordinary users, who change slowly, the changes in his level are too abrupt. The protagonist clenched his jaw in bewilderment when the interlocutor clarified whether he said that the psi triggers a change in his synchronization level, and what he thinks in this case, what is the condition for its increase. A memory appeared in which the user stood behind the best fighter and invited him to fight him, and now he thought about how when he fought him, there was something that caused the level up. The disciple smiled and asked if it was true that although his opponent was D rank, he was still recommended. Then the outstanding student struck a blow to the chest. Putting the shield in front of him, the young man realized that his stance was destroyed. In the past, Noah began to fall on his back after the attack. A satisfied grin appeared on his opponent's face. At the same second, the best player grabbed the main character by the neck. Pressing him against the wall, the examinee clarified whether it turned out that he had thrown words to the wind because of such a weakling. Adjusting his hair with his fingers, the young man admitted that he thinks that in the future he needs to pay more attention to the too low assessment of people. The white-shirt disciple furrowed his brows angrily. Noah looked down abruptly. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist said that he thought it happened because he remembered the face of a guy he didn't like, to which Bison suggested that it could change depending on the opponent, and asked him to try to disable the option to fix the synchronization level by 100%. The guy rounded his eyes in alarm when he was offered to conduct an experiment using a fake. Han's silhouette was enveloped in a blue glow. Holding his chin, the professor noticed that the synchronization level was 207%, after which he added that it seemed to him that the synchronization would not increase against him. The best student was wearing a brown cape, and the coach of the Colorful Mermaids team said that for some reason, there was no change with him now, because the level was 240%. Shia was looking ahead when suddenly the protagonist saw that the value had changed by 340% and didn't understand why it was going up, and his teacher said that something was changing with her. Deokjin lowered his muscular arms down, and the professor said thoughtfully that with him, the value had dropped to 204%. Royd lowered the corners of his lips, and with him the level returned to normal. The eyes of a user with the nickname Ginus were white. Looking down, Bison cried out in surprise. Noah's jaw clenched tightly in anger. In the shadows, the face of a masked player could be seen. There was protective equipment hanging on the guy's shoulder, and the level of synchronization with him was 450%. Placing his hand on his side, the teacher remarked that this was the best indicator he had ever had, and then clarified how he was related to Nightmare of the Metal Shark team. Lifting his chin, the protagonist revealed that this man had bullied him in high school, and then added that every day he saw him, he called him a loser, so at least he didn't want to never lose. Holding his chin, the mentor thought that now he understood that the level changes depending on emotions. Giving a thumbs up, the player exclaimed that his old enemy was someone who thought the skull mask looked cool, and the person in charge of research didn't understand what kind of emotion he could feel towards his teammate and opponent. The protagonist furiously furrowed his brows as Bison mused that if these emotions determine his level of synchronization, then the feeling that maximizes his synchronization could be an awareness of an opponent, a thirst for victory, or even a fighting spirit. Inside the laboratory there were large flasks with liquid, and the professor decided that he needed to know everything in a little more detail, after which he suggested that we proceed to the next study. A view of the office building opened up under the night sky. The tired user was lying on a pillow, resting both hands on the mattress. Han noticed that his neighbor looked tired, and that he had heard something from his mentor, and then clarified if it was true that they were conducting various experiments that related to the level of synchronization, to which he received a positive answer. Holding the needle between his fingers, the coach of the Colorful Mermaids team asked if his level of synchronization could be affected by the pain, and the young man said that they had been doing different things and had been kept there for 5 days, even though he thought the man was just an uncle, but in fact he was frightening because he was obsessed with research. But suddenly he wondered if he was. Does his teammate mind that the coach of his team helps him with training? Looking down from the second floor of the bed, the guy replied that he didn't mind, because he wanted to fight him in his best condition, and besides, there were no people in their team who would chase fun, to which he muttered that after all, each team has its own color. Sticking his head to the side, Noah asked if the preparations for the concert were progressing well, to which his neighbor replied that they got along very well, that it seemed to him that now there was no need to rehearse anymore. The protagonist asked what about Haruru, when suddenly Han jumped down to the floor and said that she sang well, but the interlocutor explained that this was not what he was talking about. The player tilted his head back when a friend asked if he had been able to find a reason why he wanted to meet her in real life. The guy turned away from his friend and replied that he had no idea about it. Lowering his eyebrows in alarm, the student exclaimed in his mind that he liked Haruru, and resented how insensitive he was. The young man ran his finger along the floor, and the protagonist did not understand whether it would turn out that after the end of the performance, they would not be able to meet at all, if he just wasted time, because he could not even watch calmly, because it was too stuffy. The silhouettes of the characters stood with their backs to each other, and Noah wondered if he should take and bring these two together. A view of a dark space opened up. Suddenly, people began to take steps. Colleagues in black suits confidently moved forward. Smirks appeared on the faces of the guy and girl. Spreading her hands to the sides, the lady noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time, and then asked if her interlocutor had been doing well all this time. The man of the riddle held a chess piece in his hand and greeted his subordinates. The chief asked if things were progressing properly, to which Lily tilted her head slightly to the side and replied that she thought they were done with the assistant's assurance, and also that no person from the Academy's security team had guessed about his existence. Putting his hand to his neck, Loki stated that he was done with the involvement of all the members of the Metal Sharks when asked how the recruitment of new people went. Sitting in his chair, the mysterious man assumed that the preparations were somehow complete, and then added that before they started the actual business, he had called the two of them here to relay some information. There was a figure of a knight on the board, and at the same time the boss said that they could not find out the reason, but he received information that Faker, who hid his identity, was currently at the academy. With a sly grin, the young man wondered if he was being told about his and Deokjin's idol now. At the same second, his pupils noticeably decreased in size when the chief advised me to be careful with him. Lowering his jaw, the man said in a riddle that this player could become a hindrance in their big business. Putting her hand in her pocket, the girl accepted the order when the boss told them never to forget about its existence. The mysterious man wrapped his fingers around the chess piece. After placing the element on the board, the boss announced that the main move would be made in 3 days at the Academy Festival. A moment later, an unknown person pushed the black figure off the cage. A satisfied grin appeared on his face. A detail of the game fell on the table, and the boss remarked that on that day they would destroy the Fantastic Academy. Smiling broadly, Noah happily exclaimed that this was the Academy Festival. There was a view of the street in the game, in the middle of which there were huge statues on the day of the Academy Festival. The child rounded his eyes with delight, and the main character was surprised that he saw people from real life, after which he realized what they meant when they talked about the unification of reality and intersection. Lowering his jaw, the guy asked if Khan needed to perform today, to which he replied that there was not much time left before the training camp, so everything was fine, and he was asked again what he wanted to do with his friend. At the same moment, the player pointed his finger forward. Putting his palm to his forehead, Ganghyun greeted the protagonist. Spreading his hands to the sides, Noah did not understand what he was doing here, to which Noah replied that his friend had something to do for a short time, so he had to be here instead of him, when suddenly he was asked if his friend did not throw it at them and ran away. Smiling broadly, the user explained that only some 3 hours had passed, and the main character thought that this is called escaped. The young man lowered his chin and asked if his interlocutor would take a battle ball, after which he explained that this is an Academy Festival item that allows for a one-on-one game. The magic sphere surrounded the two students, and at the same time, the user revealed that if you throw this ball and hit the selected opponent, then a shield will appear around the person who threw the ball and the one who was hit. The sword pierced a piece of paper, and the fighter remarked that after that, they just had to choose how they would compete, and then added that if they wanted, everyone could place a bet in the form of an object. The guy looked away, and his interlocutor said that he could consider it an academic version of Tomatina, and then noticed that it seemed to him that it had just begun in that direction. Passing by the stalls, Noah asked if it took up so much space, to which his friend replied that he thought it was a little rude to do such a thing in the middle of the street, when suddenly the vendor exclaimed that it was not the best expression. After all, it was a festival. A drop of sweat was running down the cheek of the main character, and he clarified whether the neighbor had brought him here. Wrapping his fingers around the orb, Han declared that he wanted to summon him. Suddenly, a magical sphere began to appear around the heroes. The shield pressed on Ganghyun's cheek, who didn't understand why they did it here, because it was rude. Putting his hands in his pockets, the player explained that he still did not like that he lost to him once, after which he offered to fight right away. Looking straight ahead, the guy thought about how this was happening in such a crowded place, and then asked how they would choose the game. Raising his head up, the student asked if his opponent saw the cube above, and explained that the person who fell on it would choose the game. Smirking, the young man asked if they would clash for the first time in a long time. The main character smiled back at him. At the same moment, the cube jumped on the ground. On the upper edge was the image of Han. The man was carrying food in transparent bags. Shia was happily biting into the dish on a skewer. Harura held a burger in her hands and noticed that there were a lot of delicious things at the festival, to which her interlocutor replied that the price is cheap, and weight is not gained, so this is the best place to eat. The girls were walking down the street, and then the singer thanked the idol for going with her today, to which she asked what it was all about, because they were friends, and heard that it was an honor for the fan. Looking at her friend, the player asked what she was going to do today after the performance, and whether she would tell the guys from the group the whole truth. Putting her hand to her neck, the lady admitted that she thought it was still frightening. A drop of sweat was dripping down her cheek, and she explained that she could meet someone she knew in real life, but she was afraid that in reality she would disappoint people she knew only here. In the past, the interlocutors sat on a wooden bench, and Shia clarified what aphasia is. The student asked if this meant that she could not talk, to which she closed her eyes and showed a message that if she tried to make a sound, she could do it, but she could not talk fully. The vocalist grinned happily when she said that according to the doctor, it is impossible to know the exact cause, but he says that this was most likely due to the shock received in childhood. Tilting her head down, Haruru explained that those people were probably meeting her because of her voice, and then asked if they would be disappointed if they saw her like this in real life. Looking down, the girl suggested that it would be better to continue to be friends with them in this place and not see them in ordinary life. Holding the food forward on the skewer, Shia was indignant at what this disgrace was. Holding the bags in her hand, the player stated that she had met her in all worlds and did not see much difference, after which she added that she was the same in reality and in the intersection. Putting the dish in front of her, the student advised her to tell if they said that they were disappointed, because she would punish them so that they would not say such nonsense again. A bright star sparkled in the fan's eyes. Happily closing her eyes, the lady asked if she should meet them after the performance. Pushing her friend with her elbow, the user clarified why she only needed to set a condition for prohibiting meetings in reality, to which she replied that she was shy. The singer exclaimed that they sell egg tarts there, and her interlocutor opened her mouth wide and said that she would not be to blame if she was late for the performance. A protective barrier appeared in the middle of the street. The magic sphere began to disappear abruptly. Noah pressed his hand to the floor. Gritting his teeth tightly with anger, the main character cried out in alarm. The player stood behind Han and shouted that it was unbelievable because he managed to finish the rhythm game at the most difficult level with SSS plus rank, while the guy remarked that it was very mean to choose a game in which the opponent was worse. The student offered to play again, when suddenly his opponent stretched out his palm forward and said that this was the only fight, so now they had a draw, since each had one win and one loss. Bringing his fingers closer to the student's face, the user said that they would determine the winner at the next SKT. The heroes shook hands, and at the same time, the protagonist exclaimed that he would never lose, and his comrade remarked that he thought the same way, while Ganghyun muttered that it was very cute. Waving goodbye, Han said that it was quite late, so it was time for him to go, to which the interlocutor said that he would come to watch, so he should perform well. Putting his hand on his side, Noah thought that although this guy did not seem like that, he was still ready to do anything to win. The man in the black suit took a confident step forward. Suddenly, the main character rounded his eyes in fright. In front of him, the player noticed someone who bullied him in high school. Old acquaintances passed each other. Nightmare looked back as the protagonist said he wouldn't lose next time. Turning to face the back of the school bully, the student said that he would definitely be able to win. The young man abruptly lowered the corners of his lips. One of the student's eyes was hidden under the mask of a skeleton, and at the same time he repeated the words of the interlocutor, after which he added that there would be no next time, and said goodbye to him. A man was running down the road in the middle of the Academy Festival. As she made her way through the crowd of people, Harura mused that there were so many recreational activities that she didn't even keep track of the time, even though she should have gone earlier, as Shia had said. The girl found herself between tall buildings, and at the same time she thought that there was almost no time left before the gathering, so she needed to take the shortest road. In the alley stood strangers in multicolored costumes. The shadows of the beast-masked heroes were falling to the ground, when suddenly one of them asked the elder if they should stop before it was too late. The villain was wearing a hair mask, and he asked if his partner was talking about it again, and if he had forgotten that they were now acting together. A teammate in a mouse costume folded his hands in front of him, and the leader asked them not to forget that if they failed this task, they would also be in danger. The vocalist quickly ran past the alley when the bully spoke about the fact that they should only think about the fact that their target was the director of the academy. Suddenly, Haruru's eyes widened when she heard that Jimmy would gain power over the entire academy. Suddenly, the girl shifted her gaze towards the strangers. The villains sharply turned their heads towards the singer. The lady clenched her teeth tightly and cried out in pain. At the same second, Shia's fan collapsed to the ground with a crash. Then the vocalist looked back. Taking up the bear's mask, the hooligan clarified whether she had heard. Raising her eyebrows in alarm, Haruru replied in the negative. Standing in front of the interlocutor, the girl muttered that she did not hear anything. The man with the monocle lowered his jaw and sighed heavily. Resting his hand on his cheek, Sailor said that he could not believe that he, as luck would have it, was entrusted to oversee the festival. Sitting in the chair, the professor remarked that he was not lucky at all, to which his colleague replied that he was also there, so he could take a little break. The person in charge of the design of the worlds asked if Lily volunteered today, after which he added that youth is a miracle, to which she put her fingers to her chin and said that her partner was also young. Looking to the side, the mentor was thinking about whether he could consider it as a date, or something similar to him, when suddenly the system reported that a player's shot was detected in the A7 area, and then the observers asked if they were fighting there. The teacher decided to look at the A7 area, and on the screen you could see how people in animal masks surrounded the singer. The girl's pupils noticeably decreased in size when her colleague was surprised that there were guys in masks and one student. With a sly grin, Sailor was indignant that they were doing such a thing right in the academy, and were not afraid of anything, after which he exclaimed that all their personal data was about to be shaken out. Looking at the bully's back, the professor noticed that it was Loki. Suddenly, Lily placed her hands near her mentor's face as he began to talk about who this guy was. The ring on the lady's hand emitted small streams of black magic. At the same moment, the villainess twisted the man's neck. The person responsible for the design of the worlds collapsed to the ground with a crash, because as a result of the influence of the admin rights, this player was plunged into a fainting state. Standing in front of the big screens, the lady noticed that Loki was really careless, and did not understand what he would do without her. Licking her lips, Lilia said that it just started a little faster than they planned, and then asked if it was time to start the main event of this festival. Gang Hyun spread his hands to his sides. In the box there were black battle balls. In an instant, the magic spheres were filled with a red glow. Members of the music group stood next to the instruments. The guy asked if anyone could get through to Haruru, to which the other lowered his jaw and replied that it seemed to him that they no longer had time to rehearse, because she had never been late before. Looking at the system screen, Han thought that the signal was coming, which meant that it was still in the world of intersection, but for some reason it was not responding. Remembering how the singer's dress fluttered in the wind, the player wondered if something could have happened, and if she changed her mind about performing. Suddenly, the young man jumped up from his seat and said that he would go and look for her. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, the disciple did not understand why this was happening. Noah closed his lips in bewilderment. Walking forward along the street, the main character thought that being alone at the festival was more boring than he thought. Looking down, the user said that he wanted to call T1 and be with him, but he had hated entering the intersection for a long time. At the same second, the student turned his head to the side when he heard loud screams. Approaching the crowd of spectators from behind, the protagonist did not understand whether any event was being held here. Sitting on the ground, the girl begged for help. Wrapping both hands around the body of the trembling man, the player stated that they were just playing a minigame with a battle ball, but as soon as the game ended, her friend had a seizure. The man in the helmet turned his head in the direction of the interlocutor, and asked if there were such bugs in the intersection, to which she replied that it could not be, so most likely it was some kind of street performance. Looking at the system screen, the user noticed that he could not exit the game. Noah clenched his jaw in alarm and did not understand what kind of situation it was when people said that they could not leave either, and offered to ask the administrator of the academy. Suddenly, a man in a rooster mask appeared behind the protagonist, and he asked what was going on here. The villain was holding a modified battle ball in his hand. At the same moment, the stranger stretched the object forward. The ball quickly approached the player's neck. There was a view of a turtle soaring in the sky. On its shell there was a powerful castle. The director of the academy sat on the throne. Squinting his eyes, the old man noticed that this was true. Streams of black magic enveloped the back of the chair, and the leader said that as she had said, the academy was in disarray. The girl was standing behind the interlocutor, who suggested that what she was doing now was not a joke, after which he added that he could not even think that she would be able to arrange something like this. The manager called out to Lilia, adjusted her hair with her palm and said that she also had no idea that she would so easily checkmate. Placing her hand on her side, the lady said that the academy's security was much weaker than expected, to which the headmaster replied that there were no more guys in their time who were doing such madness, and then asked if she had yet managed to get her hands on the rights to rule the world. The villainess closed her eyes and explained that she had forbidden the exit from the game and had only slightly tweaked the system. The black ball was lying on the floor, and the lady gave an example that in the case of the battle balls, she managed to change all the modes to combat and add a loser. Suddenly, the old man's pupils decreased in size when the interlocutor noticed that he might think that such changes did not make sense, and then wondered what would happen if the pain sensations of what was happening inside the world were increased by 100%. Turning her head back, the supervisor asked if she didn't know what would happen if she did so, to which she replied that there was a very popular article that if you die in a world of intersection with 100% sensitivity, then the brain will get confused and die in reality, and the man did not understand why this was so. Spreading her hands to the sides, Lilia said that it was because she wanted to see chaos. Grabbing the throne with her fingers, the girl said that now her comrades are using battle balls at the guests of the festival. The man in the mouse mask clenched his fist tightly, and the villainous remarked that it was pointless to hope that her comrades would lose. A bandit in a bear mask was following two players. Loki threw the orb up, and his partner explained that they had already prepared and identified the loser. Dragging the throne to the cliff, the lady said that if many people were sacrificed, then the whole world would discuss this incident, after which she clarified whether the hacking of the great security system of the academy would not be a huge shock to everyone. With her mouth wide open in anger, the director did not understand what she would get if she did this. Kicking the fence, the villainess said that it was clear that the main course would be something else. Leaning the old man over the abyss, Lily explained that this was the death of a crossing system administrator and game master named Jimmy. The leader's crown flew down, and then the interlocutor said that this would be the first step for them. Suddenly, the director of the academy resolutely closed his eyes. The girl's eyes widened in alarm when the man suggested that this meant that there were other abnormal people like her. The ring on Jimmy's finger emitted a magical glow, and then he wondered if she thought she could easily take his life. A bright flash of light appeared on the balcony. Closing her eyes, Lilia screamed loudly. Behind her were large wooden doors. At the same moment, an old man in a business suit appeared behind her. Raising his glasses, the headmaster of the academy noticed that weaklings judge for themselves, and then asked if she thought that he could not entrust the professors with the management of the world without any insurance. Putting his fingers forward, the leader said that he would tie her up. The villainess stood on the edge of the cliff, and her interlocutor added that he would slowly listen to everyone she was talking about. The lady closed her lips in alarm. A moment later, a sly grin appeared on her face. Lily abruptly released a barrage of red magic in front of her. Jimmy's jaw dropped in disbelief. The girl's palm was wrapped in black streams, when suddenly the system reported that the administrator's order had been launched, and until the administrator's powers stabilized, all his orders were cancelled. Her pupils bulging in fright, the director of the academy did not understand how she had managed to do it when her rival remarked that being the same administrators, they could mutually compensate for orders. Taking a step forward, the villain said that she had spent 3 years duplicating the key of the Passepartout. Holding the battle ball to the old man's face, the lady asked if he had always liked games. Grabbing the jacket with both hands, the manager asked if she should know that she would not be excluded, although she had changed the rules in it. Taking off the blindfold, Lilia said that of course she knew everything about the digital meaning of pain. Grinning maliciously, the girl suggested that he start a deadly game, in which life would be at stake. The man with the gray hair had board games flying in front of him, and he was the man who was called the god of the battle of moves. But before the advent of virtual reality, he had never lost a game of strategy games like chess, Baduk, and Changi, so many called him a master of the game. A gleam of light was reflected in the lenses of his glasses, and after all this, he was called the director of the great science fiction academy, who quickly assessed the situation. Looking at Lily in front of him, Jimmy realized that judging by her overconfidence, there was a high probability that she had a secret trick, and since a battle ball could not predict who would choose the game, and it was not clear what she had fixed in it, then the probability of winning was negligible. Pressing his fingers together, the manager thought that this was a dangerous situation in which he could be checkmated, and moreover, he made a choice when he estimated that he could not cope with the situation alone. The old man ran his hand over his beard. Shifting her gaze to the side, the girl wondered what he was thinking about. Pressing the ball to the chest of the interlocutor, the villainess said that the game would begin in any case. Suddenly, a protective sphere began to rise around the heroes. The man dropped his hand abruptly. He had a ring on his finger, and his choice was to tell the people outside. At the same moment, a magic moth flew out of the jewelry. The bright eyes of a man in the shadows appeared. Noah and his character stood with their backs to each other, and the player wondered where he was, even though he was sure he was at a festival. Tightly grasping the battle ball with his fingers, the guy thought that after the battle with him, all his plans had changed, so he could no longer wait for the next fight, and with the help of this object he would be able to wash away this shame. Standing in the middle of a crowd of people, the user did not understand where he was. Glare of light reflected in the young man's pupils. Noticing the protagonist behind the crowd of observers, the best student realized that he had found him. A man in a rooster mask approached the player from behind, and the guy decided that this time he would explain to him that everything was his. Suddenly, the bully raised his hand up. At the same second, the stranger touched Noah's back with a ball. The academy student abruptly stopped the bandit. Furrowing his brows angrily, the player declared that it was his fodder. The young man instantly squeezed the sphere with his fingers. The magic barrier pushed the main character in the back. The user collapsed to the ground, and other people resented the fact that there was someone who used battle balls even in such a situation. Tiredly lowering his jaw, the protagonist said in his mind that this was anxiety, when suddenly a notification appeared that a voice call had arrived from the BKD team. Pressing his finger on the button to receive the call, the student did not understand why the professor's assistant was calling them all. Ganghyun appeared in unusual armor. The girl chewed her food. Xia closed her lips in bewilderment. Deokjin's pupils bulged out in fright. Protective equipment hung on the shoulder of the assistant. Frowning menacingly, the assistant shouted that there was an emergency, so everyone should listen to him carefully. The user turned his head to the side when told to avoid any skirmishes from now on, and especially the use of battle balls. A drop of sweat ran down Noah's cheek when the interlocutor said that the professor had contacted him and told him that the mirror world of the academy had been attacked by a terrorist group, which had increased the level of physical sensations during the game inside the battle balls to 100%. Holograms of screens hovered in space, from which students asked if it was a joke, and if it was possible to quit the game also because of the terrorists. The young man lowered his eyebrows when the assistant remarked that this was true, because he had been told that the terrorist was Professor Lily from the Metal Sharks, and based on the information he had heard, very soon her accomplices would begin to use the battle ball and forcibly attack the players. A flashback appeared in which Loki put his hand in his pocket, and the user wondered if his friend was involved. With his mouth wide open in anger, the student asked where the professor was. A man in a white coat was standing in front of a huge tree, and it turned out that he had gone to deal with this whole situation. The teacher raised his head and noticed that the gate was closed after all. Looking at the top of the tree, the man began to talk about which way was left. Deokjin's jaw clenched in fright, exclaiming that his mentor was with the terrorists. She grinned, wondering what to do when the assistant explained that in any case, until the professor sorted everything out, they had to evacuate the guests to the square and hide. Pressing her hand to her leg, the girl said that it seemed to her that she had now managed to meet with one of the terrorists. A call to Haruru appeared on the system screen while the assistant asked the lady not to fight him for any reason and run away. Pressing her finger on the hologram, the student muttered that her friend was not responding. The man in the mouse mask was holding a battle ball in the palm of his hand. Pressing her fist to her hand, the user said that everyone says that they attack people in this way, after which she screamed that if they hurt her fan, she will not leave it just like that. There was a view of the open-air building, when suddenly someone shouted that everyone needed to evacuate. Noah lowered his jaw in fury and stated that there were problems in the world of the academy, so under no circumstances should he use the battle ball and follow him to the square while the evacuation was taking place, to which a person from the crowd remarked that he thought that the inability to get out was actually a bug, and the girl added that she had goosebumps. Shifting his gaze to the side, the protagonist thought that, as the professor's assistant had said, it would be better not to tell them about the sensitivity percentage, when the player wondered if this was also a bug when the lady fainted. Touching the barrier with his palm, Noah tried to call out to the two participants in the game, and at the same time he thought that he had too little information about the terrorist group, and did not understand whether everything would be okay with Shia, and whether she would fight the villains. The guys stood inside the sphere opposite each other, and the main character shouted that they should not hurt each other in any case and not start a fight until the administrator came. Clenching his jaw in displeasure, the best student exclaimed that everything was very confused, and the guy on the street said that he would bring someone to help. The man was wearing a rooster mask on his face, and at the same time, he thought that he was going to hunt him, but he didn't expect to meet an outstanding user here. The stranger furrowed his brows angrily and remembered the moment of the fight with this guy, after which he said in his mind that he remembered perfectly well how he was insulted when he lost to him during the selection exam for admissions, so he would never be able to forget those calm, but defiant eyes. Approaching the face of the young man, the terrorist decided that now that he had an assistant, it was no more than food for him, and then invited him to play. The rooster's mask was half hidden in the shadows, and at the same time its owner asked if he was cowardly because of such nonsense. The best student silently lowered the corners of his lips when he was told that he wouldn't be able to fight anyway. Khan tilted his head down in exhaustion. The guy was standing in the middle of the street. Raising his palm to his chin, the student thought about how it had been too noisy for a while, so he couldn't hear Haruru. Various phrases flew into the elf's sharp ear, and then he realized that although the exact state of affairs was unclear, it was perfectly clear that it was dangerous. Clenching his jaw, the young man wondered if his beloved had been in a commotion. Holding on to the handles in the virtual game pod, the player decided that he needed to focus and look for sound in even deeper places. Blood flowed from the boy's nose as he wanted to concentrate even more. The girl's face was covered with abrasions. Suddenly, Han turned his head back. Looking at the narrow alley, the user felt unstable breathing, a helpless heartbeat, which means that someone had lost consciousness. Pressing his palm to the ground, the student did not want it to be his girlfriend. At the same moment, his pupils noticeably narrowed with anxiety. Between the houses lay the singer in a fainting state. Beautiful elastic bands were tied on her hair. The young man raised his eyebrows sadly. Leaning his head on his hand, T. Odin began to laugh. Lying on the table, the robot said that after all, nothing charges as much as watching a drama. The wire from the back of the automatic machine was plugged into the socket, and then he noticed that even after arriving at the academy he did not worry about electricity bills at all, after which he added that it was still good that he followed Noah. Going up to the window, the cyborg did not understand what was so good about such festivals. Looking at the crowd of people, T1 said that they had combined reality and intersection, and then added that the former was much better, so he didn't understand why everyone was so dependent on virtual reality. Suddenly, the players began to disappear in the teleportation beams. After a while, only a few people remained on the street. Holding on to the windowsill with his hands, the robot asked if the people who were reflected by the holograms had disappeared, and if there was any failure in the connection. Turning his head back, the automatic machine asked if there was an electrical failure, although the drama continued to run, so it seems to him that this is not the case. The cyborg sadly lowered the corners of his mouth, and said that this was not something that should worry him, so he decided to continue watching. A masked man appeared in the area where the administrators of the mirror world of the academy were located. Sitting in the chair, Loki admitted that he could not even think that Professor Lily would personally go after the director. The light of the screen fell on his face, and then he noticed that it was still hot, after which he added that this place was in their hands, and the leader would soon be captured, so things were going well. Suddenly, the guy shifted his gaze to the danger notification. A man appeared on the screen with a package on his head, and the terrorist said that he had not finished the sentence when the guest showed up. People in white coats were walking down the corridor when suddenly the man explained that judging by the commotion outside, it seemed that Professor Lee was telling the truth. Looking away, Sara stated that she could not believe that Professor Lilia was the main culprit who had created this situation, and that Professor Sailor, who was on shift with her, should be safe. Holes were cut on Duncan's mask for the eyes, and at the same time he noticed that if the pain was increased to 100%, then they should also become more careful. Stepping on the floor, the villain said that he did not believe that such famous professors of the academy had come here. Holding the battle ball in his hand, Loki said that he thought he had to greet them properly. Standing behind his partner, the person in charge of the coding assumed that this was the same accomplice Lily they had been told about, and his colleague said that he would take care of him, and he should normalize the work of the control center. Spreading his arms to the sides, the guy asked if they knew that it was impossible to invade the territory of the battle ball from the outside, and then added that as long as there was this game, they would not be able to pass this corridor. Master didn't know if he was going to use it to block the way, to which Sora gritted her teeth and told him not to worry. Running her palm over her shoulder, the academy graduate said that she would win. The hooligan in the hair mask stretched out his hand and asked how everything would turn out. A view of the main square of the virtual reality world opened. Hans sat on a wooden bench with Haruru. The girl lay humbly on his legs. Sadly lowering the corners of his lips, the guy thought that it did not look like she would wake up. The vocalist's eyes were closed. Stroking his beloved on the head, the player did not understand what had happened, when suddenly he was loudly called. Gynus furrowed his brows angrily. Clenching his fists tightly, a member of the Colorful Mermaids team stated that he could not imagine that his comrade was on a date in such a difficult situation, although it was very disrespectful, to which he replied that it was not a date, and the interlocutor still continued to talk like some kind of aristocrat. A drop of sweat was dripping down Han's cheek when suddenly his partner exclaimed that he had just met a great one. With his mouth wide open in anger, the user explained that he was a crazy psycho who was addicted to the game, and also went off the rails, after which he added that this happened almost immediately after the noise began. A flashback appeared in which 5 people were standing in front of a stranger, and Gynus said that when he heard about the appearance of a strange man who threw battle balls at others, he asked the senior from the academy to catch him. The man in the amphibious suit stretched the object forward and explained that he would not be affected by the suppression of numbers, and it turned out that he had forcibly used the battle ball until the very end and fought one-on-one. The bucket on the guy's head flew up after what he saw, and he reported that after that, a terrible sight presented itself to his eyes, because he managed to deal with the elder. Closing his lips, the elf could not believe that the same thing had happened to Haruru when his interlocutor remarked that it was also strange that everyone who had lost to this psycho had lost consciousness and could not wake up. Drops of sweat ran down the snowman's cheeks, and then he cried out that he was sure that the psycho was connected with the chaos here, when suddenly he was asked if it was true. Deokjin lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment, and explained that he was talking about the fact that the attacker with the battle ball was wearing a mask. Sitting on the bench, Han clarified if he was a member of Noah's team, and Gynus said that he was quite confident in his own words. Gritting his teeth tightly with anger, the player realized that this was Professor Lily's colleague, about whom his mentor's assistant had spoken. The user's eyes bulged in fright and shouted that the masked men were challenging others with battle balls, and said that even if they refused, they would still use them, as they had just seen the man in the chicken mask use it, while the young man did not understand why they were attacking other people. Deokjin's pupils narrowed sharply as he thought that the fact that these people were using battle balls in a situation where the sensations were 100% conveyed meant that they had the card they needed to win, and at the same time he was worried about the professor. Hiding behind a tree, the student wondered if his childhood friend was really involved. Bringing his finger to the system screen, the guy realized that although he didn't want to, he had no choice but to check it out for himself. Grinning, Loki asked why he had suddenly received the call. Frowning, the user clarified his whereabouts, to which he noted that he was also asked where he was, and then asked if he wanted to enjoy the festival with him. The villain scratched his neck silently when he was asked if the noise was related to him. Suddenly, a satisfied grin appeared on his face. On the floor in front of the terrorists lay the bodies of professors, and then he said that his friend was still very smart. Holding the mask in his hand, the young man said that he had no lack of observation, and then added that it so happened that now he would not be able to return to the past. Raising his eyebrows, Loki wished him a happy stay. At the same second, the player sadly lowered the corners of his lips as his childhood friend named him after the Korean traitor. Furrowing his brows angrily, the auction asked about his whereabouts. A view of the base of air vehicles opened. The professor saddled a magical dragon. Holding the bridle tightly, the man said that if the portal was broken, then he would have to fly on his own. At the same moment, the magical beast flew high into the sky. The turtle was covered with a protective barrier, and at the same time the teacher noticed that, as he had thought, they had closed the sky castle so that it would not be possible to approach it. Putting his hand forward, the mentor exclaimed that he now had other powers. The pieces of the magic sphere instantly flew down. The dragon flew forward, wings wide open. Looking at the balcony, the professor began to understand what it was. A moment later, the man jumped to the surface. Under the dome, he noticed that Jimmy had fallen to his knees in front of the villain. Lily lowered her jaw in bewilderment. Holding the director of the academy by the shirt, the girl asked how the teacher ended up here. Frowning menacingly, the mentor quietly called out to the leader. The terrorist thoughtfully shifted her gaze towards the enemy. The old man's hand hung immobilized above the ground, and then the lady noticed that his ring had disappeared, which meant that at the very end he had made an interesting move when he handed over the power of attorney to the manager. Throwing the master of the game on the floor, the criminal admitted that she could not believe that the last way for the director to save anything was Professor Lee. Gritting his teeth in annoyance, the man said that it was a strong confidence when Lily stated that it didn't matter, because he wouldn't be able to stop her either. The girl bulged her pupils in fright when she was asked if she still used the assistant. Putting her hand on her side, the villainess clarified whether he knew about this, to which he replied that it was not only about this. With her eyebrows lowered angrily, the terrorist did not understand how it was, while the teacher said that they were called a prism, or rather a terrorist group that was gradually increasing its influence. An object began to appear near the man's palm, and at the same time he was asked if he really knew about everything, but he still did not pay attention to it, to which he replied that he began to suspect them not so long ago. Transforming into a battle suit, the tutor explained that it had been since they had stolen the victory from his students with dishonest techniques. Frowning menacingly, the professor said that it seemed to him that he still had a lot to take away from Lily. A leg appeared. Sitting in an armchair, the opponent asked that he had come after all. A player appeared. Looking ahead, the man asked why the NAK easily said where he was. In turn, the enemy replied that he thought that it was necessary to say goodbye, looking into the face, adding that he had a suggestion in order to ask if he would like to try to change this world with them. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Smirking, the opponent said that he had properly felt in the city how much this world is overflowing with illogicality, dirty and nauseating environment, children left without food, adding that no matter what crime occurs in the city, officials remain observers, so compared to his hometown, it is hell, continuing that they will destroy their system and reboot the world, therefore. The first step will be the collapse of the academy. The children were sitting by the fence. The man covered his nose with his hand. Making a serious face, the guy said that he was just trying to justify his actions, asking that he betrayed the team for this. In turn, the opponent asked the question that he was still not able to change this straightforwardness. The player was sitting in a chair. Gritting his teeth, the man asked him to come to his senses. The hero launched an attack. There was no emotion on the villain's face. The young man twisted the attacker's arm, declaring that the world is changing, adding that he saw how he used the new technique at the last competition, continuing that it was thanks to the game assistant. Lowering his head, the player asked how low he wanted to fall. Without showing his face, the opponent said that he could not defeat him as long as he had an assistant. Asking what he thought, he already knew that now the level of pain inside the world had changed, continuing that by continuing to fight, he would only get more torment. Looking down, the guy said that if he accepted the offer, he would stay alive. In turn, the opponent asked why he was so obsessed with him. Turning around, the young man asked if he still considered him his friend. The opponent made a stunned face. Suddenly, a red ball appeared. Waving his hand, the villain asked what he knew would happen after using it. In turn, the guy said that they would have to fight a mortal battle, which would end only after one of them lost. Making a strange face, the young man said that after all, he could no longer watch him do evil. The mirror world of the academy appeared. The man was lying on the ground. Making an angry face, the guy said that he could not believe that he felt pain inside the game. Putting his hands in his pockets, the player asked if he had fallen from just one blow to the stomach, adding that after increasing the sensation score to 100%, the reactions began to differ. In turn, the young man asked about what he said that the indicator was increased to 100%. Without showing his face, the man asked if he was afraid of pain, adding that he was not going to end so easily, because this is a game of 2 touches, where you need to touch your opponent twice in the same place. The man was lying on the floor. A chip appeared, making it clear that a mark appears on the place that was wounded. Attacking that area again, an electronic current appears, and it wins. Due to the fact that during the impact the sign moves to another place, it is necessary to attack the same place twice in a row. An illustration appeared, in which there were 2 guys. Looking ahead, the opponent said that there is a decision that whether to finish that game, or not is in the hands of a stronger player, that is, him. The man's face showed surprise when he heard that he was not afraid of pain. Making an angry face, the guy said that he did not like the fact that he thought he was stronger. Standing on one leg, the enemy declared that these were only his thoughts. Looking down, the young man was expecting a kick. The trajectory of the blow changed. The blow hit the head, making it clear that a clean, perfect Brazilian blow flew into his face. A mark appeared on the young man's face. Multiple blows rang out. A person defended himself from the pressure of an opponent. The guy's red eye appeared, thinking about why he should be beaten by a rodent like him. A hamster appeared. Looking ahead, the man asked what they were saying, that his son could not recognize faces. Looking ahead, the young man said that he simply did not need to know them, adding that he needed to know only those who were inferior to him. Smiling, the young man stated that he could still feel the atmosphere around them and take them for animals, and the chairman wondered if his outstanding ability to react had caused him to lose interest in the others. Closing his eyes, the man asked that this was not a problem, asking if he thought that thanks to this he would gain the mood of the strongest in order not to lose to anyone for anything, while the father replied that it was too a pity to hide such a talent only in one world. Stretching out his hand, the man offered to watch, adding that until he lost, he would not interfere in his affairs. Making a scary face, the man said that if he was defeated, he would reboot him, and he would begin to study everything from the beginning, adding that he should accept that the world is big, continuing that he should show respect for everything and be interested in it. The young man turned. His father's smile appeared, asking that a genius like him would be able to do this, a seemingly impossible system of mind. The player received a blow to the torso, making it clear that when he got into the Fantastic Academy, he experienced what is called a loss for the first time. Horror appeared on the young man's face, and it became clear that that defeat had made his self-confidence false, then becoming distrustful of himself, creating doubts. The guy's body began to crack. The main character appeared, and it was clear that from that moment he clearly saw only the face of the protagonist, because despair due to the fact that that guy is the winner, and he is the loser, as his father said, having experienced this on himself, his ego was shattered. Noah sat on the throne, making it clear that the guy could take revenge on the main character if he rebooted himself. A strange ornament appeared. Taking many blows, the young man thought that in this case, he would reboot himself as many times as necessary, adding that he had said to admit that the world is big, and to show respect by being interested in it, asking if he should admit that they are on the same level as him, continuing about the fact that the body and instincts feel rejection, but he is obliged to do so if it is necessary to defeat Noah. The man swung for a blow. The opponent's face was heavily distorted. The man's face was seen more clearly. A strange mask was on the enemy's head. The man hit. Legs appeared, sliding on the floor. Holding on to the barriers, the young man said that as soon as he admitted this, he began to see things that he had not seen before. Smirking, the guy said that the level of the opponent's combat is at the level of the best fighters in the world, asking the question that he uses a unified style, and in addition, depending on the situation, he also perfectly adds other elements. Showing his fist, the man asked why he so suddenly began to praise him. Stepping forward, the man declared that this was the first time he had been interested in the enemy like this, adding that it was not as bad as he had imagined. After kicking, the player asked about the fact that a little earlier he kicked like this. Showing his fist, the opponent thought that he repeated the Brazilian punch, asking that he had just copied his technique. Looking ahead, the young man said that he was a little mistaken, because the attack was slashing and fell a little higher. Adjusting his clothes, the guy thought that it would be necessary to correct them. In turn, the man said that he had suddenly changed, adding that for some reason he began to worry, so he needed to end the game as soon as possible. A blow appeared right in the face. Standing up, the man thought that he had taken the blow with his other cheek, asking if he was not afraid of pain. Putting his hand on his head, the man asked what he was about to finish. Looking ahead, the player said that if he had anything else, he should show it, adding that he would take everything he had, thinking about what his father meant when he talked about living in a spacious world, and went on to say that all those people are something for his experience. Coming close to the man's face, the hero said that he admits that he is still stronger than him. Smiling, the man said that someone had said earlier that what does not kill makes you stronger, asking that he said that the game would end if you hit the same place twice in a row, offering to fight and find out what would be faster, his leveling or the opponent's victory. The enemy was looking ahead. The legs of a man appeared. There was a red ball in the player's hand. Throwing the object, the opponent asked how long she would continue to run away like this. Smiling, Carrie asked him what he thought would be willing to fight someone like this, adding that she already knew that the feeling of the game was 100%. Running ahead, the girl thought that the professor's assistant had told them to evacuate people to the square, saying that she did not know how many people there were, but they needed to take them as far away from the square as possible. Suddenly, surprise appeared on the lady's face. As he walked back, the enemy said that he thought there was no need to waste time on the lady, since she was nothing at the competition, but now she was running away quite well, adding that she could consider herself lucky. Suddenly, something flew into the back of the villain's head. Without showing her eyes, Miss asked him where he was going, suggesting that he play a little more. The opponent's head began to tremble. Starting to run after the girl, the man said that he would definitely kill her. People stood on top of the structure. Looking ahead, the opponent asked about the fact that she seemed to have stopped running away, suggesting that in this case he would not even have to use the ball. Standing on the iron structure, Carrie said that they were originally supposed to enjoy her friend's concert today, adding that of course, if only they hadn't made all the fuss. Taking off the mask, the enemy said that it made no difference what happened to her friend, adding that she had better worry about her future. Surprise appeared on the girl's face. Grinning, the villainess asked that she remembered her and how she was crushed by her at the competition, unable to resist. Looking ahead, the man said that she would regret forcing her to take off her mask, because this is equivalent to declaring that she would lead the brain to death. In turn, the lady asked that she was the attacker. Suddenly the enemy's eye opened wide. Swinging her leg, the lady said that she just wanted to repay her for that loss. Blocking the blow, the opponent asked about the fact that she lost that time, but she is still not afraid, adding that the sensations are 100% transmitted. The villainess knitted her eyebrows. Kicking her opponent, she said that she was only a hopeless girl. Covering her face with her hand, the villainess thought that her movements were too troublesome, adding that she could frighten her by saying that no matter what she did, she would not win. The lady knitted her eyebrows. Holding out her hand, the opponent stated that she is now using the assistance program, because it reacts according to the situation, based on the data of the best player in the world, asking what she thinks she can win against the assistant. A look of surprise appeared on the Mrs. face as she asked about the assistant, adding that it meant that fighting her was equivalent to fighting thousands of the best fighters from all over the world. Smirking, the opponent replied positively, adding that she was not the opponent she could defeat. Making a happy face, Carrie asked if it was true. Taking hold of the biceps, the girl said about the best players in the world, adding that in the academy she could not lose to anyone in physical strength. In turn, the offender thought about what was happening here, asking that she was not only not scared, but had become even calmer. Making a confident face, the lady said that she was a little cheered up, because she had told her something interesting, so she would also tell her a story. Looking ahead, the lady said that she was born in the worst city, because there are no adults who protect children, adding that everyone takes care of their own well-being, continuing that in order to survive, they had to fight with adults. The man was holding money in his hand. Biting her leg, the lady declared that in that environment she had acquired anger and strength. Miss began to attack. Making an uncertain face, the villainess said that if she did not have a talent for learning, she would have to die, thinking about where she would hit, adding that it did not matter, because the assistant would respond in any situation. The warrior's eyes were red. Carrie ran on. Her opponent's face was stunned. The girl gritted her teeth. The players were flying down. A man with a green face appeared. Pointing his finger, the player said about the guy, adding that he had gone crazy, continuing that he was sick in the head and addicted to games, who had attacked people here a little earlier. A man was standing in the midst of the crowd. Holding a red ball in his hand, the opponent said that it seemed that he had found a hunting ground with a huge number of monsters here. The villain was standing next to a tall guy. Looking down, the third-year student asked if he was really attacking everyone, adding that he wouldn't forgive him if he continued to wreak havoc here. Smirking, the young man thought about how if he could defeat him now, it would be huge news, adding that he had a chance to turn into the superstar of the academy in an instant, ordering him not to inconvenience people and disappear from here. The opponent was holding an object in his hand. Wiping his suit, the young man said that it would be better for the stupid monsters to get out of there, suggesting that they were now aware of the current situation, adding that they were trying to flee. The players looked at the victim. People began to run away. Taking off his mask, the guy thought about what if not now, when he would be able to feel such a feeling of superiority, saying that, after all, the assistant was the best. Without showing his face, the man asked if he had become interested in something here. Pointing with his hand, the player asked a question about the fact that the girl also lost consciousness through his fault. Putting his hands in his pockets, the villain announced that he had recently seen her, asking what would happen if so. The hero did not show emotions. Looking ahead, the opponent asked what he could do at all. A huge blue barrier appeared. A cube appeared that rolled on the floor. The object contained a picture of people. Without showing his face, the enemy said that the right to choose had passed to the garbage, adding that regardless of the game, the assistant had information about all the best players in the world. In turn, the guy chose the 485th game, which was called the Rhythmic Pandemic. Gesticulating, the offender asked what he really thought that if he chose to play to the rhythm, it would not be related to the level of sensitivity, because the electric waves that occur during a loss in the game will kill his brain. In turn, the young man said that he would choose music. Making a displeased face, the man thought that he was always confusing him. The opponent's stunned face appeared when he heard that the name of the game was A Rhapsody of Sunset and Ashes, saying that he had chosen a song that no one had yet played. Making a confident face, the man announced that he would pass it. By pressing the buttons with his hand, the player announced that the game had begun. Hands appeared. Multicolored squares appeared. There were more and more figures. The villain watched the keys being pressed. Making a shocked face, the opponent thought about the fact that the notes were pouring out at a tremendous speed, adding that parts with inappropriately appearing sequences made his fingers curl, asking if the data of the best players could really withstand it, continuing that everything would be fine if he lasted longer. The enemy was looking at the hands of man. The enemy's eye appeared. The player pressed the keys, making it clear that he pressed them correctly more than 1,000 times. The guy did not show his eyes. Suddenly a blue eye appeared. The hero looked ahead, thinking that if he expressed his thoughts a little better, and understood his own feelings a little better, adding that if he could offer her to walk at the festival together, then the situation would change. The girl was lying in a blackout. The man was in a training machine. Blood appeared on the chair. The man touched the player's body, that he thought that he would definitely make sure that he would not dare to regret anything. The man began to cry. Without showing his face, the captain asked what he was doing, because he had used a red ball, asking that he wanted to die. There was no emotion on the boy's face, saying that while it him off terribly, the fact that he reacted sharply every time people talked about it probably meant that he still considered him a friend. Surprise appeared on the villain's face. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the young man asked why his friend had deteriorated so badly. A yellow glove appeared, making it clear that it was 7 years ago. The boy was sitting by a mountain of garbage. The man was holding a red cloth in his hand, and it was clear that the miners from the city were not even given a chance to study, because all they learned was the daily need to sort through the waste thrown away from other cities and get paid for it. A lot of garbage appeared. There were eyes in which there was no hope. Suddenly the boy leaned forward. The friend picked up his partner. Looking ahead, the child asked if he was okay, asking how about resting today. The man, putting his hands on his belt, asked what they were doing there, adding that if they pretended to be sick, they would not see the money today. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy asked how he could talk like that because they had just rested a little, asking that he didn't seem to be faking it, adding that they wouldn't get anything today because it was disgustingly dirty here. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he was crazy. In turn, the partner said that he should endure, asking that he did not remember how that kid almost killed them with a stone from the wall that time. In the end, the man said that some psychos had become attached to them, continuing to say that he would like to look the boy's parents in the face, although it will not work, because they threw him out of the house. The children were in the trash. Sweating, the young man said that he shouldn't have done it. Smiling, the partner said that he had found one interesting thing there, inviting him to pass. The guys looked down. The legs of a person appeared, making it clear that this console was a very old model. In turn, the child asked if it would be possible to launch it. Looking to the side, the young man asked if it was worth checking it out. A TV screen appeared. Making a strange face, the player announced that he had lost again, asking how he played so well. A blush appeared on the boy's face. He said that the games would not feed him, so there was no difference in that. In turn, his friend said that now it might not happen, but when they became adults, everything would change. Surprise appeared on the guy's face. Smiling, the partner asked if he knew Faker. In turn, the child answered positively, adding that he was not a very famous pro gamer. Looking ahead, the man claimed that he is so famous that even someone who has no particular interest in gaming knows him, adding that thanks to his many merits in the gaming field alone, he not only makes money, but also has a huge impact on people. A character appeared in light colors. Smiling, the guy said that he believes that such a person can leave such a city. Looking ahead, the boy asked if his friend would be interested in pro gaming with him, adding that he would help him become the second Faker. Hope appeared on the guy's face, saying about the second Faker. Without showing his face, the player stated that thanks to this, he had a dream of becoming a pro gamer, adding that he met a professor and was able to come to the academy, asking why he betrayed the team. The green eye of the character appeared. Keeping his hand in his pocket, the villain replied that he did it because he learned that the academy is a place filled with more than just dreams, asking what he thinks. He knows very well where the academy gets its money from, adding that the families attending the academy are elite, making it clear that the institution continues to work thanks to the contributions of the people considered to be the elite. And the first rule they set in this place was that students who came from bad cities spoiled the academy. A lot of people appeared. Without showing his face, the enemy said that they were calling for the expulsion of those who did not spoil the image of the academy in society. Knitting his eyebrows, the opponent said that from the very beginning, their dreams could not be realized here, adding that for this reason, he grabbed the outstretched hand of the organization to destroy the rotten system of the academy, offering to change the world with them. The guy's face was stunned, saying that he seemed to understand a little. Putting his hand on his heart, the opponent stated that he wanted to create the world they wanted to see. In turn, the young man thought about why they had become so emotional, thinking about each other, adding that, although it was a pity, he thought that using this fact was the only way to stop his friend. With his hands in his pockets, the man ordered the system to throw the cube. Anger appeared on the villain's face. Spreading his hands, the opponent asked if he was serious, adding that he said that one of them would die. In turn, the hero said that he should not worry, because this is not the game that he imagines. A cube appeared with an image of a guy on it. Without showing his face, the young man offered to play game number 32, called Pac-Man, thinking that in this game you need to run away from a monster chaotically wandering through the labyrinth, adding that the one who collects more jewels will win. The enemy was looking up. Putting on a confident face, the young man announced that from that moment on, they began a fight in which life and death were at stake, adding that as a result of the analysis of the losers inside the game with such a coefficient of feelings, 8 out of 10 people fall into a coma. People stood next to each other. The monster's mouth appeared, making it clear that the survival rate was 20%. Turning around, the man declared that, of course, he would bet his life on victory. A monster appeared. Without showing his face, the young man said that victory would be won if he fell into a coma with a probability of 80%, and if he did not have a 20% probability, victory would be his. While near the creature's mouth, the player stated that if he could win, then he would apologize to everyone and receive a punishment. Horror appeared on the villain's face, saying that he should stop. Grinning, the hero offered to play together after that. Stretching out his hand forward, the opponent said that it was necessary to stop it. The man's face was stunned. Suddenly, the barrier began to disappear. Drops of sweat appeared on the face of the enemy. A soaring turtle appeared. A big barrier has emerged. The girl was breathing heavily. The man looked at his opponent. Looking ahead, the lady asked what was going on, thinking that she was sure that the assistant had been activated. Holding the blade in his hand, the professor asked her about what she had said, that it was a collection of first-place data from all the games that reacted instead of her, adding that this meant that the way to break the program was simple, as long as you became stronger than the people who took first place in the games. With a grin, the lady said that this was how it was, saying that the professor was faker. The character's face appeared. Holding the sword on her shoulder, Miss thought about why the man had told her to be careful, adding that it wasn't that she couldn't stand up to him with a helper, but that she should change her strategy. The girl wiped her face with her finger. The sword was in the hand of the master. Noah appeared. Looking ahead, the main character realized that there was no one on the square. Suddenly, something caught the protagonist's attention. The man knitted his eyebrows. Pointing to himself, the player asked about the fact that he did not even see him. Making an angry face, the man said that the villain had come here to attack people with a red ball, but his partner single-handedly defeated him and lost consciousness. The guy looked at the ally who was lying on the bench. Holding his hands in his pockets, the villain asked what had happened here. The enemy looked ahead, asking if he had done it. The young man did not show his face. Gritting his teeth, the warrior turned his head. One of the opponents was lying on the ground. The hero frowned. The enemy, looking ahead, realized that he had not even expected to meet this man here. Turning his head, the enemy assumed that the young man must have brought down this man, but could not understand how he managed to do it. The opponent was looking somewhere ahead when the protagonist asked him if they were really attacking everyone with battle balls. Standing opposite, the guy told him to get it. Slightly bowing his head, the hero spoke about the fact that they need to clash once. The opponent put his hand in his pocket. Rubbing his head, the soldier noted that this brat could not understand where his place was until the very end and added that he would still kill him. This ball appeared in the young man's hand. Everything around began to be covered with a blue barrier. They were still facing each other. A kind of cube appeared after the words that it would be a system for throwing dice. The guy, frowning, said that he had already heard such a speech and seen such a costume. The enemy was still standing in front of him. The cube fell to the ground after his question about whether it was Hyunjun. The fighter's eyes opened wider after the words that the game would take place in the arena of the world of the heroes of time. Spreading his hands, the opponent asked if this was enough for an answer. The arena around began to change and the words of the system were heard that there was a download of data about the avatars of this game world and told them to choose a weapon and profession. Then the hero asked a question about how he became like this. The opponent, raising both hands, replied that he should not know this. The young man, also taking up arms, said that it was true, for it was evident that he had been like that from the beginning. The enemy was immediately right in front of him. The hero's face was still serious. His mouth was closed. Opening it, the man exhaled. The opponent's eyes immediately opened wider. His hand stopped in place. The protagonist blocked his lunge and explained that this time he would fight with all his might. The guy, opening his eyes wider, turned to the professor. Standing behind, the player asked how this experience relates to the ability to control the level of synchronization. The player also asked if the player is afraid of burning out if the level rises too much, and immediately explained that he just needs to find the trigger that causes it to go down. Standing in front of a crowd of people, the scientist said that he summed up this experience by the fact that his catalyst was the player Hyunjun, and then it can be assumed that the inhibitor may also be nearby. These people appeared after the professor's words that his proposal was to check all the people he knew, because perhaps this was the right person. Some of the laboratory's devices appeared when it was said that they continued to conduct experiments with Bison after that. The man, smiling, said that they had found an inhibitor after all. Sweat ran down the protagonist's face. Standing in front of the girl, the scientist noted that she had recently increased her level of synchronization, which is really interesting. Her angry face appeared and the words of the interlocutor were heard saying that he could not even imagine that her evil appearance would serve as a reverse trigger. But although it was not perfect, it could definitely be his temporary remedy. The guy, still looking ahead, assumed that this was due to the fact that this girl was beating him. They continued to exchange blows. The opponent gritted his teeth violently. The young man dodged each of his attacks with lightning speed. The opponent's leg was already approaching his face. The person will continue to inflict countless attacks. The hero continued to evade them. His face was serious when the message appeared that 600% synchronization had been reached. His gaze was directed upwards. Sweat ran down his face. Immediately after, the person introduced Shia's angry face and his synchronization percentage dropped to 320. The enemy, dodging the attack, understood that this person was reacting at the speed of the helper data. Remembering their first battle, the fighter realized that this was the speed of reaction that went beyond the limits of human control, and this feeling was similar to what it was then. Gritting his teeth with force, Hyunjun thought about using a helper, and even stepped into the prism, giving his life to it, and he definitely had more determination and definitely could not have leniency towards some interfering type. The boy's blade was already at his neck. His eyes immediately fixed on the blade. The professor struck his enemy with a katana. Her eyes were wide open. Looking at it, the man said that he could see flaws and mistakes everywhere, and apparently the helper they had created was not yet finished. She, smiling, noted that he was incredible to have seen it, for no one had noticed such a thing except him. Immediately after, the fighter took out his blade. Raising his sword above herself, Lee said that the whole situation would be resolved when her game was over. The girl, sitting on the ground, explained that they do not yet have the most important data of the best player in this world, but now this is not the case. A drop of sweat appeared at his temples after saying that the data that she managed to get during the fight was his data, which would be stored on the program's server in the future, and the man asked if she really fought with him because of this. She, smiling broadly, replied that everything would be completed soon. A bright blue mark appeared on her eye after saying that the helper was invincible. Hyunjin's eye also lit up brightly. The blade was approaching his neck. Immediately the man staggered back to dodge. The blow barely reached his neck. The young man, opening his eyes wider, suggested that he had somehow managed to minimize the damage. Immediately afterwards, the enemy kicked him. The hero was pushed to the edge of the arena. In the opponent's hand, the weapon began to change after the corresponding command. Raising his hand, the opponent said that apparently his data had been updated. The protagonist's eyes immediately opened wider. Looking at his opponent, the guy thought about this unusual pose. Immediately after, the fighter imagined the image of the best player behind and realized that this was the pose that the nameless one used. The scene appeared. There was the body of a girl. The player's ears appeared it hung over the stage. With her eyes wide open, Shia said that she had survived after all. A blue barrier was visible. The shield began to disappear. One of the people was lying on the ground. There was a smile on King's face. A man with turquoise hair was lying on a bench. The girl also screwed up on one of them. Loki was holding the body of his former comrade. His gaze was downcast. Byakushin's eyes were closed. The professor was still standing in front of his defeated opponent. Raising his hand, the man said that he had returned the rights of administrator. Immediately after that, a system window appeared in front of him after saying that he needed to lift the exit restrictions as soon as possible and adjust the level of pain. Another red window appeared with information that the level of pain would be kept at 100%. His eyes widened after reading the words that there is a game that continues inside the world with the settings set, and it is impossible to change the settings, and this feature will become available after its completion. The hero was still fighting when the man realized that someone was still fighting. The young man blocked another attack by his opponent. Gritting his teeth with force, the soldier realized that the burning of his wound was probably the terrible pain that he had to feel due to 100% sensitivity. The enemy began to raise his sword behind his head. Holding the daggers in front of him, the guy realized that he would attack from above. However, the enemy lowered his sword down with lightning speed, using an ascension attack. Immediately after, the man attacked the hero. The guy's eyes turned white after realizing that he had suddenly changed the direction of the blow. He shed a tear at the thought that this was done so that he simply could not win with the help of reaction speed. Looking at his opponent, the fighter realized that he had also become stronger right during the fight, and now he had the feeling that this was a battle against the nameless. His dagger was broken in two after using the weapon destruction skill. His eyes widened after realizing that death awaited him here. The blade of the opponent's katana began to glow brightly after using the corpse-piercing skill. The young man, looking at the approaching attack, knew that his brain would die first, and then his entire body. A flying dragon appeared. The man jumped to the ground. Approaching the barrier, the professor said that this was the place where the signal of that battle balloon was last caught. Two system windows appeared in front of his face with information about the players inside. Opening his eyes wider, Lee realized that the young man was fighting with a helper. Someone's hand was reaching up. The hero attacked his opponent with his hand. Lee's eyes immediately widened. His blow hit directly on the chin. The young man began to fall backwards. Suddenly he reached forward. His hand grabbed the enemy's head. Immediately after, the guy hit him on the ground. His eyes were glowing bright blue, which meant that his synchronization level had almost reached 1000%. A bright explosion lit up the arena. The man, frowning, realized that the ward had nevertheless increased the level of his synchronization to the maximum, because although in the current situation it was the best choice, serious problems could arise in the future. The protagonist continued to beat. Suddenly, the blade appeared in front of him. The man immediately flew back. The enemy's mask was covered with cracks and words were heard that he was in great pain. The guy's eyes were still glowing bright blue when he was asked if he had some kind of 8th grade syndrome. The opponent, rubbing his head, said that now he would definitely kill him. His eyes were wide after thinking that after entering the academy, There had always been only a sense of defeat with him. Remembering the many people there, the man knew that there were much stronger guys there, and his strength was no different from the other scum from D-City. And so he realized back then that his strength was just a delusion. As he continued to attack the fighter, Hyunjun remembered that he didn't want to give up and had to keep swinging his arms and legs. The hero continued to dodge his countless attacks. He was immediately attacked with a knee after a notification appeared that the reaction did not work and therefore the next information was being searched for to fight. His eyes were also glowing bright blue. Immediately afterward, the enemy remembered his colleague from the academy and his words that it was time for him to admit that he could never cope with it on his own. A punch hit him in the face. A huge number of red arrows immediately began to appear, and also at the end there was a message saying that it was impossible to search for information with which it would be possible to fight. A bright sign appeared on his neck. Immediately, this mark disappeared. The fighter, gritting his teeth with force, thought that his helper had been turned off. His gaze was still directed somewhere forward. Looking at the young man, the opponent couldn't believe that he would have to feel defeated again because of this loser. The protagonist's eyes continued to glow. His eyes were closed as he thought that it was all over now, and although Professor Wazin had said that if the synchronization level was broken, he would be shocked along with the burnout, and if it did, he might not have a normal life anymore, but even that was better than death, because he wanted to continue to develop as a professional player. Suddenly, someone's face appeared in the distance. It began to get closer. It was Shia who was calling out to him. Her eyes were wide as she shouted a question about whether he wasn't going to come to his senses. His eyes immediately opened. The young man stood up. The guy, standing in the arena, realized that the level of synchronization had returned to normal. The opponent, smiling broadly, realized that this man had ceased to be like that and this was definitely his chance. The protagonist, looking down, thought that his level of synchronization was no longer rising, which meant that there was a normal burnout. Sweat ran down his face. Immediately after, the fighter attacked his enemy with several quick punches. His eyes immediately turned white. The hero's eyes opened wider. Looking at the opponent's body, the player realized that he had suddenly weakened, which is extremely strange. The barrier began to fall. A smile appeared on Lee's face. Remembering the arrival of the newcomer in their organization, the man realized that after arriving at the academy, this man did not hope for the level of his synchronization, but day after day he trained and did not slacken off, and as a result, his work was not in vain and at some point he became stronger. Looking at him, Lee realized that such a fighter could not lose to an enemy who only relied on the strength of the helper. The young man, turning around, asked when he had come here. The man closed his eyes while the hero shouted a question about whether the interlocutor saw how he had to use synchronization and also the words that its use was not bad anyway, and therefore he should forgive him for the last time. Running up, the protagonist continued to talk about something. Light poured through the curtains. The guy put his hand to his mouth and yawned. Suddenly his gaze was directed somewhere to the side. The bed above was empty. There were only his friend's headphones. The territory of the academy appeared after his thoughts that 3 days had already passed since the terrorist attack, because of which the competitions were stopped, and the administration forbade people from the outside to enter and closed for rest. The people involved in these atrocities were also shown, and it was said that the entire team of terrorists, Metal Sharks, was arrested, except for Loki, who was found in a coma, and it was also revealed that during the competition, the entire team used the cheating program Helper, while the society was very shocked that the instigator of the incident was the professor of the academy. The hero was already in the hospital building when he said that as a result of the attack, 30 people fell into the state of the computer, which is why hospitals in City A have been packed for several days. Someone was lying in front of him in a hospital bed. The man's gaze was directed somewhere to the side. It was his comrade. His eyes began to open as the fighter called out to him. Standing up, Han greeted him. At the same time, the protagonist said that he had brought him the guitar and headset he had asked for, and also asked him why he needed them if he needed to rest in the hospital. The comrade in arms, hugging the musical instrument, replied that he could already be discharged, when the young man remembered that he had been diagnosed with mental fatigue, and because of this he had to stay in the hospital for some time. Smiling, the guy knew that the reason was the overuse of the synchronization level, and it was similar to what he himself had to go through. Another man also appeared in bed after his thoughts that there were other victims of the incident in his entourage. A folder with the name of one of the girls also appeared when the hero remembered that they were Yakjin and Haruru, who were still unable to get out of the coma. The guy, looking at his friend, asked if he went to his girlfriend's room, but this was answered in the negative. Then the protagonist noted that her room was right above him, and he should have gone there. The hero smiled when the interlocutor said that something inside him was coming up with excuses and using them as a reason not to go. Looking at the guest, Han said that he was going to see her, because he no longer wanted to regret it. The young man, opening his eyes, thanked him for this. His phone received a call from a girlfriend. Bringing it to his ear, the fighter heard a shout asking where he was now, and the young man replied that he had visited the hospital and asked what had happened. His eyes widened after her words that he needed to return as soon as possible, since their comrade had finally woken up. All the people were looking in the same direction when someone shouted. The hero, opening the doors, called out to the leader. His face immediately turned slightly red. All his friends were there. The head, putting his hand on his face, asked if he was doing the same. The two comrades were almost crying when Deokshin talked about how they all looked like they had seen a living dead. The door slammed shut and screams began to be heard from behind it that they thought he was dead. Together, they began to embrace him. Immediately after that, the girl's room appeared. The door was closed. Khan was coming to her. The man stood in front of her. A drop of sweat ran down his face. Opening the door, the guy apologized. His eyes immediately widened. His gaze immediately turned to the side. The girl was sitting on the bed. She looked at the guest. A faint smile immediately appeared on his face. Standing in the ward, the man noted that this was their first meeting in reality. Someone was tapping his finger on the table. The man, sitting on a chair, asked whether there were terrorists behind the leader of the Lily and whether they were called a Prism. The suspect answered in the affirmative. At the same time, the investigator asked where this group was at the moment. The prisoner, raising his hands, replied that he did not know, because he had only met them in the crossing. At the same time, the interlocutor asked why this person had joined such a group. The player, opening his eyes wider, replied that he was fascinated by their proposal to overthrow elite society. Sitting on the chair, the prisoner also added that although their final goal turned out to be different, the ideas came together, and in the end they just used each other, although they immediately abandoned him and the teacher, and also explained that he would answer any questions he had. The man rubbed his neck with his hand and asked why the one who had been so stubbornly silent until now had become so talkative. Loki, smiling, replied that he was going to fulfill the promise he had made to his only friend. Deokshin's happy face appeared. The professor's eyes were wide open. Covering his face with his hand, Lee explained that he had come because the ward was talking about some important matter. The latter replied that it was still important. Holding the weapon in his hands, the fighter explained that he would now be able to see how his student would surpass the strongest data. In front of him, there was an image of a nameless player when the young man realized that this was the pose that was during the battle with Hyunjun, and then the teacher asked if he remembered that very soon there would be an event at the school. The guy, turning around, replied that he would finish before it began. Grinning, the hero knew that he now had synchronization and his skills were definitely different from those before. The opponent immediately rushed to attack when the fighter thought that this time he would definitely be able to defeat him. The man was lying on the ground. Spreading his arms, the young man shouted a question about why he could not do it. As he stood up, Noah explained that he was sure that when he fought the helper, he had defeated the nameless data, and asked why he couldn't defeat it now. The professor, smiling, remembered that the drawback of this program, which he managed to feel during the battle, was that if the recorded data did not achieve the desired one time, then it would be quickly replaced by others. Remembering that attack of his ward, Lee realized that the moment the student was able to accept the attack of the helper, he immediately began to fight with other data. Looking at him, the teacher realized that he was still very far from defeating him and said that they were already late for the event and they needed to go as soon as possible, because one of the main characters could not be late. The young man, looking back, asked again. A large hall appeared. The guy sat on the stage when the presenter spoke about how it was these students of the academy who contributed to the exposure of the terrorist organization and the prevention of greater damage. They were all standing there when the man said they were all thanking them. The faces of all these people appeared. The protagonist, with his eyes wide open, thought that this would be his first reward. For all the time, the robot, sitting on the chair, knew that although he had scolded him for being in danger, he was still glad that his master had been honored with such an honor. The students began to descend from the stage when it was said that the academy had one very important announcement that they needed to declare. The man, standing at the counter, explained that the director, preparing for the unknown, ordered to watch the video he left, and asked that he be seen where all the people related to the academy would gather. An image of an old man appeared. The professors were looking in the direction of the screen when he was heard saying that if they could see this, then he was no longer there. Raising a finger, Jimmy said that they now needed a person to lead the academy during his absence, and therefore here and now a person would be announced who would take the place of the deputy director. Squinting, the head began to talk about it. The eyes of all the students went wide after the principal named the ID of the best player. The teacher's eyes also widened as the head clarified that this user was Professor Lee, who should take good care of the academy. The man immediately covered his face with his hands as the disciples began to discuss this. The girl, frowning, tried to think about the information she had received. The other two comrades were also looking in his direction in surprise. There was a smile on Deokshin's face. The hero opened his eyes wide. The professor's face appeared.